買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞，買走買走，買走雞，買走雞，買走雞。
Have you ever imagined your dream life? We all have, but living that desired life in reality is a different story. If you could become a god and do anything you wanted, what choices would you make? If you've ever entertained fantastical thoughts like these, we want to introduce to you a world where you can create your dream life. Welcome to Enoy. Everyone has a different dream life, and Enoy offers a variety of creative tools to help you build yours. First, let's look at creating characters, known as Zois. You can create realistic appearances with detailed controls over facial and body features. You can also customize hair and outfits to create a unique look. What about the space where your Zoe will live? You can combine architectural elements like walls, roofs, stairs, pillars, fences, gates, and ladders to build the structure you want. You can also customize various appliances and furniture to decorate your home in your own style. Worried you might not have the skill to do all this? Don't be. We have various AI functions that make creation easy for everyone. You can create your own textures to make unique artwork, or turn real-world objects into 3D models to include in Enoy. It's time to showcase your limitless creativity. Once you've created your character and house, shall we step outside? Can you edit the city too? Absolutely. You can edit street elements like animals, plants, billboards, and weather to create the scenarios you want. You can also adjust the city's cleanliness, safety, and relationship indices to simulate specific lifestyles. Create a world where everyone is in love or an apocalyptic scenario. Edit the city as you wish. Why keep your dream creations to yourself? Share them on Enoy's creative platform, Canvas. Upload and download creations, interact with other players, and enrich each other's Enoy experience. Remember, Enoy is a life simulation game. If everything happened as expected, it wouldn't be life or a simulation. While you can create your dream characters, homes, and simulations, the nature of the simulation genre means you'll face unexpected situations. Just like real life, you'll experience unplanned, given lives. To provide a more realistic life experience, Enoy has implemented a complete community simulation where every person in the city lives with their own will, facing various events and accidents, just like in reality, such as colds, trends, and rumors. Enoy allows you to view the world from a distance. Endless stories take place to the Zois you create within your modified city, all operated under the complete simulation. Experience your most desired life and the life that's given to create your unique story.
Samba. Wendy Norby.
Enoy gives you the opportunity to experience not just one life, but the collective shared stories, events, accidents, joys, and sorrows of everyone in your city that make up the human experience. In Enoy, you can create the reality you desire, and in the process, maybe even find that the true gift of life is the journey we all share. We hope these realistic experiences in Enoy can enhance your enjoyment of life in the real world. Enjoy your life with Enoy. Thank you.
With broken hands, with blood and sweat, against the odds, I learned to swim. So damn divine. How are we whole when there's a will to survive?
Sanhok is a destructible map, a rebalance to the SMG lineup, and solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos, because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
게임쇼에 출품한다라는 것은 게임 개발자들한테는 원래도 되게 로망이에요. 꿈이기도 하고. 그래서 또 게임쇼로 오는 거죠. 이제 다른 회사들 보면 자극받거든요. 야, 쟤네도 저렇게 잘하는데 우리도 잘해야지. 네.
인가할 수가 있다는 말씀이죠?
네네네.
이건 불편하겠네. 버그 같네. 해찬님 이거 ILI로 이거 디폴트 설정 바꿀 수 없어요?
GPG는 뭐?
아예 못해?
The creators of the Dark and Darker mobile challenged their own version of the dungeon.
연락 가능해요? 10시. 그 빌드를 그럼 만들죠. 만들자. 여러 얘기가 많아요. 게임 전시회에 나가는 게 이제 맞냐. 직접 유저를 만나서 유저와 호흡하는 것만큼 우리 게임의 상태를 잘 알 수 있는 건 없다고 생각해요.
지나는데 문제 없어요. 그러니까 다 고쳐놨으니까 이제 잘할 수 있을 거고.
한 40분 이상 플레이하신 분들도 상당히 있는데 그분들이 나가시고 나면 그 계정을 초기화하기 전에 제가 후딱 달려가서 템이라든지 이런 걸 다 확인하고 아 이분은 이런 형태로 플레이를 하셨구나.
플레이어 여러분, 이 게임을 즐겨주세요. 행운을 빕니다. 이제 피지, 건전 스피지. 들어주셔서 감사합니다.
That's why we do this, I suppose, is escapism. It's trying to get away from the modern life, just for a few days. So as soon as we turn up and we get dressed in this medieval costume and medieval camp, then we live the medieval life for 3 days. Yeah, I love it. I really do love it, yeah.
So I would die. I'd be so dead. Sword, like they're heavy. They're like 10, 15 kilos. I'd be like, wait a minute, sir, please.
So I think that's something we kind of tend to forget, that like people are always people and they like to look at beautiful things. They like to tell a joke. They like to have, a good meal and a nice beer at the end of the day.
What's the difference between a fighter and a barbarian? So if you're going to choose a fighter, be prepared, be careful, concise, get ready to kill. If you're going to be a barbarian, smash everything!
It was only a matter of time before this happened for Twisted Minds. And there was always something special.
Takımdaki bütün oyuncuların aynı çalışkanlıkta olması ve kendini geliştirmesi.
It's like calculated, smart aggression.
I think they put in like more work than any other team.
I've always seen them as the best team. They're the most consistent.
They're probably the greatest team at the moment.
Ở trong game thì em vote Twisted Minds là vô địch.
教练太厉害了，把路换了吧。你们教练比选手还厉害。
Я играл всего лишь в одной команде, то есть та команда, в которой я сейчас нахожусь, я в ней и единственная моя команда. Мне, в принципе, понравилась очень вот эта идея соревновательная часть в киберспорте. Когда вышел PUBG, я начал играть в PUBG, и когда появились первые турниры, появились первые квалификации, я начал пробовать себя в PUBG, в киберспорте. И вот так вот получилось.
Продолжаю. Играли мы миксами, и тогда очень часто мы ГЛЛ играли миксом я, Батулин и Ник. И у нас очень хорошо получалось, мы постоянно там забрали первое, второе, третье в ГЛЛ, на мини-турнирах в ГЛЛ.
То есть найти игрока, который бы заменил Ярика, который был бы там хоть как-то сильнее, практически невозможно, то есть Example был единственный вариант.
На самом деле я всегда мечтал попасть в эту команду, потому что с виду казалось, что они самые сильные трудяги, так скажем. И мне вот этот вайб нравится, в чем я увиделся, когда я пришел.
Мне так кажется. Потому что просто у всех типа одна цель, и у всех все получается. До тех пор, пока компот хороший. Это вырезано.
Гад, богатый смех.
Может здесь нет?
Вот дыма. Смотри, дыма лайк.
Везде дыма.
Дыма. Ух ты, них. Вот это нормально.
So that when you go to PGC, that's the big deal. Because if you ask most of these guys, all they really think about is the fact that they want to go lift that trophy. Teams like Twisted Minds, that's what proves their legacy, and that's what determines dynasties.
What makes a champion when it comes to PGC, I think it's truly like that absolute determination, that absolute drive, that dedication to the craft, right? Because you've literally got to be the best in a competition that is highly, highly competitive.
It's much bigger than like this PGS trophy.
Может быть, в начале, когда начинал играть первые турниры, было какое-то волнение в первой игре, но оно само по себе прошло со временем. На самом деле, я считаю, что мы играем хорошо в этом году, но не достигли еще своего пика, возможно, и непонятно, достигнем ли, может. Мы та самая команда, у которой безграничный, так сказать, потолок, но это посмотрим со временем.
Понятно стало же сам.
This three championship in a row, it's not like about the luck, it's about the hard working, and we really deserve it.
Мы решили работать еще больше, еще плодотворнее и буквально выкладываться на всем, где это возможно.
No, it's like imagine you see like a Russian guy doing well somewhere, and you say like наш слон, it's like our guy.
Okay, yeah.
Давай без этого. У тебя вообще там, блин, бакануло тебя. Там высший акт уважения.
The top four titans of PGESPORTS will walk down the causeway now and join the fray. We are in day number 3 of Circuit 1 as we figure out who is going to be able to rack up all of those points.
Я бы сказал, что в этом году мы, наверное, на своем пике. Вот, еще сильнее, чем были до. Мы поработали сильно над нашей менталкой, в принципе, мы стали сильнее индивидуально и как команда. Поэтому я не удивлен, что мы боремся уже за четвертую победу.
They didn't really feel like they could go much further safely. However, Navi still has an edge of the farm for themselves as well to kind of wait this one out. But BB starting to go in that direction. Lou's going to spring into action, taking down Flood. Difficult example, trying to use this opportunity. Nah.
Yeah, there's just nothing to do there. No. I mean, I like mean circles, but this one is just cruel.
PGC — это самый главный турнир для каждого игрока из PUBG. Да, сюда, во-первых, отбираются самые лучшие команды, самые сильные, самые опытные, так скажем, потому что здесь скилловые ребята, и он всего лишь проходит раз в год.
Such a good job preparing for this event. Petrichor Road stuck behind a rock, trying to gatekeep a couple different teams down to their south, trying to keep this road under their fire control. It is going to be a grenade there that is going to finish off Twisted Minds.
Я думаю, это в первую очередь желание работать и дисциплина, соответственно. Вот, то есть Да, правильный майндсет, можно сказать, правильный подход к этому. Ты вкладываешься, вкладываешь как можно больше в эту работу. И это дает именно успех. А дальше уже решают всякие мелочи.
Trying our best.
Literally rolled down after them, and he is going to end up with his vehicle stuck up against the wall, and they cannot get the last couple of taps in. Can Flash, is he going to be able to get away with this one? No! It's
keeping up. If some damage can be done to Twisted Minds, it might open the door, but Perfectix, easy double kill for him. Ions create that space as Twisted Minds. You already saw a doozy taking a chunk. Example catches Bestalock trying to get across.
Weak right now. Perfectix just steps up, picks up one, picks up the second one. There you go. The inevitable Twisted Minds. A victory comes out in the end.
And when they needed it most.
Yeah, really excited to see them step up here.
Я бы не сказал, то, что этого достаточно. Я хотел бы выиграть еще, может быть еще. Не знаю, это зависит от мотивации. Сейчас она есть. Что будет через 2 года, непонятно. Но на данный момент у меня просто задача стать лучшим в этой игре, и все. Пока что этой задачи я не выполнил.
Наша менталка, то, как мы относимся к каким-то сложным играм, сложным поражениям в течение турнира, да, но при этом мы все равно справились и показали всем, что мы сильны и духом, и игрой, и всем-всем-всем.
Конечно же, я бы хотел еще больше иметь, чем 2, потому что это будет, ну, вообще исторический и рекорд, и никто такого никогда не делал. Поэтому я лишь хочу только продолжать, мне это нравится.
Actually, he's going to take him down. Comes some more frags. Dilfer's taken out.
I mean, right as soon as the vision cleared, you just saw FaZe get so many good sight lines into this. Jeans just creeping his way forward. Souls, he does get vision onto Jeans, so that's going to slow down any form of defense. But it is going to be Jeans' nades that continue to rain down. BB team is eliminated. Looks like they're kind of maneuvering this way, realizing that there's a couple points that can be had for themselves. BB do spot out what's going to be going on, but it's going to be also Example that spots out. Example playing around smokes. This is going to be hard even for Example, but he does take a spiral. Now goes for the peak. This man is unstoppable. A lot of SGD going down. Jeans is also going to go down, but it is a massive cost. Everybody from FaZe has different firing lines into it, and they just...
Gonna get knocked by Vex. Divix with a drive-by grenade just gets shut down.
Gustav just holding a beautiful angle into this, denying anything that Na'Vi was going to try to produce. Just down in the south, Vex spots mouth, opens up, easy spray to pick up 2!
Let's piece out. And a drop here by Daytrade. Nurin's already a Suju down. Xiaobei able to best Tanadol.
Pretty big problem. Nurin's already spots him up. Daytrade reading a good job on what's going to be going on. Bellamont going to do a quick little juke around. Na'Vi has the opportunity to get at least something off to start this one, but you have M249 coming around the corner, opens up a big spray, and Na'Vi with nowhere to go. They're going to get absolutely demolished.
17 wants to fight though. Oh my God, Perfectix!
Inside of the sandstorm, no fear, Twisted shuts down 17. That is just hungry to have fun. Type's gonna make that one look easy. Picks up 2 already. Jervis just rushing up the hillside. Molotov's gonna connect on top of it. Jervis in a ton of trouble. SGD presently in 13th, and Jervis is gonna go down. Trogadui is done.
They're gonna try to make a dash, and Posa still gets Tiggleton.
Oh, right here, lines in, and Spyro just rolls the nade right on top. Perfect. Look, EAC feels so bad because he knows. He's like, did I just knock out the Sonics?
Not they succeed in doing so. Great intel on the team, but they've lost Tosi!
So this fight will have to come to a head. Tosi! He's gonna 3-piece Twisted. Gen G, after Tosi dismantled Twisted Minds, they get equally dismantled by Haven and Luna Galaxy. They're starting off nice.
Yet another case of perfect util as well. Double Bluestone forced them out of the shackle. Up and 8 on the backside of the building. Get the double. And speaking of getting a double, Jeeves
on the move, and there you go. Jeeves will finish off TSM.
Back by 17, but they're not fighting. They're not too eager to try and push forward because they have not maybe kept track of everything. Here's Vinny, able to get one, gets the second and the third as well. Whenever MK and the Famas, 4 great guns. Why not give him them all?
Type.
As Type is able to get something here in the end of it. 1v4 against an onslaught, an armory of great weapons. We'll see if he can do it as he finds the first, finds the second. They're lining it up for him.
We'll at least flush out one against Godby. And now Type is a monster. making his way through the entirety of 4 a.m. But they've got themselves back together. Don't line up for him, boys. He's going to find another one. Type is now down to a 1-1, but no 4 a.m. will end his reign of terror.
That was the bait. They needed the vehicles to be bait, but now there's no one to come up punish them for going for this fight. They're going to all be slaughtered. 3-piece for Hagatori.
Take shots over towards TM. They have so much, or TSM, they've got so much to keep their eyes on. James infects the last ones alive. They've got to come down eventually, but that's a big spray from Luke to get the knock, and FaZe Clan is taken out by TSM. They've got 7 kills.
1v1v2, TSM are the one with the numbers advantage, but I speak too soon. Himas with the crows on hand, able to find one that's going to be one down. Sparking now down to Lord Speed, but is able to find Himas around the corner. 1 versus 1, and Sparking with the double.
I just appreciate the fact that it's spread all the way across the first floor. Ooh, there's a good shots coming up from Kuala and the Mad. That's going to be Cerberus eliminated, and more problems starting to mount for Cerberus.
That is devastating there. Cerberus trying to find some kind of entrance into this next circle.
Navi doesn't really care. They're more confident taking shots over
no!
Right into Flood. He pops off with the Panzerfaust, runs back around on that angle. Now switches over to the AR. He's got to be careful. A lot of shots now drawn over into this area. It's going to be 17 also making a very quick push around over here and just nowhere to go. Falcons eliminated.
BB's just getting slaughtered by Luke. He's got 3 of them already. He's gonna swoop in, pick up some freebies.
2 of the members from the Expendables creep in, back behind, seeing if they can backstep what's going on with Na'Vi, but good read off of it. Delwin's trying to find something, but Glorious does go down. Na'Vi starting to get more control over this firefight, but a lot of damage has now been done. Duck Juice juking around on the outside of this one. Summer could have an opportunity. He's got control over the center of the circle, but a lot of down members on both sides. Summer just trying to figure out which one he wants to go after, realizing, okay, this is the Expendables. I'm going to start buying some points, pick up the downs. Gets good vision, and Summer gets a knock on 1. Summer's got control over this one. Ferris does manage to take down the Expendables, but it is now a 1v1. No options, no cover. Summer peeking over and over, finally connects, and it's going to be Petrichor Road. That's circle shifts away from the compound's boot, so Hagatori trying to line in, but it is going to go down. Curdy does spot him out. Diffex trying to pick up the Ferris right now, but Sparking the last one up for TSM. Tries it, does spot out one. So 1v1, quick exchange. Ferris just narrowly manages to cling to life.
They want to mess with this. At this point, CP on there. Nice hold as we get a replay. Delwin, though, has been brilliant on the flank for the Expendables. Okay, yeah, you got a Panzer. That's a freebie. Glory's finish what TE started there.
We also have Ross that's getting closer and prepped up. Nade could be good. Are they even expecting it to be even close? God, throw coming up from Roth. That just sent Expendables to the lobby. They are prepped. The Kraken's already down. It was going to be Snakers.
This grenade.
Got it. Nade's going to go. Bounces well. Gets some damage. Posa just not a lot that he can really throw into it, but he's got the gun. He's got the angle. Can he take him down? Buy some points off of it. Posa manages to pick up something. And the side of it is going to be a bit more exposed, but look, Delwin. You've seen him pop off today. He's prepped, ready to go. Mas does get the knock on Glorious. Runs in. They want to flush this out. They want the point quick. Are we going to see follow-up? And yes, it is going to be Delwin that manages to pick up one on the other side.
You have to play so differently coming into that late game if you can even get there. But Besto, it's Besto who knocks Himas.
And can we see, do they come out? The Expendables get vision on. Can they tap in the last bit of it? And yes, Tanpu knocks down Haisaki. Has managed to get the knock on a Bill first. Can Duckbite survive? No, he cannot. And that is Cerberus. They are done. No PGC Grand Final for them. Blue zones up against their backs. Not a lot of good vision, but Nate's starting to come out. Bean is already down. Freaks, not a lot of good angles to play from on this. They've got to keep their head on a swivel up on top. But there you go. Lines in. It's going to be Freaks starting to cut a path into this one. Day trade now on the backs, trying to see if they can maneuver into this one. Nuren's in some trouble, but look, it's just going to be Evan. Steps in, and the Freaks manage to take it.
Day number 2, and already a spine-shattering blow has been dealt to the rest of the lobby. Kwangdong Freaks has taken number 1 already, and the rest of the lobby disorientated, thinking to themselves they had a great start to the circuit stage. Now they have a great start to the grand final. What is going to stop them? Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for our next day of the grand final. My name is Kuala. I am joined by Toffees. I am joined by Avenger. We are getting down to what is going to be yet another fantastic day, because yesterday's games were just stellar wall-to-wall, Toffees.
They were absolutely incredible. I mean, I think the standout from yesterday was individual performances across the board. We saw clutch plays from teams that we expected it from, teams that we haven't seen it from before, and I think if we can translate that into some big team plays today and a little more macro management by some of our favorites, it could be anybody's race by the end of today.
Yeah, today is just about, building upon the foundation that they were able to get yesterday. Yesterday, again, insane. If Freaks is able to convert some of those second places into first today, they're going to be unstoppable. And that's the 15 other teams here, they're looking at that. And that's why Freaks, they have to have a target on their back, because if someone don't stop them, they're going to be winners by the game, by game 13-14.
Only 33% of the way through, and we thank our teams for their great performance, and we thank our partners for joining us here for PGC 2024 as well. First and foremost, we have OP.GG, our main PUBG esports partner. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG and check out everything that's going on over there. We are also live from the Tropicana Gardens Mall, as we are up on the 3rd A floor here. So not only do we have all the excellent facilities that are downstairs, but also everything housed in the Tropicana Gardens Mall for the tournament right behind us. And we even have the little lovely area outside with all the booths.
Yeah, the fan area. Yeah,
the fan area.
I threw a grenade.
You threw multiple, no?
Well, I missed a lot, but only one was
You only threw one good grenade. That's the only one you shared. There's only one on video. The other 5 ones you missed.
This is like when Brick threw a trident. Anyway, we've also got TT Racing joining us here for our official gaming furniture partner, not only providing the chairs, but also the desks that all of our players are getting ready to battle it out on the battlegrounds across these next 6 games throughout the day. And finally, we have Akupa joining us here. Magnetized, hand-warming excellence to make sure that you are very equipped and ready to go. Yes, that's one way to use them as well. Just keep your face warm too. We also, if you're tuning in on Twitch over there, you can actually get yourself some drops. So just keep watching all the excellent games that are going to be going down. You'll be able to back those, no problemo. And finally, I think we also have our Neo Media icon light, which is right here. And if you scan this QR code, you can head on over there and potentially purchase yourself one as well. That is a lot to actually get through, but we now have a lot to get to when it comes to the games, Avenger, because as I mentioned at the forefront of the show, Kwangdong Freaks so far looked great at the circuit, looked great in the grand finals. Who's going to stop South Korea?
Yeah, that's really the big question, right? If you're able to have 3 second places and a win, and it was not, just gifted second places. No. They had to fight their way. They had to survive. They had to get in there. They got kills. Obviously, our point system, as you know it here, 10 points for a win and a 1 for a kill, and they're able to get an insane amount of points yesterday, both through the kills, but also through the consistency of the placement. And they're playing for a lot of money here, G.
Fighting for the shares of 1.5 million plus crowdfunding, of course, and there is even an MVP prize as well. Now, in our previous 3 international tournaments, there's been an excellent example that has been that MVP across PGSs. However, I think that's in contention now. You've got guys like Salute, you've got guys like Ike's left looking fantastic in the grand final already.
They look fantastic, but I will say, Example sort of has turned, like he activated yesterday. He looked totally different, was really starting to put up some numbers, so I think he maybe took that personally that everybody was talking about those others. But I think it's been wild to see the standout play by a lot of these teams, which is fascinating because one of the other staples of this event so far is, as a foursome, these teams have all looked really good, where we've traditionally seen like 3 hitters and maybe 1 support. Everyone is working well on these big top teams.
If I'd have asked you coming into yesterday though, Martin, do you think Virtus Pro will be number 2 after day 1 of the grand finals?
I gotta say no, because that was just, they had such a good day. They were able to play extremely well out of some of these situations there. They had to convert some games. They had to put pressure and kind of hurt some of the other teams to fight each other a little bit. And they executed that pretty well, especially in the last game. Only had 1 game with 0 points. The other games was extremely good. Half of their games was double digits. Like, they're putting themselves into a fantastic situation with this. Only 4 kills from Tide on most kills as well. Impressed.
It's been the story of a lot of amazing individual performances as well. We saw T1, we saw Type, we saw EN there, we saw Ike's left, we saw Petrichor Road looking brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, even moments where like teams that aren't necessarily our top contenders, right? You saw this Posa like 1v3 and moments like that where it was just absolutely beautiful.
Of course, we head over to Bella, who's backstage checking things out.
This is my favorite section over here where you get to throw real grenades. If you get 2 out of the 3 tries, then you win a prize. So let's see how my fragging skills are. Ah! I still have 2 left. Okay, I win 1. Yeah. And right by is the clear all the missions and you can win your own PGC keycap set. So right now I'm at the Winner Winner Chicken Dinner photo zone. So let's go and take some pictures. Hello. Hello. Hi guys. All right. Pose with me. 1, 2, 3.
There's a lot of stuff going on back there, but let's take a look at those individuals that we were alluding to just before. Salute is also very much up there, considering he's almost playing carefree PUBG and is looking for him a back-to-back World Championship.
I mean, if he gets that back-to-back, you know, players were asking me up there when I was talking to him today, will that make him the GOAT? I was like, I can't argue a lot of this at this moment. That said, though, it was about individual performance yesterday. I think Iceleff was one of the best examples of that. This moment where we're like, how does he pull this off? He's in a 1-on-1 versus Human. It becomes a 2v1, and this the passion you saw in that moment that he got the victory. We saw that. You look at the cameras, I think Luna, we mentioned Posa having his 3v1. We saw just like over and over again these teams having these strike moments, and what that does is it gives the rest of their team momentum. When you know that you have these players who can pull this out against the best in the world, it makes you confident. Like when we look at the Kwangdong Freaks, yes, did they get some circle shifts yesterday? Absolutely. Did they make the most of them? Every single time. And I think part of that is the fact that not only are they working well as a team, they're having these individual moments. You're seeing Salute pop off and carry a game. Then the next one, you're seeing Human pop off and carry a game. And that, I think, makes everyone say, you know what, we can take risks, we can take fights, we can win every time.
Yeah, and on top of this, like the way they were able to portray themselves throughout the games, like they were staying so strong as a 4-man, and at the very most important times, that's where they kind of take one guy out, play an anchor position, and lock down the terrain and really lock this out. Here, for this case here, Iceleff just on an insane performance. 7 kills, the nade, perfection. Then off to the peak, and then just the clutch in the moment. And you know, the excitement towards the end there is just, it was so good to see.
The moment was electric, and in the crowd it was electric as well, and we are going to watch it in slow motion because Iceleff knew that he didn't even need to go for the res. All he needed to do was go for nades, go for the push, be able to shoot them down, and then take an extremely impressive victory here for Petrichor Road. They came in from that circuit stage, and I think for a lot of people, we kind of expected them to be a little bit more wishy-washy about maybe the 5th or 6th place in terms of the placement overall, but they took 1st place in those circuit stages. And there we see once again the pop-off from Iceleff. It was a magical moment yesterday.
And the thing that I want people to watch from home as you're, maybe getting into this and seeing our players, we talk a lot about gun skill, we talk about those big moments. The thing that has stood out to me besides individual plays is utility. Yes, we always stress it here in PUBG, but the way that he used that grenade, and you saw him pull the gun out and fire to the left of the tree saying, okay, if my grenade doesn't finish them, there's only one of 2 places they could be standing. Exactly. And so yesterday, I think we saw a couple of teams using smoke in a really aggressive ways. So as you're watching today, I think watch for that utility play because it's been very impressive.
And you can share some of those magical moments along with all of your favorite co-streamers as well. We'll have a lot of people watching out the grand finals for 2024. So thank you to those people out there for joining us too, which is always very exciting to have. There's lots of great ways to enjoy the World Championship, and of course Fantasy League is one of them too. And whilst we rattle through the information there, I do want to continue talking about teams because we have Twisted Minds in 5th place at the moment. I think for a lot of people, maybe they expected them to be a little bit higher. It is what, 38 points for Twisted Minds so far? What do you think about them so far?
Yeah.
Yesterday?
So 20 points behind 2nd place is huge, but there's another gap up to KDF, right? So it's effectively, it's 2 good games for them to tie number 1, and that would be considering that KDF should have 0 points, right? So it really talks to how big of a lead they have, but then again, we do have 12 more games to play, and as we look at the fantasy teams here, the most played players, there's still a lot of confidence in both Example and Salute up there, and overall for me, I think it's doable, and I think it's going to show once we play 2 or 3 games today how doable it is, but it needs to be done today, otherwise they're going to be running away with it.
My win condition for Twisted Minds is Perfectix. Yesterday he felt like he was a little bit off beat. He wasn't quite connecting with Example the way that I'm used to. I think if he steps up today and puts up those numbers and that play that he was doing in circuits, then writing Twisted Minds off is always a terrible idea. That said, I think they looked good. They looked confident today when they got here. They were relaxed before the matches. I think I expect some big things from them.
Yeah, so the last scrim game, I actually had the pleasure of playing from Fex's computer. And you know who was driving around hunting me?
Who?
Twisted Minds.
There you go.
Yeah, I was playing Heaven on a Wrangle, and Perfecti comes up. Oh, it's Avenger playing. He walks down to them and tells them, oh, it's Avenger playing. You got a style on him. I'm in Heaven playing, you know. But Tulins and Lou rocks up in a car, seat swaps, headshots me on the garage building. It's like I go down and I slang. Who first bullet headshot me?
If they all knew that you were playing 60 of those players and start chasing,
Yeah,
what are you talking about?
Absolutely.
But anyway, we've got our matches coming at you today. It will be Erangel to start things off, and we'll end things on the Dusty Dunes of Miramar. Now, one thing, obviously, I mean, looking at how it's all going on, one thing I want to talk about as well is 17 Gaming, not the best start.
Yeah.
And for them to get another second place on the board, they would have to have a bit of a further stretch. Maybe they, maybe they can go further than a second place, but I'm counting on that.
Second place is close. First is very unlikely.
I mean, I think that they made some good sends yesterday.
Sure.
They found some good positions. They just didn't feel like the gunfights were working in their favor, and maybe that's a symptom of like some rust. They definitely had a difficult road to get here out of circuits,
Right.
and I don't know if that shook them up. So hopefully yesterday feeling more like I got to see the lobby. It's the same lobby today. Maybe gives them a little of a push forward, because I would be really frustrated as just a fan of PUBG to see them not finish at least in the top 5.
Any thoughts?
Yeah, plenty of thoughts. You just want me to go freestyle? I'll talk for half an hour. No. Now overall for me, like in terms of this, what I'm really looking at in the first couple of games is the teams changing or improving from what we saw yesterday coming into today, right? You have to convert those games, those second, third places that you actually have the potential to win. If you were one more guy alive, if you were in a better position, some of those minor decisions is going to make you win games. Sometimes, of course, there will be situations where, yeah, it's just unwinnable. This team, they got that shift in that direction that is the game-winning situation. We can't do anything, but it's the other one. It's the minor differences, not, even with Twisted Minds games on Miramar yesterday, where there were only 3. They could have lost that because there were only 3. If the other team was 4 alive or the other teams were stronger, it was lucky for them that it wasn't Expendables that are 4 guys strong or FaZe Clan that was in this position with 4 guys strong, because then they would have been held out of the compound and FaZe would have probably pushed them a little bit further, right? So staying that 4 guys strong, converting those games that you're supposed to win, but also salvaging and getting the maximum amount of points possible in games you're not supposed to win, and realizing, okay, we're not winning, let's turn around and kill everyone else that's still trying to get into the circle.
Well, a potential catastrophe, I suppose, for the rest of the lobby would be if somehow Kwangdong Freaks came out and had another pop-off day. If you think about where Danawa was when it came to PGC 2023, after 16 games, it was 137 points that they won things at, right? We're halfway there already for a Kwangdong Freaks, and they've shown that they can pop off day after day.
It's true, but I think I saw both of you guys maybe retweeting old Patrick this morning that he said historically it's like a 7.9% win rate.
Sure,
winning on day 1. Maybe that continues. That said, they did get some shifts. This is a team that liked that sort of middle position. I think yesterday we saw some pretty aggressive edge shifting, but they were always able to sort of catch that edge of it and make the next play. So I think that they will continue to do well, but I look for some teams to adjust, because I think the scrappy teams that we've seen here, sort of the VPs, the Expendables, these teams who are willing to take these edge fights and work aggressively, have actually been getting more points, because it looks like it's a scrappy PGC, not a sitting PGC.
I still think there's 14, 15 teams out there saying to themselves, we can still win this thing.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
And that's the scary thing for KDF, because the other teams realize there's one team to stop right now, and it's Freaks. And that if they do it today, everyone still have the opportunity to take this thing home.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. We are almost ready to get day number 2 underway. Kwangdong Freaks at the moment leads the charge. However, there is a plethora of phenomenal teams looking to try and strike out for that number 1 spot at the end of the day.
Of course, we're still favorites. Like, everything before the finals doesn't really matter. I think it's gonna be like best of 18 for every team. Every point gonna matter, not like in the circuit. So that's gonna be the difference. So we already have like 3 PGS tournaments won this year, and if we're gonna take the 4th, the PGC, the biggest one, no one would ever like not call us like the greatest team of all time in PUBG.
一年就是为了等这个 PGC 的决赛，3天冲这个冠军。然后有观众的话，更有氛围一点。然后我想说是冠军都别动，我没拿都别动。
I say it every event. I've said it 100 times. All I want to do is lift the trophy, and I really hope we do.
Я вважаю, що більшість команд будуть нервуватися, допускати помилки, а ми будемо цим користуватися і наказувати їх. 우승을 하게 되면 말도 안 되고 이제 또 저희가 또 열심히 해서 우승했다고 생각해서 좀 굉장히 좀 대격변이라고 생각합니다. 우승하면 엄청 말도 안 되는 일을 좀 해냈다? 그렇게 생각합니다.
I feel really confident that we could contend for top 5, top 3, or potentially even win the event as long as we can keep our foot on the gas. And now that, you know, Sonic's and Cerberus, two powerhouses, are not in the finals, I think it's anyone's game.
Let's go!
Nếu như mà bọn em giữ được trạng thái như ở 3 vòng sơ cất vừa rồi thì bọn em nghĩ là bọn em có thể vô địch.
就夺冠肯定是很想夺冠，但是这个 PUBG 项目并不一定就是你多么想你就能拿到这个冠军的。但是我们现在小组赛打得也蛮好的，所以说我也蛮有信心的，就是我会做好自己该做的事情，然后对得起自己就好了。
하루하루가 쌓일수록 더 실력이 높은 팀이 잘할 거라 생각합니다. 이건데 이제 저를 보시다시피 제가 지금 미쳤습니다. 왕관을 쉽게 지킬 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Hello, everybody, and we are ready. 1 day in the books. Day 2 about to begin. The Freaks came out in a big way in day number 1. But Toby, if time and history have proven anything, it's that the leader after day 1, not always the easiest thing to hold on to, is it?
They might be ahead by a bit right now, but they have themselves a massive target on their back. Freaks up, VP right behind him, and the remaining 14 teams will do everything in their power today to come into tomorrow in that first place spot.
Absolutely, and we got some sleeping giants on the wrong side of the leaderboard after 1 day that may awaken here today. Now that remains to be seen, but the biggest question on everybody's mind right now, can the Freaks keep this insane pace going?
I mean, with how they were playing yesterday, you'd have to imagine they could. With what they've shown us in the group stages or in the circuit stages, you'd have to imagine that they could. But Grand Finals is the time where things do not always go as expected. And as you're saying too, there are some insane heavy-hitting teams that are still eyeing that first place.
Absolutely. We saw some of them pop off in a big way yesterday. We saw some emerging giants. You saw Ike's left with one of the plays of recent memory here and hyping up the audience at the end of the day. You saw Beamy from Virtus Pro, just heroic performances coming out from solo players on all of these squads. Who is it going to be today? That is the big question. And can they keep that? Can they keep it going? Can they make a climb? Can they challenge Freaks now that they have control of first?
And that's the thing. We have 2 days left to play of competitive PUBG for the year. Every scrim, every single match these teams have played throughout the entirety of 24 has led here to these grand finals. And teams, a lot of them probably didn't get the start they wanted yesterday. More importantly, they allowed Freaks to get a head start, and now they're all playing from behind. But as we see, because of that, the leaderboard now is insanely close. Na'Vi with a good start. They're in 14th place coming into this. A good start to this one. They could find themselves within top 5 before we even change maps.
Exactly. That's the biggest thing, really, is that log jam that's happening on the right side of the leaderboard. Everybody from 7th on the way down to 6th, well, okay, maybe not 16th, 15th place. Day Trade, they had a little bit of a struggle yesterday. Well, hopefully we'll see them turn things around here today as Twisted Minds letting everybody get excited about them. They started showing up in pretty good performances yesterday, but again, when you're kind of outshined by what Freaks and VP were able to do, but I wouldn't be surprised if Twisted Minds turns things on today. They have been, obviously, I think, came into this tournament the favorites with great reason.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, back-to-back PGS champions, and so far after one day, they're sitting in 5th place.
It's not the first time they haven't started off strong, but come back strike, and it's always on that day too they really start turning the tide around. Now, viewers, we are just a couple of moments out from starting day number 2, and what a better place to be. The crowd is ready. Everyone at home, I'm sure, are ready for this one to go down as well, Poro.
Absolutely, Will. Like you said, only a couple of seconds from getting into
go.
map number 1. We're ready, the players are ready, the fans are ready. Let's get going.
What better way to kick things off over on Erangel Rigo, and contrast to yesterday where the 2 planes we had here on Erangel were brutal. This time around, as fair as can be, right across the middle, where really everyone should be able to go exactly where they want.
Well, fair being a very relative term, Toby, but I think you're absolutely right. It is cutting right across the center. It doesn't look like it's going to be cheating down towards Military Island, at least right now. Now, of course, none of that is certain. None of that set in stone until we see that first zone pop.
Now, do we have anything interesting right off the get-go? I think a lot of teams, again, everything got fleshed out yesterday. We didn't see a whole lot of early game shenanigans yesterday. As a matter of fact, I would say we played a much quieter start to the day yesterday. But those mid-games, the action popped off way earlier than what we've seen in previous circuits. And when it first got started, we had non-stop fighting for 2.5 circles. Will the pace be different today with games already having been played yesterday? We're about to find out.
That's one thing that you can always take away from these global championships, the speed.
Oh yeah.
The speed of play is absolutely bananas. And the quicker you can get accustomed to that, the quicker you will find yourselves climbing up, as we see that. Do we got a couple in Yaz? Is that T1 and 4 AM hot dropping in Yaz? Okay.
I don't hope
maybe
it's
we'll call it a lukewarm drop.
I was going to say it's probably more for vehicle grab, secure that east side of the city, and then get ready for that first rotation. It is going to go west. We were here yesterday as well. Expendables now get the picks and chooses of where they want to go. A team who, I mean, in this circle yesterday had a hard time getting things going. They got collapsed upon, got taken out by VP, who came in and lost what could have been a very favorable game to them. So we'll see if they can make something happen here today.
Well, if any teams need somebody to look at for inspiration, Virtus Pro will be your first team. Their first few games, nothing really to write home about, but toward the end of the day, they really popped off and they find themselves in 2nd place overall. So that should give everybody in this lobby a little bit of inspiration.
Their storylines are even getting to this tournament as well, coming through off a phase, securing an extra spot for Yemi, and then, I mean, again, you only play with the chances you're given. They come in, and with such a good start to the grand finals, they could not be more satisfied.
Well, we saw 4 AM and T1 getting a little bit close to each other in Yasnaya, but it looks like, as you stated, they will be just kind of sharing the town. You got 2 from 4 AM still inside here as we check in with that Beamy from Virtus Pro. What a day for him yesterday. 14 total kills, 9 stolen kills.
Yeah, he was out there fragging, he was out there stealing, and that's what I like about this VP strat. They try to center up somewhat early on in their playstyle, at least, when possible. And then instead of trying to take the active fights against opponents around them, they look for fights happening which they aren't technically a part of. See if you can line up, see if you can get some flushes on these already knocked players, accumulate a ton of points over those, because more often than not, as we see here, more often than not, those extra points are going to be the decision maker in whether you make the top or not.
And you see example number 1 in lost kills after having those 12 knocks, 4 stolen away. That's 4 points, Toby. You don't think any team in this lobby would fight tooth and nail for 4 points, especially when you see how close these things are.
I will just say we've seen championships be decided by less.
Absolutely. Absolutely have. We've got a few teams that may be here rather than watching from home had they gotten those 4 points. So you do see, check in with FaZe over in Milton. Now they've got Navi split up over on Milton Power just off to their east, but I don't think Navi is going to be creeping over here too terribly soon. I mean, these guys know each other very, very well, both EMEA teams. So Navi will definitely be scouting that out before they make their way in as we check in with those first place Kwandong Freaks.
Yep, coming in over the northern side. I like how they're wrapping into this one as well. They did a similar play yesterday, albeit the first circle being a bit further towards the north. But they come up, try to secure some space in and around Everest, and then play south from there. Now, normally, 17 would have tried scouting further north, locked down some of that north side spot. But again, with the Everest proper being that far on the northern end of this first circle, it makes perfect sense that 17 has opted to go out there on the west side of Pochinki.
Yeah, very good read by 17, obviously. The circle being a little bit farther south, so, you know, normally they do like to go to the top of Everest and do a little bit of scouting, but since it is so far south, no real reason to do that here for 17, especially after looting up Pochinki. Now, they do have to worry about what may be coming in behind them in the form of Twisted Minds, and you've got Petrichor Road coming in on the south side here as well.
And that's the issue, right? Because right now they know we are practically surrounded already. We're only a couple of minutes into the game, but they know full well that everything around them has been taken. Now, I think 17 is one of the easier teams to read. They're always very unscheduled with their rotations. This one is no different. Send a little ghost out of the western side of the city early on, claim real estate. In this case, they force expendables to loop further towards the western side. But now is when, if the circle shift off of us, now we're entangled. How do we make that rapid? If it goes hard south, hard west, you name it, how do we get out of what could potentially end up being a very big traffic jam?
IGL is going to be earning their paychecks here today, as it has been a very calm, cool early game here. First 5 minutes down, still 64 alive. No knocks coming through just yet, but to be expected in a circle like this, where everything is just going to be a little bit more playing according to script. And, you know, for all these teams in the lobby, I bet they're happy about that.
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. I mean, they all want to make their way towards the center. They all want to secure a good center spot to play from. And I think if you're, I mean, Navi still out towards the east, Face out there as well. T1, effectively, too, coming in south side of Pochinki right now. They know there is space to be had in the south, and you can pretty much draw a line across the coastline. That is effectively the only areas available inside the circle right now. As we see the rotation coming through here, we see nice view there of T1's rotation. You can see the teams around them, but of course they don't have that intel yet. They're scouting on the fly.
Yeah, they are at least they're all 4 deep. So
yeah,
they will, if they do run across anything, which has been. It feels like we've seen it so much this tournament, where you're in that middle of that early rotation, you got everybody together, and you end up running across one player or 2 players that take the shots at you, and you end up then getting involved in a very early game fight that maybe you wouldn't have necessarily wanted to take, but you kind of feel pot committed once you get that first knock come through.
And that's the thing. I mean, if you look at this exact rotation for T1 right now, I wouldn't be surprised if they end up fighting. They have 8 placement points.
Yeah.
8 placement points. The rest is all kills. They had 1, or maybe make that 5 placement points yesterday, coming into the 30th kill. I mean, that's absolutely insane. They have been taking fights near the game, whether it's on their kind of setup or if they get forced into fights. One thing is for sure, with this T1 roster, with how kind of zoned in both Type and E&R individually right now, if a team comes at them, they do not run away. They take the fight head on, because they would rather lose 1 but make sure to get those 4 points.
Unfortunately, it doesn't look like they're going to have to make any decision-making right now, as they have the entirety of the southern coast by the ferry pier to themselves. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan drop the smokes, have the E pickup in line, and they might be sending just James by himself to do a little pre-scouting, but they've got Navi right behind them, and James is going to get out of there just in the nick of time.
Curious to see if James is going to be able to actually catch this Navi rotation backfilling, because I think it's just exactly out of audible range for the rest of the FaZe players. They have a perfect chance now in the woods if they want to try and set up a gate key play, but obviously they know James is in the air. It's not an optimal situation to be in. And also, they're actually coming into this first rotation somewhat early, considering that they have James high up in the air.
Yeah.
There's a lot of teams in the nearby vicinity, and I think James is going to figure it out real fast.
Yeah, a lot of times, typically, what you'll see with these E pickups on these first circles is that they will pop them to where they're getting picked up by the plane as the circle is collapsing, so that they can then make their decisions about where they want to play based on where that second circle goes. But as you mentioned, FaZe going very, very early, but this time they're going to find at least a little bit of a spot to play here in towards the center, as James will drop down, but Xiaopian going to take a few shots in the back there from Luna Galaxy.
8 minutes 40 in. We have our first
landed shot. We love it.
First damage. You know what? I like to see it, because having these slow early games, again, it was a very favorable playing path into a pretty playable circle, but it goes to show what's on the line for these guys. Don't do anything overly risky. As I say that, though, FaZe Gonna come up here, gonna show force, and gonna scare off Expendables, who, I mean, again, rotation by rotation, lose more and more real estate, but they still have all of Gatka, and they still have the... Okay, James, we see you. Still got all Gatka to play around, and still got their 2 split in the south, too.
Really good eyes there from Duckjuice to call out that approach from FaZe Clan to Delwyn, so he was able to get out of there with minimal damage done. As we are checking back in with Freaks in a 2-2 split, and they've got Virtus Pro on Everest above them, and it looks like Bean is fully aware that he's got some unfriendly neighbors close by.
Look at the amount of space that TSM has towards the northwest as well. Again, we've seen a lot of circles shift up towards this hospital area. They have got a full perimeter set up. No one able really to enter in that direction. As we now see 4 AM again. I mean, they know the south side is claimed already. There's nothing for us to try and come for when we rotate in this late. But now, 10 seconds away from what could be a crucial circle 2. The center is tangled as can be. Where will this next shift take us?
Close eye on BB team as well, see how close they get to TSM, as we are going to have the hard shift down to the south. We will set up just off to the east of Quarry. Day trade immediately in vehicles and trying to center up on that compound where Thanadol is.
And look at how T1 is playing this one. They left Ian behind, knowing let's just kind of leave players, leave checkpoints all the way on the backside of this. And now everyone is going to start funneling towards the south. Seems like FaZe has found Petrichor Chewy out there, but it's going to be Summer to find Turexy.
Summer with the first knock. Turexy very separated from the rest of his team. They haven't got the flush just yet, but Summer going to go down now as Bex has found the head peeking over the top. Chewy will get taken down by Gustav, and you see a number of fights breaking off in the kill feed as we go, but Petrichor Road down to just 2, but Ming will get dropped. Ike's left, the last player left alive.
And if there's one player you don't want to leave alive, that is him, but he's isolated from this fight, and he's going to have to count his losses here. The issue is, Petrichor committed to this fight. They were in a wide 2-2, so nice engage on the side of FaZe, but now they have been backfilled, and Expendables has taken over Petrichor's former position.
Ike's left on the solo mission from God right now as he will try to keep Petrichor Road in this game a little bit longer. Now, we did see in the kill feed, Twisted Minds and Falcons, they ran into each other as well. Right now, Perfected's got 1 kill. It looks like Falcons may be able to get 2 away from this, but they're going to lose Rello, and they're going to lose 1 more. As Flood, that is a very steep hill when you're trying to escape gunshots.
You gotta concede that compound if you're them. They lose 1, I believe, on the flank earlier, caught out of position from up on the hill, and of course Twisted Minds is gonna waste no time, making sure to not only get the flush on the initial player, but come down for the second as well. So great entry, great push in from Twisted Minds, and that forces Falcons into a shack phase 2.
A lot of Twisted Minds fans in the crowd here today that are excited to see their squad climb up the leaderboard a little bit more here after a decent day 1 for sure. But when you come in as the reigning champ from PGS's and everybody's expecting you to finish in first, expectations are very, very high. So we'll see if they deliver as Virtus Pro going to push right into Freaks, and oh my goodness, they get Human down to about 5 HP. Can he survive a little bit longer? No, Beanie continues his reign of terror from day 1.
What better than starting off the second day with first and second place, taking the fight to one another again, caught in the split. You have Human in a position from where he cannot get to his exit vehicle. He's on the wrong side of the compound from where his teammates can really help him. Nice, swift execution by VP. And keep in mind, they still have Lookarooks all the way up on Everest, playing Overlook on this push.
Good job, too, because they now know that their norths are clear, their backs are free, as BB Team and 4 AM have gone all the way down to the southwest. They're actually about to run into each other just north of Primorsk here. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but KDF, they'll find a little bit of spot to play, but it's not great. Maybe play the sniper tower, I don't know.
This is we're hoping for circles to continuously come to this area, or we are going to be in big trouble. But so will everyone else be. Again, a lot of teams are kind of locked in their positions right now. I like how T1 is currently trying to split the south side position with what they've got towards Cat Hill. Now, though, another crucial circle coming in. It's very hard to transition through the center. We've got the hills, and off the east side of that, it's open fields that you do not want to have to go through unless if you have to. Circle continuing, though, to go shoreline.
All right, Day Trade feeling good about things. They've got all 4 deep in the compound. Now, that is a compound that we see get crashed often. So we'll have to keep a very close eye on them. T1, they've got a decision to make. They've got that 2-2 split, as you mentioned. but that is a very wide 2-2 split. That's not one that you can support each other from here, so they have to decide on where they want to play here. Meanwhile, Luna Galaxy and Navi getting very close on the hills off to the east.
Yeah, tricky timing on this one too, because Luna is playing in, but Navi is also hearing the vehicles from Twisted Minds coming in from the other side. In the meantime, the 3 remaining players of Quantum Freaks have slowly made their way up the hillside, but Purdy heard these cars coming in, and they're going to be ready for a fight any moment now. As you see here, Twisted Minds continuing their rotation forward, and well, at least for now, they're able to keep all players up.
That's yet another player that we've seen get down to next to no HP and survive just by the skin of their teeth. A Shawu will get taken down by 4 AM. So 4 AM playing the south side of Quarry. They're going to come across the western edge of the 2-2 split from 17. So now Lil Ghost in a little bit of trouble here as you see Twisted after getting everybody back together. They got their heels off, but Quandong Freaks, it wasn't TSM, it was the northern 2-2 split from 17, and Suju will find Bean with a well-placed grenade.
17 were looking to try and group up on the southern side again before, but opted to keep these players up high. Knew the importance of having this high ground on lockdown, and so far it's working out for them. They have Xiaowu down, got knocked to a 4 AM player earlier, but now should be able to come around the corner here, get the flush, and it's just going to be Salute left alive in our current first place team.
17, a team in desperate need of a game to really go their way so they can start building, start climbing out of that hole that they put themselves in after one day. They've still got 3 alive, and it looks like they've managed to right the ship here for now, but you have Virtus Pro, you've got TSM, KDF still in there as well, and Petrichor Road is going to get eliminated as Ike's left. The last solo alive will get spotted by Tanvu.
It was a matter of time before he got sniffed out on that one. Tried to creep his way through the compound, and all of Expendables were there ready and waiting. Smart on them not to ignore the fact that there was a Petrichor player left alive from that earlier fight too. Like how VP is positioning here, we see him up on the hillside. They too are aware of Expendables' position, so it's a lot of gatekeeping right now on the edges of the circles. Luna on the southeast got a foot in. In the meantime, while all the action is happening on the edge, we're starting to see these center rotations come through. Twisted Minds able to lock down a lot of space towards the east side of the center, and T1 as well able to regroup down towards the shoreline.
Everybody in the lobby saw Quandong Freaks out, so the first place team is now within reach. If you can get some big points here, you can lessen that gap as Correxy is going to spot out Nixie with the headshot and the Dragunov.
Dangerous first tap, and it comes at quite a distance too, 5, maybe even 600 meters to that knock. It's going to slow down their rotation. Issue is phase 4. It's just popped, so now they might not even be able to get him back up. Circle, though, in the meantime, will swing east face. Oh, sorry, Twisted Minds pulled up a dangerous rotation earlier. Now it might just have paid off for them.
Whole lot of fields in play.
Oh, yeah.
This one, as you see a number of teams just sending it for whatever is the safe play in those fields for right now, but Flores is going to get picked out by Xiaobei. 17, still 3 alive, and they are sending it right to the center of those fields.
This is the issue. They're all finding points in the fly, but where do you stop? Where do you set up your camp? You cannot play in the open this early on with this much forest still in play. Expendables gonna try and make their way into the woods nonetheless, see if they can find somewhere to lay low for the time being. In the meantime, 17 claimed one of a few shacks that are actually inside the circle as Xiaobei connects the headshot onto Jeans.
This is what they need. They need their superstars to start producing in a big way. They did get that kill stolen away on that knock on Clories, and now Jeems FaZe has to stop down to go for that res, but they don't know that they've got Virtus Pro right in their midst.
EP knows exactly where this took place because they got to play a knock from Correxy early on. They know it's FaZe on the other side. They see that knock in the kill feed. Now they see the smokes as well, but EP is playing it smart. He's a guy that likes to go aggressive on these ones, but he's waiting for his teammates to come around and help. And look at the minimap in the bottom right corner. Luka Rooks is once again on a flank that could help out for them. Issue is Vex. It's going to open up and find the first knock.
You're going to have to wake up real early in the morning to take Vex by surprise as Suju once again another angle onto Jeems as he is just taken advantage of here. Xiaopian will finish off Abisa, so that will be Virtus Pro down to 3. Can Luka Rux get over here in time to save this? Nixie's been taken down by Gustav now as FaZe is coming alive.
That's the issue. VP realizing, wait, 4 AM is behind us too now. We've got to make an aggressive play. Now they're completely caught in between these two outside teams. 4 AM going to try and push further forward, see if they can find their way through FaZe, because they too have not got a direct path into this next circle. But VP down down to 1. Freaks already out. We're already starting to see the change-ups on the leaderboard.
Luca Ruck's going to have to take a page out of Beamy's book, as he is going to be the last player left alive for Virtus Pro in the blue, as TSM is going to crash onto the day trade split. Remember, they had this compound. Thanadol, though, will find the opening knock, but Luke 12 will trade it immediately. He's down to 37 HP as the rest of day trade are trying to collapse. Norins will find Luke behind the deployable cover, and TSM is down to 1.
Thanadol found early on. I was worried for a second there that Norins was going to try and make a solo play against the 3-man strong TSM, but he comes in, gets the knock, backs off immediately after. You'd imagine that, no, he's not going to time it right. I thought Alo had it, but it's not to be.
All right, Purdy Curdy now on the clock, as he will lay the smokes down to slow things down. FaZe Clan, meanwhile, they're going to run into 4AM, but 4AM taking them by advantage right now. 5 kills for 4AM. Xiaopian is down. Day Trade will eliminate TSM, and 4AM should be able to get back on their feet.
Nice hold by Day Trade. Not an easy compound to maintain control of, but knew where they wanted to play it from, and it works out for them. Corexi able to get out of that fight alive, but not sure how much longer he's going to stay alive for. 3 first days is what he's got to work with. And phase 5 ain't a fun place to be outside the circle.
Sure is not. Well, the one bad part about that crash onto Day Trade is they did manage to lose 1.
Yeah.
So they are going to have to play this one out without Thanadol, as you see a number of teams on the south and on the east are going to be coming to blows here shortly, trying to find a way to play in this next zone. Twisted Minds has Prio on that hillside for now, but they are scrapping with T1, and Zenith will find the opening knock onto Example.
Yeah, they're playing so wide. You can't really do a whole lot to play on top of one another in these positions. And to make matters even worse, now Luna Galaxy is starting to backfill Perfectix's position. I think no, he's no clue. He's still playing with MK in hand. He has no clue what's waiting right behind him.
No idea. In Luna Galaxy, they are being patient. They are taking their time with it. Maybe too patient, maybe too slow.
They don't see him.
As they've got Perfectix completely lined up here. You see Haven right behind him. Vinny is still on the north side of the road, since the Kraken really by himself here. Raining is going to find Lou and Example with the grenade. So Perfectix, one of the last players left up here, as Batulins is nowhere near.
And now they're starting to take casualties too. Haven is losing players. My friends, the Kraken take this shot. You need to make space. You need to do something to help out your teammate. And finally, the shot comes through. Perfectix falls.
He was waiting for him to get in the vehicle, then try to make his way over to Lou, and he took him by surprise. Batulin's now the last player left alive. He's got a shack, but it's not inside the zone.
Batulins trying to fend off solo player left alive on the side of Twisted Minds in a rotation that you'd count practically impossible at this point. T1 playing this defensive position very wisely. Only got 2 cars and a crate for cover, but making full use of it as we now see Eternal Fire try to make the mad dash towards the center.
The Mad is making the mad dash across towards the center, and they're actually going to make it past Na'Vi, which is huge because Na'Vi has to still get inside the zone. So Eternal Fire basically just skipped them right here.
Yeah.
And now if they can get themselves healed up and lay down a nice defensive smoke wall, they may be able to take the fight to Na'Vi. So Na'Vi has to be concerned about that, but they also have that snake from Luna Galaxy and Vinny in the behind him is 4AM now. Can Day Trade hold off yet another crash? And Belmoth will find the opening knock.
Looking good so far. They were still sat down in last place, needed a good start to the day, and they couldn't have it any better than what we're seeing from them right now. Flash looking forward, wants to make the play happen inside the building. Bobo's holding the off angle over the first headshot comes through. It's on towards him, but Bobo able to turn around and take down Flash.
Bobo making the hero play to keep 4AM alive, and he's going to find one through the window as well, but that is a big blue zone grenade. He heals through at HSM, and Bobo managing to keep this thing going, and Day Trade down to just Nurins.
Able to try and maybe get something over this one as Bobo falls down. Nice shots around the corner from Belmont there. HS, solo player now left alive inside the blue zone. Does he fall? Yes, he does. And Day Trade now up to kill number 10.
And while that was happening, you had Na'Vi versus Eternal Fire, and it was mutually assured destruction. Eternal Fire does go down, but now Hakatori, the last player left alive for Na'Vi, is 17, is now going to attack Day Trade's property.
From being in the shack from phase 3, 17 now able to audible out of it. They still had their cars intact, parking them on the north side of the shack, able to now make a play onto this compound, potentially a game-winning rotation.
You can see just off in the distance, BB team also 3 up. They've been kind of slow playing this, backfilling everything and just waiting for those fights to play out. T1, they've got Na'Vi pinned in between themselves and BB team. Na'Vi going to take another knock onto Diffix. It's all down to Hakatori.
Keep in mind, BB team were wrapping on the west coast just a couple of circles ago and still able to transition all the way back towards the northeastern side. Smart rotational play on the side of BB team to now creep their way in from the east. But Hagatori, does he see him? No. Oh, Dragon of it, and now he does. But it's too late. No, Spiro, double headshot needed in order to take down Hagatori there.
Oh my goodness. Hagatori, he had him. But BB team just a little bit better this time, as they will keep all three up. They've got themselves and T1 in the hills, 17 inside the compound. Day Trade, still 2 alive, but what a entrance here for Day Trade. 10 kills so far, but they're still in 16th place. That's just how bad day one was.
An issue here for them up in the top side too. Day Trade and 17 know full well they're sharing the compound with one another, but I don't think any of the two teams are aware that Corexi has actually made it inside this next circle. So he too could end up having a massive impact once this fight between 17 and Day Trade pops off.
A lot of space to play around here with only 12 alive in phase 6. Boy, when it happens, doesn't it? It comes in a torrent of bullets and bloodshed. Belmoth will heal through that blue zone grenade? Question mark? Yes, he will. Okay.
Yeah.
Still alive, still good, but yeah, as you said, 17. All eyes over on those two compounds where they know the duo from Day Trade to be.
Yeah, Smart Unseen needs to stay around the western side. Potentially players who come in from the west. I mean, with what Beamy was able to do in the circuit stages, you never think, oh, there's no one behind us, we're good now. No, you're never safe. You always assume if you have the manpower to have a player dedicated to cover your back, you always have a guy sat playing that position.
Snakes and vipers and rats abound on Erangel these days.
Speaking of,
there he is. The lad himself. He's got the ghillie to keep himself hidden inside the building.
Next circle coming up. It's going to shift into no man's land. Not a single player inside the circle outside of Raining now, just slowly walking on in. And T1 knows we have this circle on lockdown, but this game is far from won just because you got the space in your favor.
Yeah, this is going to be really, really rough actually for T1 because they've got to watch all sides. They've only got 3 alive, so they have to keep an eye on BB team. They know that BB team is over there. They know that there's some team, some amount of players are eventually going to leave this compound, most likely through a smoke wall. They have to have multiple eyes on that. But if they have too many eyes on that at one time, BB team can take them by surprise. But nice knock from Belmoth will get down Suju. They are down to 3.
I mean, Belmoth has done a phenomenal job baiting the utility from 17 all game long, all fight long, I should say.
Nice Molotov
able to, with the molly, find Suju there as well. 17 expended a lot of util, but never really fully committed to the push on it. Now you can see Corexi starting to look in this direction too. And I think if you're Belmoth, even if you realize Corexi is there, you think that's another 17 player.
Just misses the window. That would have had him. But now he's aware. Yeah, you can see Xiaobei is aware as well. The Molotov will find Belmoth. He's going to be able to heal through it. Maybe. No, he's going to go down as Corexi comes alive for phase. Xiaobei will spot him out, though. And the Snake's reign of terror has come to an end.
Corexi could have ended being a lot more impactful in this fight. Now, he does get Belmoth, and with where Neurons is positioned, there's no way you'd imagine that he gets his teammate up. Already taking a lot of damage. Nice trade back and forth there. Should allow for Xiaobei to push further forward.
BB team, meanwhile, they're just holding their spot, keeping lines of sight onto this for whenever somebody tries to escape. T1, meanwhile, have the split across the south side, so this is basically just who is going to come out of this alive. Xiaobei will find Neurons. Yes, he will. And that will be 17. No, get out of the blue. 1 HP. Can he escape?
Gotta keep moving, my man. Gotta keep moving.
No,
he goes
Xiaobei
down to the blue. Falls to it, and now it's between the teams on the southern side. BB team, if Lil Ghost finds one here, he gives this game away to T1.
Massive shots from Lil Ghost as he's doing some damage, but he's not getting the knocks. BB team just playing around that rock. And now Lil Ghost will go down to Spiro, and it's a 3v3 BB team versus T1 for the Game 1 victory.
And look at the amount of circle control T1 has now. They know as soon as 17 falls, we flex out, we take control, but they're playing scattered. Phil first, no west to work with. As his teammates now forced to play the northern side, T1 continuing to make more space for themselves.
Big util coming in from EN will fall just a little bit short, but keep an eye on Raining. He's wrapping around from the east. BB team has no idea if he can come in from the high side. What a grenade from Zenith, puts it right in his pocket, and now Raining is striking.
The flank around the side here. He has him perfectly dialed up. Headshot, body shot connected. 3v1. Now Spiro finds himself isolated, alone on a plateau, and Raining will get the double. T1 out victorious in match number 1 of the day.
It's Raining kills for T1 here in match number 1, and what a performance from them as they started off in Yasnaya, took the long road around, and they find themselves as the game 1 victors.
So incredibly smart on that south side rotation to come around, get themselves the win off of that too, but they trade as well. Dead last coming into the day, 11 kill, 4th place finish. Solid beginning, especially with the top 2 teams falling early.
Absolutely, and now the question is, can Freaks right the ship, or will everyone else be able to catch up, as T1 has proven that they have what it takes to get the win here on day number 2 of these PGC Grand Finals.
You might be warm coming into the first match, but then you fall 1, then you fall the second, and all of a sudden you're out. But now let's hop back to the desk and let them break down this amazing T1 win. Well, T1 outlasts in the Longwoods here against the Compound, against the BB team coming in from the sky in terms of a doozy. But beyond that, T1 with yet another great performance in the Grand Finals. Joining me, Toffees and Avenger, to talk about this one. Toffees, T1 really were very patient about how they were playing this out in the woods.
Watching T1 play, I don't know what came to this team in the last couple of months. I assume it's Sonic, I assume it's Tyvis. The fact that they played that patiently, they knew when to get aggressive. You asked at the start of the show, who can stop Korea? The answer is apparently Korea, right? T1 looks super good and has just been honestly in an upward trajectory this entire event.
T1 went back yesterday and said, guys, we have the most kills tied with Freaks, but we have no placement points. We gotta improve that. They had 8 placement points yesterday. They go out and they win their first one here. Get 10 on the board for them. That's huge. So we know they're in there fragging. We know they're getting the points.
Yeah.
And now they're already improving on what was the kind of downfall of not being higher than they were yesterday.
That's true. I mean, it was a point so nice we made it twice. The fact that they needed to find a way to get placement points, and look, they actually do it, but they're doing it in a way that I think they've always been good in terms of individual skill. They're great at these gunfights, and the fact that their macro has gotten so strong, and if you're new to the game, that's just sort of the overarching approach to the way the game is played, knowing when to move as a team, knowing when to shift your position. It's just incredibly clean, it's incredibly smart, and I love that they know when to get aggressive and when not to. And aside from T1, the region, Korea looks, the teams they're sending are looking incredible, whereas like, I feel like last year you were like, oh, when are we going to see a true power outside of Ottawa?
Solent even here, you don't have Onyx, you don't have all these crazy...
Yes.
And yet they're still looking so strong. I think for a T1 having just a great grasp of where all the remaining teams were going to be, right? We obviously that was going to be a hot spot over by the Compound. Right. And they knew kind of where BB team and eventually going to be coming in from.
Let's go one step further here and like really talk about the game. That Southern back-to-back shift. They have that Compound. They have that big white Compound.
Yes.
And the Daytray had the Compound below the Cat Hill, right? There is like no way that unless it shifts twice onto Daytray that they're not going to come out and completely dominate. When you come out from that Compound, you have all the Southern control. You saw how they're pushing Twisted Minds away, and they have to convert those games into wins.
Yeah.
And they did, so I'm happy for that, but still, their terrain and how the circle went in for them, it is their game to win for them. The other teams, it's about maximizing and what you can. Of course, in the very late game there, BB team, they had a potential. If they were 4 guys strong, if Aduzi didn't have died already, they would have covered that angle. Maybe they could have taken down Raining and it would have been a different story, but still, it came down to a kind of fair fight. But the opening and the way they controlled it in the end for T1, they just closed it out completely perfectly here in terms of how many they were alive.
That said, a strong salvage game for a lot of those other teams, right? Especially near the compound. Obviously, Day Trade had that compound for a long time, so we expected them to get far. But 17 was able to start corralling and getting in there. Obviously, Corexi did pretty well for himself as well. And, you know, BB team, I thought that they were going to be having a much rougher time in this game, considering the very late emergency pickup for just a doozy trying to get information. He then gets knocked and everyone starts scrambling around, but they can't save him.
It seemed like I think they benefited a little bit from whatever was going on with this. Like Luna kept setting up camps along that outside edge. They caught up Na'Vi and a few other teams and slowed a lot of people down. I think BB really capitalized on that with their transition. I also think Day Trade was in such a good spot. TSM had that crash, right? Because TSM got shifted away from it. They knew that that was a win scenario to take that building. And while they lost it, it cost them, I think, Thanadol as well as a lot of utility to sort of keep up. And at that point, you immediately saw 17 be like, okay, here's our chance to get in there and start taking real estate. So I feel a little bit bad for Day Trade because that was a situation where a team that needed to get some points was in a really good spot to do it. And they got points, but not as much as they would have liked to when they saw that.
But there's win condition for many teams, right? Like the only time for them to have a chance of winning it is to try to take the compound and stay alive and get as many kills and clean up and then play from out of there, right? No teams were able to do that, so the other teams obviously on the southern side capitalized. With T1 taking the control on the south side, they pushed away Twisted Minds, they took down so many teams here. Not that many kills, but still huge impact for the total points they're able to garner from this one.
Well, yesterday everyone was talking about Type and End, but it will be Raining taking the man of the match for this game as well. So good job by him. It's not the biggest chicken dinner, let's be real, but it is a win nonetheless, and especially considering they're right at the forefront of the pack alongside Kwangdong Freaks right now. Kwangdong Freaks went out pretty early, which now allows those teams to have that bit of a catch-up to start day two.
And I think that's the big takeaway here. Not only did T1 get the win, Kwangdong Freaks went out so fast that now it's going to be really neck and neck as we move into that first, not neck and neck, but it's a lot closer going into that race at the end of the day. And I think a lot of teams are going to keep moving forward in that position. To me, I was a little bummed out that I didn't see Virtus Pro put up big numbers, so I would have liked to have seen them sort of push up on that fight as well and capitalize on the Freaks going down. But I think when we get to the overall leaderboard here, a lot of these teams that picked up that 16 through 10 were teams that were in the middle pack.
Let's take a look at the overalls. 71 points for Kwangdong Freaks. That's what they came in on. No points for them there. And T1 joins them toward the top with the 63 points. Virtus Pro, 61, still hanging in alongside the Martin.
Yeah, 30 points ahead of Twisted Minds right now. Again, we're talking about when we started the show here today. They are building upon the foundation of it. If something needs to be done in the first 3 or 4 games, like someone needs to either stop them or catch up. And right now, T1, they're within striking distance. 8 points is nothing. Like one bad game from Freaks here, with everyone else capitalizing, we're gonna see that top pack kind of establishing itself. But on the other hand, huge game for Day Trade.
Very important.
I'm happy for them to be able to get as much out of it as they did. But then again, they probably felt this was their game to win if they could lock down that compound. But it is so breachable, that compound. It's so easy to come into. It's so easy to hold from that eastern side. So unless it ends like on the hill or close to it, it's going to be extremely hard for them to convert that into a win.
Absolutely, but they got the points they need. I think it was nice to see Na'Vi get a couple of points out of this one. I know that they ultimately lost the fight on the south side, but at the end of the day, like that's going to give them a confidence boost going forward. So some of our teams that we expected to really kind of step up here at this event are starting to warm up. Now, there are teams that are still worrying me. I see the Falcons have another bad game down there at the bottom of the board. That's going to be a big stressor for them, and I think that will continue. I think Eternal Fire also playing just a little bit too slow for me.
Yeah, I mean, for Eternal Fire, like, we know what they're capable of and kind of have their style, but here it feels like it's very congested towards that middle right. Already now we're seeing these teams, okay, we need to take these priority positions. If we are somewhat towards the early stages of the circles, we are taking these 2-2 splits in the first 2 circles, and then we're getting together in a bigger compound, and there are not that many places available. It's more scrappy spots that's being played, or, you know, car forts that's really being established here in these situations here. But I gotta really say this again. Day Trade, 22 points. 4th place Face Clan, 42. It's a 20-point difference from 16th till 4th. Our mid-pack is essentially 13 teams in the bottom 13. And then we have our 3 teams in the top that's kind of established themselves, right? But yeah, it's really close still for our mid-pack. And again, the next 2 or 3 games are going to be defining so much in the leaderboard.
I think that's what you call moving day, right? This is your chance to make that position, to say that tomorrow I'm in the hunt to be a top 5 to get the big paychecks, and you have to do that in game 1. KDF has opened the door for everyone by being just too weak in that first game, and that's all we said is what happens? How do you slow KDF down? They slowed themselves down, and that's opened up the door. If they can capitalize on that momentum, some of our mid-pack teams can have big put-ups here. I'm excited to see. I do think we need to see more aggression out of those bottoms teams, right?
Yeah.
You mentioned Eternal Fire. It's one of those things where, like, these guys walk around this building with confidence. They look like they're ready to go at any given time. Then I see them in game and they're not going after those fights. So I'm like, if you're gonna walk around like a Chad in real life, I wanna see you Chad out in the game and pick a couple of fights. So I would love to see some of these teams get a little more aggressive. I love that crash from TSM, the willingness to go in and say, that's a win condition building. I'm gonna risk everything to take it. I want that mentality from more of my edge fighting teams.
I really love that one. And honestly, for me, it's not the Hail Marys that is getting the most of the points. It's we could still win the game if we do this. It might not get us as many points if we try to just grab in, but that is what makes you a champion, potentially, right?
Yeah.
You make those plays because it'll still get you more points, it'll get you more placements, and potentially for some situations, especially for 17, they actually got way more points than they would have if they fought a BP team early on. Like, they would have probably died to them. They were trying to get off from that field onto that hill. It would have been so hard to do. Or a blind send into the south where T1, they have a really wide split. They would have been locked down. So I feel like that is the right play for potentially still winning the game.
Maybe that compound to a degree was a little, well, with the circle shifting, hindsight is 2020, of course, but maybe it ended up being a little bit of a bait compound because technically Long Woods can actually co-inhabit quite a lot of teams.
Yeah.
I wasn't quite keeping an eye on how T1 was sweeping some of those areas, so maybe they were just cordoning off a lot of it, but for the most part, the space control was strong.
I mean, you got to talk about that. So, like, BB team, I think, could have won that one if T1 hadn't hit that perfect grenade, right? They found the camper laying on the ground, and I do think that was a bit of a bait coming out of there. The fact was, T1 just laid out the perfect cover. They knew that, hey, if I can spread these 4 spots with grenades, then we can push up over this hill. So I think, again, that comes down to, this is also the map that every player knows so intimately that every fold has been memorized. And watching T1 sort of execute that experience was exciting.
But it would have been interesting, I think, to watch that late game scenario if BB team had more information. Because it was very clear that they'd lost track of people like raining on that flank.
100%, yeah. And it's also about the space control, the terrain control. Right? They were cornered already. Once we got into that kind of later stages of the game where T1 and BB, they realized, we're going to wait until everyone in the compound is dead, then we're going to have a fair fight with the remaining team, right? And they knew there's T1 if they kill feed correctly. But T1 had 80% of that southern side. BB was caught into 5 or 6 trees and maybe 1 rock, right? And already at that point, if they don't take space, they're going to lose that. I'm assuming BB is looking to get, that opening knock on that player that they know where it is, play off the information that they have available to them. But terrain is just so crucial to make a play like this, and T1 took so much of it, and Raining had that opening angle that is able to open everything up, even after getting the knock. That's just shutting the door on BB.
And I think that's what it came down to. BB entered that fight in a defensive position. As you said, no information. You don't lay down in that spot unless you're waiting to get a head peek so that you can call out push for the rest of your team. So it was defensive versus a very proactive T1 team.
Yeah, for me, again, this is what we're talking about at the start of the day. Had they been one more guy alive, had Hadusa been alive, they would have played that vastly different, and that would have been their game. That is guaranteed.
I love all the cheerfuls. I love the people in the crowd with all of the signs as well. Thank you very much. I want to see more cheerfuls. Yes. I want to see a cheerful for the casters. I want to see a cheerful for everybody. We have got our second game of Erangel on the way, and we are going to be heading over in just a few moments. The last grassy pastures for the day. Can the teams continue to catch up? So far, so good. South Korea is absolutely blazing out of control up at the very top, number 1 and 2, as we head over to the grassy pastures once again for PGC 2024. Let's do it. Let's head over to Toby and Porosaurus.
Thank you very much, and we are heading into the final game on Erangel before we get to the final. The next time we're here, Toby, we're gonna know who the champion is.
Oh yeah.
Or we're gonna be one game away from knowing who the champion is. But so it is time to show out for a lot of these teams if they are going to have a chance at catching up with the top of the leaderboard.
From a nice plane path in the previous one to southwestern scoop this time around. If you're a hard commit, yes, Nihilooting team, you might have yourself a bit of a journey and get in there. We're seeing T1 already, of course, out of the plane, looking to go north side of Rostock and rotate their way over towards Yasnaya, and seems like they will be safe in taking the vehicles on the northern side of the river, get their rotation game going, and then make their way further east, but look down towards the south. BB team Na'Vi currently flying side by side.
Yeah, a lot of teams very close to each other here. As
what is Luna doing?
Yeah, Luna. That's I had a big question mark on my face for that one. For Kraken, all alone on the north side. Maybe didn't get the memo from the rest of the boys, but they are running into some trouble here at with TSM at Crossroads. Just off to the east of the South George spot here.
I'm not sure exactly what went down here, but as you're saying, I mean, tricky situation to be in. Now, good thing for them is that the circle did them a little bit of favor, I suppose, in the sense that they're now safe. I mean, look at Falcons as well.
Yeah,
they're fully entangled.
Right.
Well, get out of there as fast as you can, my man. You do not want to be in any sort of early game commotion, because I feel like that's the issue Falcons have had. Their good games have been when they've been able to bring all four into the mid, through the mid-game chaos into the late game. They've had some good finishes in the circuit stages, but we want to see more of it here in the finals as well.
Well, I mean, it's not even just a Falcons problem, but getting all four to the final stages of the game has been a struggle for a lot of the teams in this lobby. And Virtus Pro getting real close to raining. Oh no, he's got another one right up above him. Yep, that Luka Ruck's in the glider. He's already in the glider, and raining after having securing that game 1 victory for T1. Almost finds Luka Ruggs as he's down to 6 HP.
Now keep in mind, VP, I mean, I like the fact that they're trying this, but this is incredibly dangerous.
This is nerve-wracking watching this guy with 6 HP just yeeting across these.
You can hear the fans. Don't want to have anything bad happen here. Now they should be fine. They're going to be good, unless if he crashes down the stairs.
All right. Okay.
All right. I like the proactiveness of VP here. They see the circle go. They've seen the plane path coming in. They know there could be space for them to take on the south side. And if they went back right now, they'd realize that, wait, T1 ain't even here. But on the back side of that, really smart play by Rainin to try and take some shots. But now, let's listen in to Ixlift and hear what he has to say coming into day 2.
没什么角色，就4v4，大家决赛圈拉好位置就看发挥吧。当时我队友崔龙赫在报他就是在说我服人，所以说我就是撇了一颗雷，然后我还打算继续撇的时候，发现有个人往左边拉了，然后就拿枪把他掰了，正好右边的也炸掉了。老实说，就是在场上我还没有就是特别看，就是哪个队是对手或者他怎么在拿分，我们只更关注的是自己吧。
Ixlev putting up some highlight reel-worthy moments yesterday, as we all expected, as we see. I'm just going to assume those are memes from Ixlev's stream. Yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Gotta love the fans bringing out the memorable screenshots and photos for the players to see.
Like all the Ixlev viewers just went bananas when they saw that, honestly. And I'm just sitting here like, I have no idea what that is.
Yep. Luna Galaxy, in the meantime, off the western side of Saki. I mean, of course, they came out of the plane early. Good thing for them is that they took no casualties in doing so. Now with an E-pickup set up, they're going to shoot each other in the toes.
Sure, why not?
For reasons. As they line themselves up with the E-pickup. Curious to see where they're planning on going, though. Do they have the loot they feel like they need? Because you can see it here. It's DMRs. Oh, sorry, DMRs. It's SMGs. A Scar. Barely any util to work with. Do they fly center, hoping something's available? Because we can tell them right now that Quantum Freaks, our current first place team, has just gone up there.
Yeah, it sure doesn't feel great, does it? But, I mean, the one thing they got going for them is they are cutting directly across the middle. I mean, if they did want to go to Stalber, I mean, that's an option that's on the table, but we'll see where they go. Is Na'Vi, they're going to hug the beach and hopefully avoid the watchful eyes.
He just vanished from the screen.
There he is.
Oh, he's all right. He's all right.
It's okay, guys. He's safe. He's safe.
Tried to go for a flip. It wasn't as cool as it looked on camera, and yeah, we've all been there. It's all right. It's all right. They'll make their rotation further east. And you know what? I actually kind of like this from Na'Vi, because again, look at the plane path, see how many teams are coming in on that western side and how many teams are already there. Na'Vi will gladly tank blue to come in north of Stalber on this rotation. I'm guaranteeing you that they're definitely going to go Yasnaya, but they might go even further north to try and play in from a safe spot inside this next circle.
Yeah, would not be at all surprised to see them pass through Kameshki and come in from even farther north. As you mentioned, I mean, we saw them do it last game. They were perfectly content eating a little bit of blue zone damage early on and just coming in very, very late, trying to play that edge. And it's worked out pretty well for him so far. As we see T1 getting very close to Eternal Fire. Zenith, I don't know if you want to stop on the bridge.
Is he baiting? The man was slowly playing that one in, and they know that they have no clue that Marco is here. Ian is pulling up on this. They don't see the vehicle on the backside. Now they do. I think they're thinking this is a 2v1.
We'll see if they can figure it out quickly. Oh, what a spray from Code Marco. Gets the knock onto Zenith. Does he have any util to follow it up with to get that flush, though? Ian going to have to be on the move.
Rest of the team ain't there to help you. Rainen is coming in on the south side. You have Type still far up towards the north, but now Ruin is going to hear that vehicle and is going to realize soon that that is, in fact, a T1 player as well.
Kwepa, don't get...
So T1, tricky position here for them to try and fight from.
Yeah, Kwepa trying to be a little cheeky, coming with the seat swap spray down from up top, but now he's all by himself. Raining's going to spot him. That is indeed a scar in his, an invisible scar in his hands. He is definitely spraying at him with something, but the rest of T1, oh, now Type has arrived as well from the north. Has a different angle here.
And that's the issue, right? They're coming in on that northern side. Had to try and see if they can maneuver their way back towards the south. I think Ruin initially wanted an off angle, then he gets... The off-angler gets off-angled by Type on the north. In the meantime now, with 2 in cars, Eternal Fire say, great, that's our time to push out. They're leaving. They're trying to reposition. We have the manpower in the compound, and they find one more on T1.
Gutsy play there from Code Marco to leave the compound and make that peek on the wall. T1 now down to 2. It's just going to be Type and Raining from here on out. And they are in the middle of a 4-way VP split, so we'll see if they can avoid that as we check in with Day Trade coming into North George.
They're chilling. Plenty of space on this north side rotation. Again, I mean, coming in on the south side, they know they're going to be late to the party regardless, so why not play it a bit slower? Now, interesting to see, if you look at the map, that we have such a big margin of teams that has actually opted to go up towards the north. Now, of course, there is a bit more space up there, so statistically, you would imagine that that's where it's headed. But now, let's take a look here at Virtus Pro again. I mean, you said it before, T1, they snuck their way straight into the middle of their position. I think VP is very well aware that it's T1 who is inside this building.
Yeah, they just instantly sending Ibby over with the util. Will do some damage. Raining, Type at both very, very low. I believe that's Nixie that's shooting them from the backside here. But Ibby is the point man. They're not providing him any real other support. Okay, Luca Rex now will join him as this is taking a little bit longer maybe than VP would have liked.
Type trying to track that one, but hard to maintain control of the spray through the end of it. As Nixie, now shots coming from up high once more. EP, Luca Rex here, ready for a 1v1. Beamy is playing the crossroads to the north, trying to hold a good off angle. That's a nice nade though from Luca Rex as Rainen falls down first, gets flushed as well. It's just Type left alive.
But Type by himself is a terrifying prospect here as he will almost get him, but Ibby will turn on him instantly, and T1 will go down in 16th.
From hero to 0, VP taking out T1, surpassing them now up on that leaderboard, sat in a 63-point tie. What a start to this one. Game 1, it's Freaks, it's VP struggling early on with T1 coming out victorious. And this time around, it's T1's turn to fall early.
Butterfly effect for that one for Virtus Pro, though. Remember, they were in that big, wide 4-way split. They had Prio on pretty much every priority compound over here in the Northeast. So now, instead, they're going to have to group up on this intersection. We'll see if they get a little bit of luck as far as the circles go. 4 a.m. Meanwhile, they're in rotation, running into Twisted Minds and Petrichor Road if they're not careful.
Yeah, got to play it smart. I mean, they know they're coming in on a heavier side of the circle, especially with how late they're making this play on in. But a big factor coming into play with this next circle shift. Do we go north of the river? Do we go south of the river? Because again, as I said before, a lot of teams have placed their bet on the northern shift. Let's see if they're going to be rewarded with it.
All right, the coin has been tossed. Which side will it fall on? It's going north. And we have a number of teams that are going to have to decide how they want to make their way across the river. Falcons, you can see there, they were very split around Severny. They're going to group up. Virtus Pro, that T1 crash may have helped them as they are now in perfect position to take advantage of a rotating phase.
What a great play from Beamy there, helping out his teammate and getting to safety and finds one more. He is locked in. Gustav now alone as Nixie finds Correxy. Just one player left alive and they know exactly where they have him.
Like a knife through butter. Virtus Pro dismantling FaZe Clan as they now have their priority on the center of the circle. Will anybody else try to take their crash to this team that is on fire right now?
And not only that, but they not only do they fend off and take out T1, but they hold off against FaZe without taking any casualties. Virtus Pro is a phenomenal team, but they too have been falling victim to taking early game casualties. This time around, not the case. Phenomenal hold against that push. I mean, for BME to hit that headshot, covering for Lookerooks, who's pulling back on the compound on a bike, saying, guys, I got nothing, you gotta help me. Hits the double headshot, takes out Vex. Phenomenal hold.
Absolutely huge. And so far, the story of BME has been a big story so far in this grand finals tournament. Actually, the whole tournament, really. BME has just been showing out for Virtus Pro, as Salute will find Xiaobei, and that is not likely to get revived here, as they will try to send the smokes over and hope for the best, but KDF not wasting any time. They would love to be able to flush this man out.
That vehicle is going to explode real soon. Should get it now. We'll see if it falls downhill and gets the knock with it. If not, then for 4AM, sorry, for 17 Gaming, they have expended a lot of utility.
That's a lot
trying
of
to get
smoke.
Xiaobei back in this game, and seems like they will succeed in doing so.
Going to go for it. Yep, they should be able to as well. And so Operation Saving Private Xiaobei will be successful, it seems.
Yeah.
Rarely.
Don't jinx it.
Still
Don't
bleeding
jinx
out.
it.
But okay, yeah. Nobody even taking shots over towards their little compound, so they should get him back on it.
Yeah, able to get him back on the feet. In the meantime, towards the east side, as we said before, Na'Vi most likely looking to do that north side rotation. They've done exactly that, sitting on the eastern side of Severny now. Luna Galaxy lost one earlier against FaZe that was down towards the southeast. They have managed to somewhat regroup, but now BB team as well are coming in on the hard eastern side. BB came off of military, so they've had the longest journey to make, and they too decide to go east, which makes perfect sense because the plane was on the west.
Yeah, BB coming in with very little to no information about what they're coming into, but they will spot out Luna Galaxy, although they do have a member inside of compound, inside the zone. They've got to get everybody back, but 4 AM, long, you can see them spotting out Twisted Minds running around on the hills. Twisted Minds has popped an E pickup.
Exactly.
But I don't know. There's no way they take that, right? Yeah, nobody's even near
Depends
it
on the
right
shift.
now.
I mean, the timing is perfect for it. They're going to be able to jump on it right after this next circle. Pup, you'd imagine. Godby is going to see them. He's on an island of his own, though. Teammates are not there yet. You can see Bobo, Xiaopian on the southeast side, trying to figure out should we go up the hillside too or not. But importantly for Godby, spots that they leave. Crucial info for 4AM to wrap further inside the circle as Kraken spots Spyro and takes him down with yet another Scar. We see a lot of Scars in play right now.
Sure do. There's been a Scar-heavy day so far, but Kraken will get that first knock, and that's I mean, that's actually huge for Luna Galaxy. They need every point they can get. It has been kind of a salvage game at this point for them, especially now that new zone has popped, and it's going to go back off to the west. Twisted Minds on the move. Remember, they popped that E pickup, didn't take it. They're going to send it right to Falcons in shelter. Falcons is ready, but Toolins is going to go down to Roth.
And they knew exactly what was waiting. They even had a gas can positioned outside to try to fend off any potential pushes coming in. As Flood just jumps through the fire into the shelter proper. Will be able to get there safely, but Relo has been left on the northern side of the rope, which might actually come out to benefit them, as he will have a good off angle on anyone trying to take the fight inside the shelter itself.
He will, and he'll also be able to provide information over to these guys if just in case the push does end up coming through. But, right now, it looks like Twisted will hold for the time being. Meanwhile, BB team will find the rest of Luna Galaxy. They're going to get the initial opening knock and flush onto Posa. And now they've got to find the last one here. I think Vinny, as Zakraken is still making his way out of the blue.
You take one, we take one in return. Issue for Luna is that they had already lost one coming into that fight. So Vinny right now very, very much alone. As utility being expended on the side of Falcons. Over the top, able to get the knock on example. Perfectix down to low HP as well, but I'm not assuming that we'll see a full push off it. Having said that, though, they do have Relo in that position to cover the side, so they may just try and make a play off of this. As one more nade comes up, but Lou survives.
Oh my goodness, they would. I mean, they want to get a second knock here before they push, but I don't know if you're going to get it. Now they're going to use the smokes, but they're getting shot in the back from Na'Vi. That might put a pause on things. Yeah, immediately you see they send it back into the shelter.
Amazing timing on that one too. Them being able to instantly go, nope, like big red button, get out of here. We like the idea. We went for the play, but now we realize full well there's a team sat on that south side of Severny with perfect angles to third party. So nice reaction by Falcons to not overcommit to that play.
All right, Petrichor Road, they're on rotation. They're going to be running right into the middle of 4 a.m. as 4 a.m. has a big wide split here on the southeastern side. Shots coming through from Eternal Fire as well. You can see Summer leaning out of the vehicle, trying to take shots back, trying to keep them safe. Godby will get a little bit close, spray down, but they are going to be right out of his line of sight.
They're funneling them straight into Kwangdong Freaks. You see
sure
them up
are.
here over the hilltop. Summer, it's down to half HP already. Salute.
Back in, man.
Only with a 3 for cover. That buggy's going to give away his position, but it doesn't matter. He will find the double, but he's still alone, and Chewy is able to respond.
Oh, Chewy. That was such a big shot there as Salute had him dead to rights. And now Petrichor Road down to just Ming. The rest of Kwangdong Freaks are flooding over the top of the hill. They got to find him. Okay, they got it picked out. They know exactly where Ming is. Oh, 4AM stealing their kills away, though.
Yeah, points coming from down below. That nade could be close, but no, blocked off by the vehicle. Just one player alive right now from Petrichor Road. It's Ming trying to make the impossible happen by dodging and weaving the utility. Coming in, and Human saw him as well.
He saw him just go over the side of the hill, but they're also getting shot at from 4 a.m. Here's the flashbang will land on Ming. Ming going to stop down long enough to heal up just a little bit. As now 4 okay, they decided now the circle has popped. It's going west. They want to third party this fight as quickly as possible.
They've seen casualties on both sides. This would be a smart fight to engage upon. You see folks on the southern side, wait this one out, and Freaks, again, I mean, it's a big loss on their side, losing Salute this early on, but you still have a compound. They ain't inside circle, but you have a place to fall back to for now. Let the fight re-escalate. Maybe Ming gets a knock in your favor against 4AM, and you can re-engage, because you know full well there's still teams west of you that are waiting for a third-party opportunity as well.
Eternal Fire trying to send it to the fence, but the fence is already occupied. 17 game, we're going to send some grenades on over, but it's not even them that's doing the damage. Perfectix will find one, as we see the kill feed just lighting up as teams are running into each other here on the north side.
I mean, Eternal Fire just jumped straight into the toaster. They didn't know what was waiting for them, but 2 4-man squads on either side. Util coming in, good on them to not take any immediate casualties. Might be able to get Marco here as well, but let's see how much 17 is going to commit to it as Na'Vi opted to wrap north out of Severny, but Day Trade had their numbers ready.
Slow start continuing here for Na'Vi is 2 games in, and they are still in 13th place. Is a nice spray from Suju. Will find Roran, but now they are getting third-partied by the Expendables. They're getting shot at from TSM as well, as this shooting range is living up to its name.
17 trying to make a play happen, but cannot fall back fast enough. Now they're going to lose 2 because of it. I thought once the first shots came in, them realizing they're exposed from behind, that's when you call the quits, that's when you get out of there. But they were too slow to make the play happen. And now, well, that's them taking 2 casualties because of it.
And while that was happening, 4 a.m. did eventually push into KDF. It's all down to heaven. It's all down to 4 a.m. Kwangdong Freaks again going out early.
2-point game for the Korean team. Not what they would have hoped for, and especially not with VP. 7 kills already. Looking to get more on this hill.
BB team going to get eliminated after finishing that first game very, very well here. Virtus Pro wrapping around on the backside of 4 a.m. They've got Shapian looking over in that direction. Does he spot them? They see the smoke clouds. I don't know if they see any individuals just yet. They're already just going to pre-nade the smokes and hope for the best.
I don't know if I like this utility usage early on. They had the element of surprise. They had a chance to creep further forward, but now the util used. 4 a.m. is aware that there's another team coming in from the eastern side. VP tried to see if they can get anything with the nades. Now they're going to have to fall back. We still have Lunar Galaxy. It's a solo, albeit, trying to make his way in, but Beamy says, nope, the blue thing, that's my thing. Craig, you're out.
Beamy, again, look at this, Beamy. Goodness. Already another 5 kills for him. As you can see, again, the Expendables, look how much space they have. And now they're in a perfect position to third party this 4 a.m. VP fight.
Whoever comes out victorious in this 3-way fight will have an amazing position to play from up high on this hill. And so far, it's looking to go Virtus Pro's wave. Nixie able to find the double with Expendables creeping in from behind. You'd have to imagine that 4AM is about to fall, and indeed they are.
Oh, but immediately Tanvu will spot out Beamy as he is going to get taken down and flushed out. Tanvu is eating up a lot of these kills. The Expendables coming over at the perfect time to third party this fight. They've got 6 kills for themselves already, and they've got VP up against the wall.
Yep, VP, not a whole lot of space to maneuver. They know that there's a lot of people that will have eyes on them from that downhill towards the north if they opt to try and disengage here. I feel like this is, I mean, VP are running back right now, but it might just be to get cast. It might just be to try and re-engage in this fight as the circle has shifted up towards shooting range proper.
I mean, if the Expendables can finish off Virtus Pro here, they have everything.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, everything to the south and the west belongs to the Expendables if they can finish this fight, or if they can at least force Virtus Pro into going down into shooting range, that chaotic place of death and misery.
It's awkward side-by-side maneuvering here for VP and Expendables. In the meantime, we hop down to Rello. We saw him before, how he was isolated from the boys inside the shelter. Now he finds himself surrounded by day trade players. But back towards VP and Expendables. As you can see here, they've both kind of made their way inside the circle, but they cannot be sat shoulder to shoulder for much longer.
Oh, Rello, he had to open up on him, but he couldn't get the knock. And now he is on an island. He's going to have some support from the boys, but you see how far away they are. Yeah. Looks like Day Trade actually is just going to go ahead and disengage completely. They had Thanadol in the shelter just on the north side of shooting range, so they're going to go ahead and take that.
Might as well sit down here. As long as there's no one fighting or shooting towards you on the hill up high, you have a really good vantage point here from where you can make sure no one's backfilling you, but also get control over shooting range proper. So smart timing here on the Day Trade rotation.
Virtus Pro doing a very good job of disengaging from the Expendables, but also not allowing them to force them to go down into someplace they didn't want to play. They're still just playing around on these edges, using these vehicles, repositioning slowly, but not overcommitting to any one particular thing. Delwyn has a little bit of an angle there, but it's so long range that it's a really, you know, it's negligible.
Definitely is. Everyone right now on the side of Expendables and VP hoping to see this next circle go south. EP is currently in the blue, trying to maneuver his way further forward, and you can see why, because as soon as they peek over that ridge line there, they're visible not only to Falcons, but effectively to the every single team remaining in this game. And I think EP is on a very long flank mission here. BB is out, so he's going to do the burden of walking around in the blue.
They know exactly where Tanbu is, and he's been there for quite some time, just holding the same angle. So if Ibby can get over there and find him and kick him by surprise, this could be huge. But you see how much time he has to shoot. He's got to immediately start healing once again. And he's got Tanvu close enough for the grenade, but that's about it. The spray comes through. It's not going to land. There it is. He will get him in the end. But Flood is going to find Nixie, and now Duck Juice will be able to finish off Ibiza.
And that's the issue. The timing couldn't be any worse. This was the knock that was supposed to open the full committed push, but right as he throws the nade forward, Falcons finds one of the players from behind. And now, I mean, Cloris might just go for the rest here, try and get back and help out his teammate on the other side.
Somehow Delwyn died to falling. I'm not sure how that happened, but yeah, Luka Rux, they're just going to try to send it as quickly as they can. Nice spray from him as he will find Glories, and now it's all down to Duck Juice from range. He'll find one, and Virtus Pro will get eliminated.
Unfortunate timing on the engage early on. It's going to have them down and out, but again, 10 kills back up in second. Phenomenal second match here for VP Expendables. I mean, Duck Juice might just be able to get Glories back up because, again, they have this entire hillside to themselves.
They sure do, but they are down to 2 players, and they have a lot of work cut out for them here as the circle is all the way off to the north. And you've got, let's see, I mean, do we even have any 4-man squads left? Falcons and Day Trade. Okay, Falcons and Day Trade still in it.
Saw the reaction there from Twisted Minds as well, falling out as they try to make their way on in. Frustrations on their face. Twisted has such a good track record in games in this area of the map, but it's not to be this time around as Falcons now, too, finally make their way inside of shooting range.
Dancing shoes, Rello. Stop down a hill, but at least the rest of his team has arrived to provide him a little bit of support. Snaker's just going to send the flashbangs over, try to slow things down just a little bit as we keep alive in that smoke cloud. Ming still alive for Petrichor Road, though. He could be a big factor here at the end. What's he going to get? Oh, why not give him the bullet hose?
Level 3 gear, you say. MG3, you say. I'll take that in a 1v4 as Falcons continue to clear out their entry on this circle. Nice approach on that one. Now Expendables as well. Hear the fighting happening inside the shooting range. Figure that's a good time for them to make their way on in, but not without taking casualties as Glories fall, Duck Juice falls immediately after. That's them out, and now Ming opening up, revealing to Falcons that they left the snake behind.
Oh boy, he got the knock and the flush onto Rello almost instantly, and now Ming, you can see, even though he's a solo, still very active here for Petrichor Road. Day Trade They committed to come over here just to finish off the Expendables, but now they know that they have this entire fence line that they can work with, and they've got some utility that they can send over towards TSM's way.
No reason for Day Trade right now to over-aggress. There's a good chance this circle favors them as opposed to everyone else. Unless if it hard shifts east, Day Trade can sit outside the fence line and wait this one out. And as a matter of fact, this couldn't be any better for Day Trade. Right now, as it stands, this is practically top 2 guaranteed.
Yeah, so much room for your Day Trade to work with. And again, I mean, we saw them have a lot of luck a little bit in the first game to get a really good compound. They got a lot of kills to start climbing up out of the basement. They now have 33 points overall, and you got to imagine that they're in the driver's seat here to take the win here in game number 2. But they've got to play it carefully. You can't take any free knocks and flushes.
Nope. Definitely can't. Love the fact that they're leaving Thanadol towards the north as well to make sure no one escapes out of the north side, because looking at where Ming is right now, he could definitely be a player to try and make that solo north side wraparound. In the meantime, 17 have to try and wait this one out. They're outside the circle, and so are the remaining 3 from Falcons. I feel like Falcons are going to be the team to try and make that first move, but it all comes down to how much util they have left to work with.
They know about Ming. Like Ming took out Rello, so they know that they've got that snake that's hiding up on their north side, but Ming is looking over in the distance. We'll spot out. This is mostly just information gathering for him, trying to figure out what his path is going to be. As Falcons, let's see where they lay their smokes, if that gives any indication about where they plan to go next.
I think everyone's taking for granted right now that there's still a player inside the house towards the northern side. That's what Falcons are smoking off. That's the angle they don't want to be seen from. Little do they know there ain't really anyone there. In the meantime, Ming has been able to wrap his way down below. If they stop on this wall, that could be golden. Sparking it's going to be the first one to fall to Flash, but you have to imagine that Falcons are going to fall really soon as Ming peeks out, but he's looking the other way.
Yeah, I mean, Sparking goes down, but that's almost no harm, no foul. Ming will find Roth now. Ming, the thorn in the side of Falcons. As Ming, he's finally going to get finished off by Thanadol, as Thanadol will find the angle there. But Falcons should be able to get Roth back on his feet, get back up to 3 strong. Day Trade, they still have this wall to play with. They've got all day. They don't have to try to aggress on this until they're absolutely ready.
What better place to test your close quarter capabilities than an actual close quarter training facility? TSM are going to be the defenders, Falcons the aggressors. As you'd have to imagine Falcons having to make a way through here. They know now that Day Trade is sat on the western side of the fence. There's no way they try and make an open run up towards the northern side. They have to play through the middle here.
Look at the utility, though. Day Trade just has everything. And the rest of the guys have practically nothing. I mean, TSM, they're sitting on a few things, but as far as smokes go, TSM's got 3. Day Trade has 14. They can just force people to go exactly where they want to. As Xiaowu will take the spray, but won't find the knock. And he's still forced now to play along this walk. Flash watching this southern wall really is the problem here for 17.
Exactly, and for Snakers right now, I mean, he quote-unquote made it. He's inside the Snake circle more than can be said for 17. So if 17 don't start finding more damage towards Falcons as they make their way through. Now it's like, boys, I made the run. Can you guys do it too? I'll try and suppress as best as I can.
My goodness.
But we're out of smokes. All I can do is try and shoot. And you guys better dodge and weave as good as you can. You can see the suppressive shots coming through, but both of them, all 3 of them trying to suppress. No one really too eager to make the run happen.
They sure don't want to do this. I mean, look, this
no!
Oh, and that's not the way to start things off. Flood will hit his shins on that rock there as they now...
After you, good sir. No, after you. They're playing Canadian PUBG right now.
No, absolutely. They're very polite. Extremely polite here. As you see the bullets in the ground behind him. Yeah, Xiaowu is just a big problem here for Falcons. And the biggest problem is that nobody really has an angle on them. Day Trade is just allowing them to do whatever they want because they can.
Exactly. And Day Trade, I mean, they're going to be not necessarily aggressors, but they should be the ones capable of taking out 17. You can see again, as you said before, too, Flash with a great angle down below. I'm not sure anyone is really aware of exactly how many TSM players are sat in this position down below either. So Day Trade now actually for the first time starting to filter in to the shooting range proper. All of them outside of Flash have opted to go forward. Norrens as well, still trying to hold the pack line safe.
This is absolutely wild here. This is going to be an insane final circle. So many players left alive, 4 teams left in it. And Day Trade has the wall. But here we go. The circle is collapsing. 17 on the move, but they've got no smokes, and he's going to flash himself. That doesn't start the thing off well.
9 nades for Day Trade, 6 mollies. I want to see those numbers down to 0 before, or if they get eliminated. But 17 now, starting to get isolated. TSM knows that there's really only one place from where they can get inside this circle. TSM, all they have to do here is try and hold. Wait this one out and try and see if they make a mistake. Peeking on over, but Snakers is going to be the first one to peek and find Luke.
Finds the angle, finds the knock. And now a second one's going to come in as Sparking is down. And now there's one player left alive for TSM. But they don't have the ability to get the angle on. And now Day Trade's going to take advantage of them coming across and peeking here. They're going to find the flush onto Luke as well. So they're stealing the points out of Falcon's pockets.
Never would TSM imagine that Falcons were able to get that peek for free, but nice nade found down in the corner. Able to get out once. Nagers should potentially fall as well as Alo. Now finds himself a solo player left alive. Falcons all eliminated, and now it's a 4v1, and Day Trade comes out victorious in match number 2.
And they came out swinging in day number 2 after a forgettable day number 1. One of the worst days that we've seen in PUBG. They have come out in a big, big way to start off the day with another huge win.
7 points coming into the day. They were trailing everyone. 10+ kills in the first game. A win here in match number 2. Day Trade are here and they're on fire.
And another team that actually had, obviously, all props due to Day Trade for that big victory, but Falcons finding themselves in that late game scenario with 3 or 4 up for a while there, up until the very, very end. So that is something that they've had struggles with. We were talking about it very early on, but they managed to get everybody in there. But first, victory here for Day Trade, game number 2, as we will move on from Erangel.
Day Trade went out to the shooting range, was able to hit 10 after 10 after 10, and they get themselves the victory here. Once they found themselves in the north and they were able to win out that Na'Vi fight, moving down to the corner of shooting range seemed like it was their linchpin and the success for them. Joining me top as well as Avenger to talk about this one. Avenger, Day Trade obviously just came off the back of a game where they were in that compound, kind of bullied away from it, and eventually weren't able to convert too much, but they got their retribution in round 2.
Yeah, this game was theirs. 4 guys alive, taking so much control of shooting range, having all the angles locked down to make sure they can just flush in when all the other teams inevitably had to fight in the end, right? So super well executed. Now what a game for Thanadol.
That was a big game for them. I mean, the newest addition to this team, they started so in just a tough spot today and have been absolutely just climbing. It's going to be a big win for them. I do think there was a lot of a good aggression in this game. I like to see, well, honestly, I like to see the fact that T1 struggled in the beginning. It opens that door up at the top yet again to see some of our favorites get attacked. I like to see EF got a little more aggressive. We saw some really nice defense plays early on, but once it came down to this spot, 17 grabbed the Shack, and I think KDF kind of had them pinned down. The Falcons sort of had TSM pinned down. It all just was everybody watching each other, with the exception of Day Trade. They came in on the Crater side, and they were able to just control that entire firing range and just never let it go.
Almost weird trench warfare going on between the Falcons, TSM, nades coming across the way. It was a tough game to play out in there.
In the green room, Paper Thin goes, this reminds me of one of those tutorial levels where they give you like a firing range you have to work your way through. Because it was like TSM was sort of the grenade challenge and Falcons was sort of like the crawling prone challenge. It was fun to watch.
Except usually those challenges are against like bots. You're in a single player game. This was against some of the world's best players. And I think the challenge becomes a little bit more difficult eventually.
Yeah, for sure. In this case, like, again, mechanical skill and utility, these guys are the best at it, right? And if you're missing just a little bit, you'll get completely dominated in those cases. But here for this one, how everything is working out, and especially towards the late game with utility, it's just so hard to play against because it's so accurate with nades, with smokes, with Molotovs, and everything is just getting laid out perfectly. But once Day Trade, they realized, okay, this is our chance. You can just see they're just running just to gun everyone down.
this could have been two very different games, right?
Yeah.
We had a circle shift north into that shooting range. Suddenly, all the teams on the south side in those hills, they're in no man's land. Getting down there to find themselves a spot was always going to be difficult, right? Likewise, if the circle had shifted south to those teams on the high ground down south, it would have been such a different game for those teams in shooting range. So it's a very, very difficult circle to anticipate and know exactly how you're going to play it now.
I think Day Trade benefited from the fact that it was kind of kept going that way. Normally, I liked the circle goes towards where Trade Tage was sitting, and you get a bunch of crashes in that sort of craters area. And because it kept moving away from them, nobody crashed them. They got to sort of backfill, play that edge, and lock a lot of good spots down.
There was so much room in the west, right? Like Day Trade and Na'Vi have that fight north, and then they were up down. The only other team in the west side really was the Expendables, but even they're on the high ground.
I mean, you saw what was going on in the east. We saw the Falcons mixing with the Twisted Minds, 17, KDF. There was just a ton of fighting. And then on top of that, we saw VP, who comes away with 10 kills here in the top 4, playing very aggressively. We saw them go hard. I think it was KDF or T1 they saw. They got them eliminated, so they knocked out the 3rd place team, and then FaZe, the 4th place team, shows up, and they wiped them as well. It was impressive.
6 kills early as well for Virtus Pro. And this actually bears repeating. I think they're only 2 points behind Cognac Freaks now. Virtus Pro is on a roll here. I mean, well, as soon as they got that north shift and they were in a quarter, it was effectively a strong compound to give them those early kills, Martin. They must have been laughing.
Yeah, for sure. And on top of that, Beamy got, I think, 5. I think he's at 20 kills now in 8 matches. But who also got 8 in this one is Tanadol. Day Trade able to close this one out here. And yeah, you can see how he's rushing in for that last kill just to make sure he gets as much as possible. Yeah, it's a 25-point game for them. Remember yesterday we were saying, Day Trade, what a rough day. And now they're putting themselves in there. And of course, the man of the match for this one is going to be Tanadol.
Newest member of the roster, added when Puchil's retired. He's sort of, I think, taking a little bit of time to get his foot with this group. The rest of them have been together for, 3 years now or something like that, so they know each other very, very well. Maybe it's just an example of they've got the right time to push up. Now, it's only 2 games. Yesterday, they killed a lot. They didn't do so great, so I'm not willing to hang my hat on Day Trade just yet, but what an incredible start for these guys.
Hey, PGS 6, I didn't have, even before that, you guys know, I didn't have a lot of faith in Day Trade across some tournaments. Thanadol, though, may have been able to dispel some of that for me. And I thought that at PGS 6, I feel that now. 25 points go their way. Falcons, much needed point as well, Avenger.
And if it wasn't for a destroyer of Ming, absolutely MG3'd everything, taking one of the players down. If they would have been 4 guys strong, they could have gotten so much more control. They could have potentially swept on that northern side and taken on Day Trade instead. But look at this. After just 2 games today, Day Trade has gone from last place into 4th place.
Wow.
And look how tight our 4th through 16th teams are. It is so close. 18 points difference. Our mid-pack is just one big pack of 13 teams fighting for who gets 4th. That's crazy.
No, that's an anomaly. I refuse. That's ridiculous.
I want to know what the point per dollar value is right now, because there's tens of thousands of dollars on the line when you take that drop down.
Oh, right. Okay.
The difference of like 4 points is just incredible how much money.
I thought you were talking about $10 or something like that. Something new you came up with. I wasn't sure about that. But yeah, for this investment here, it's huge. $100,000 difference from 16th to 4th for sure.
So I think that means that there's a lot of teams who are still playing for the come up, but I do wonder how that affects some of their mental. When you're sitting in this position, you're like, oh man, one mistake could still, to put me down all the way to 11th place, one really good game pushes me up that high. I'm curious how that affects some of these mid-pack teams. Now, does that slow a team like the Expendables down? Absolutely not, because these guys, again, Expectables, I expect them to be troublesome every single time, and they have not let me down since then. At least they are always fun to watch, no matter what the circle looks like.
I can't believe it's so close.
It's incredible, right?
It's so tight. I mean, again, these 3 teams at the very top, they're putting themselves a little bit ahead, but one bad game for them, and everyone else is catching up.
What a start. What a start to day number 2. Of course, everybody in the arena can stick around. We do have the lucky draw coming up for the raffle. Meanwhile, though, we're going to go to a break. And when we return, we are going to the wild card maps, as if it wasn't any wilder already, as we have such a close tournament going on so far. We'll see you in a few for more PUBG action.
but you. Catch me when I'm falling. No one else but you. When the evening comes and the stars appear, it's the greatest thrill to know I'm near to you. No one else but you. No one else but you.
Sanhok is a destructible map, a rebalance to the SMG lineup, and solo play for the Win Streak Showdown. All this and more as we dive into the Update 33.1 patch report. First up, it's time to celebrate your chaos, because Sanhok is becoming a destructible map. Starting this update, parts of buildings, props, and key structures can all be destroyed by explosives or the red zone. It's even getting destructible terrain like Rondo. And speaking of that red zone, it's getting a few changes as well. Sanhok is also seeing some changes to textures, terrain, and more. So be sure to take in its new look before you blow it up. Head on over to the patch notes to check out the changes. Next, we've made some pretty significant adjustments to SMGs in an effort to keep enhancing weapon diversity and making sure SMGs have their own signature feel. Hipfire, movement, and OTS accuracy have all seen big improvements for most of the SMG family. In addition, 9mm ammo weighs less now, so you can carry more with you into the endgame. You can get the full details on the changes by checking out the patch notes. The fan-favorite Win Streak Showdown game mode is also getting some love this update. You can now choose to join the showdown solo instead of with a squad. We've also lowered the number of consecutive match wins needed for maximum rewards from 5 to 3. So drop in and see how far you can go. There's also a new Survivor Pass, Ranked Season 33, map bug fixes, and more. So check out the patch notes for full details. Update 33.1 is here. So start your win streak, kit out your SMG, and drop into Sanhok like a wrecking ball. We'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Day number 2 and 2 games in the books. Day Trade has arrived. Swagadol has arrived. And the Freaks have not, Toby.
No?
Which is opening the door for the rest of the leaderboard to start catch up. My name's Poor Source. Joining me once again is Toby. And we are ready to get into the wild card maps of Tego and Rondo.
I mean, and one team that has not had a hard time there either, Day Trade. They've been able to fare pretty well. They've got some circles gone their way. And honestly, 16th place to 4th in 1 goes to show how incredibly close this race is, especially with Quantum Freaks now back-to-back games struggling to get things going their way.
Well, one team that was up at the top that has not let off the gas so far is Virtus Pro, as they find another high kill game. So 10 kills, I think, in that last one. Although they did not get the win, they still find themselves catching up to Freaks, as Freaks have fallen a little bit short so far. But now that we are heading over into these new maps mean new teams get a little bit of a new lease on life.
It's going to be interesting to see how things are going to fare here. We do give them the wild card kind of rating.
He's doing the bunny ears too, Chad.
Not only because they're the newest addition to the game, but also because we've still yet to see any 1 or 2 specific teams master these maps in comparison to the rest of the lobby. I like to think that this could be the 2 games. Also, as we kind of reach the halfway mark of the grand finals after this next match is done, I like to think that this is the chance for some of these teams that have been a little bit on the struggle bus early on to really start getting their momentum going.
You're 1 game away from the official halfway point of these grand finals. So if you are going to start getting that ship righted, now is the time to do it. As the fans, they've got their signs ready to go. They've got their favorites. They have got the hype building throughout this game here as we check in with young Gustav. Yeah, we see you, buddy.
And it really is, I mean, kind of thinking back to the leaderboard once again, I think that Despro could downgrade to his full focus mode, and as it should be. I mean, they know what time it is. It's time to step up and not have everything come down to the final game. But it's really a rarity in high-level competitive PUBG that no one is sat behind. Again, coming into the day, Day Trade were down there, but now they're up there in the top of things. But everyone else sat in that 20-plus point threshold all the way up to the top. Every one team with a good performance here in the next match could find themselves in the top 5 once more. There's usually teams that struggle to get off to a good start, but here everyone is keeping pace.
And just the fact that you have a team like Day Trade that had a 7-point day and now can turn around in 2 games, Toby, in 2 games, and find themselves in 4th place overall. That is inspiring to everybody in the lobby as we get ready to head over into our next map.
Now, one thing that I will say, as much as we give credit to the teams down the bottom crawling their way back up, you also cannot imagine a world in which Quantum Freaks continues to fall off over the course of the day. It has not been seen in the past. They always turn the ship around, and I think they too look at this opportunity. I mean, I guess breath of fresh air in terms of the map selection. They will make their way over to Rondo in just a short second and look for a great performance here too. Of course, this is a very compound-heavy map. It's very potentially some circles going your way, but lock down positions early and play from those exact spots, and that's the exact play style that we know Quantum Freaks like to utilize.
Now, we did hear that there may be some swaps of drop spots here on Rondo. Now, nothing too crazy. I don't think we're going to see any hot drops, but definitely some people adjusting their game plan after the games yesterday. We'll see how that impacts things later on here.
Definitely will. I mean, we see a lot of Petrichor road flags out there in the stands, and Sure Ming was able to sneak his way into a top finish, but we'll see if the rest of Petrichor can make things happen as we make our way over to Rondo.
Love the red, the Rondo red on the big screen. It's a beautiful picture here as we give a nice little overview of that palace area.
Yulin. No double plane paths this time around. Everyone coming in south, making their way up towards the north, and a lot of teams out very, very early on. We see 4AM out, VP out, Expendables jumping towards the eastern side, as well as BB team opting to leave this plane early on. Usually we see the big commotion in and around stadium, in and around test track, but a lot of teams opting to leave this flight as early as can be.
There you see our average top 5 kills there. T1 having great success on Rondo in that last game, and we've seen some crazy circles, but one of the craziest I think we've seen, Toby, is that stadium finish that happened the other day.
Exciting stuff.
Absolutely bonkers. And hopefully, well, maybe we get something as exciting as that this time, but it seems like we've had some pretty vanilla circles so far, which has been nice.
And I said this before, look at this again, Rondo average points, Day Trader sat in second place, and what better map to go to right after 2 phenomenal ranked games getting into it. Another team in Falcons, I mean, they too made late game in the last match, not able to get the finish they would have wanted. Ming kind of stopped that journey short, so I'm assuming that they too are looking to get everything they possibly can out of this Rondo game. As a circle, well, we've been here before.
Oh, we have. many times.
Lee is set up there in the northwestern side, just looking at us going, one day it will be me, one day.
One day.
But not today.
Remember Jadina City?
Yeah, we'll
Giant
get there.
City
I'm still waiting for
the on this map.
I'm waiting for the 1v1 escalator off.
Oh, I know.
To finish a game. Imagine. Imagine. Now that thought is planted in your head.
Yeah.
And you'll be excited whenever it happens.
Oh, well, I was going to be excited whenever it happened, regardless. But we'll see. Hopefully, one day we'll get to go down there, see how these guys navigate around there, but for now we're going dead center.
And I guess in terms of, I mean, for these teams to get to areas they've been to before, safe to say that we have played the fields between Stadium and Test Track a lot as of late in competitive PUBG. So these guys will know exactly at this point which dips are available, which dips are useful, as we take our eyes to Day Trade once more. Again, for those of you guys tuning in late, I mean, that's
night and
0
day,
placement points, 7 kills on the day.
And keep in mind, that's day 2 is only 2 games so far, guys. Day 1 was 6.
And that's what Day Trade's been able to do. I mean, again, we gave them praise through the group stages or the circuit stages of how well they've turned this roster around from barely qualifying to global tournaments to now having cemented themselves as the spearhead of the region. I mean, they're playing phenomenal PUBG. Came off to a rough grand final start, no doubt, but the way they've been able to play on a wrangle of all maps too, where everyone you'd think are the most comfortable, they made it look like that was their map. No one else has a chance to deal with them. And you know what? If they can perform anything like that for the rest of the day, that top 3 is looking very close all of a sudden.
Yeah, things definitely going their way so far, at least, as we see 17 getting a little bit close to Eternal Fire. Ruin has no idea. That little ghost is right on his backside. The spray comes through, but he gets on the other side of the wall. And now he's just going to get the Pico, get on out of there. Nice spray comes through from Little Ghost, but Ruin should be okay.
Smart on Ruin. I say it all the time, but I'll gladly be the one to repeat it once more. Always have your fire escape ready. If you're playing split positions, especially in the circle center, which Eternal Fire is very used to, always have that car parked on the side of the compound where you can quickly get to your teammates. If you have to reverse it out of a garage or out of a warehouse and then start your rotation, that's when you get shot out of cars. That's when you get in trouble. But now let's get a listen in here to T1's Rain and hear what he has to say.
Hi guys, I'm joined by T1's Raining, and this is his first PGC. I want to ask him how it feels to be doing so great at the biggest PUBG event of the year. T1의 레이닝 선수 만나보겠습니다. 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
와, 배그의 꽃인 PGC에서 더군다나 레이닝 선수의 첫 PGC인데 이렇게 좋은 성적 내고 계신 소감부터 한마디 말씀해 주세요.
지금 당장 성적은 잘 나와서 좋긴 한데 아직 만족하고 있진 않고요. 아직 끝날 때까지 더 해봐야 될 것 같습니다.
I'm happy with the results that we have, but it isn't over yet, so I think we're going to give it our best and see how the day plays out. All right, that is all from Raining, and we're going to go back to Rondo.
Raining absolutely instrumental in that Game 1 victory as we see Petrichor Road toying with death as that Panzerfaust was getting ready to go, but they sniff it out, they spot out the solo player, and they realize they have no idea what they're walking into, so it's better to just get on out of dodge.
Whatever spider senses were tinkling there, believe in those for the future, because I was already seeing the kill feed light up with that Panzerfaust that Day Trade had ready. And yeah, I mean, to go back to Raining in the interview, of course, they're saying it was a good day. Can we do better? Sure, we will continue to do that. And I think Raining is a phenomenal player to bring up. We talk about type, we talk about Ian, because the fraggers are the ones that make highlight. It's just that simple. But we rarely ever talk about the players that enable these highlight players to do what they do. Raining is so good at baiting the attention of opponents, get the off angle that just for a split second catches an opponent off guard, which then allows for players like Type and Ian to peek over, get the double
doubles, you think, oh, he got the double alone. No, they were looking the other way because Reinin was the one to attract their attention to begin with. So yes, they might not be flashy on your stats, on your leaderboards, but they are out there making these plays happen with players like Ian and Type.
Not a lot of people had T1 on their radar coming into this one.
True,
but
true.
They are definitely there now as they have come in firing on all cylinders. New coach with Sonic in the bag as well. And you can see Ian and Type have just been showing out in a big way for their squad. Good enough to the tune of 3rd place overall so far with 63 points.
Definitely. I mean, there's so much to playing a long-form tournament like this one. They're used to the in and out in a week and a half, maybe here. We're there. I mean, they have been there for even longer than we have, but it's a 3+ week adventure as we see FaZe going 1 mile an hour through the EMP. So that's...
Do not adjust your TV sets.
Slow things down for a little bit here. So, at least it's downhill now, so FaZe can roll out of the zone. Hopefully, we'll see.
Yeah,
but no, I mean, there's a lot of things that go into it. What better than have a world champion coach in Sonic tell you guys it's going to be a long tournament. Whatever happens in the early days, keep your momentum, keep your mental clear, be smart about your whole tournament. Because I think that's where we've seen T1 before. Once they start falling apart, that's just a spiral you can't come out of. And for T1, even on the bad games, they're usually the ones that, yes, we lose 3 early, but then Type gets a 1v3. We lose 2 early, then Ian comes around and does something magical to hype the rest of the team up for the next game. So, phenomenal. Great to see T1 go out and have a good start.
Yeah, the solo play by Type and Ian and Zenith and Reinin even at the end of games. And moments when they're in just by themselves, they're the last player alive, yet they manage to collect 3-4 more points just based off of unbelievable mechanics has been very, very fun to watch so far this tournament, and they're setting up themselves for a nice run here in the grand final as we check in with Virtus Pro. They are arriving in the southwestern side of this circle, just south of Falcons.
Yeah, they too had themselves an extraordinary game on the on Rondo, yesterday. Circles, yes, they went in their direction, but they were able to fend off against practically any threat that came towards them up until the very late stages of that game. This time around, they're playing in on the edge. And now the reason we haven't seen a lot of commotion happen early on in this game is A, very center plane, followed by B, very center circle.
Yep.
So teams have had a pretty easy chance of kind of funneling in from all different sides. There hasn't been that one massive pressure point. But because of this, we also now see a lot of teams splitting out the center. Pretty much the entire circle is filled with players where normally you have a side that's kind of open. This normally leads to the next circle, causing a lot of chaos, because all of a sudden you have trouble abound. And once again, we see Falcons this time around able to think better of a Ray.
Snakers got out of there just in time. And I mean, that's one of the things that, you know, you start seeing a glider running around your compound, circling around your compound like a vulture. You have to imagine the wolves on the ground are not too far away. As we see FaZe will center up. They'll get 4 deep inside a compound towards the center, just north of 17. And a few shots being sent over, just 17 letting them know, hey, we're here. Don't, you're not going to be able to peek this for free.
And that's all it is right now. I mean, take a few shots. Again, as you say, we don't want to have anyone collapse on our compounds early on, because with how close these teams right now are to one another, with the next circle shift, if you get a player knocked instantly and the team pulls up on you, you can be pretty sure another team is going to look to come towards you, as well as Nixie. Seen by Roth, taken down to under half HP. Nice headshot connected by Roth, but not a lot more is going to come from it, as a matter of fact. It's going to be Beamy to trade.
And VP, they forced Snakers to leave his split position, and they ended up pushing back into Yulin, and they're going to catch Roth out, as Falcons will have to abandon their man. And you can see Rello on that minimap. He's driving away, but he doesn't know where to go here either.
Nope.
I mean, they've got Eternal Fire just off to the north, so Falcons on the move after they already had a spot. New circle pops, and it's going to be just a hair north of center.
Ooh, Little Ghost once again spotting Eternal Fire players, but this time around he's going to get away as well. You see the center position there too, and that's the issue with the Falcons' timing on that one. I mentioned it coming into this game. This map is all about control of center compounds, and they lose casualties or lose players early because they got caught in their split, and worst timing of it too, because now everyone is bombing center, trying to claim some of these areas off of split teams.
A little bit of jousting there between Petrichor Road and Eternal Fire. Looks like Code Marco will get back on his feet, but Petrichor Road's going to lose 1 in rotation, as you've got 3 teams all on top of each other right now. Petrichor Road will have to settle down and pull themselves into this gas station. But Virtus Pro, they don't have the luxury. They've got T1 right on their backs. Zenith will open up with a knock on a Lucarux.
Rare couple of missed bullets from Lucarux there. Had Zenith pretty dead to rights, but in the end, it's going to be them out victorious as Type swings the corner, finds EB as well. That leaves just Beamy left alive, and T1 taken out by VP in the previous match. They come in and slap him right back.
Big plays from T1 there. And they will be able to get Ian back up on his feet as well. Now this is just south of the center of the zone, but they have a compound there feeling safe for the time being. It doesn't look like anybody is making any moves to third party this, although Petrichor Road are back in vehicles, but I think they might just be repositioning those to save the tires.
It's again, I mean, this is a fight where T1 is just in full control. I feel like coming into this tournament, you never saw T1 out there just out-dueling, out-positioning opponents in these close quarter fights, but their communication, their execution in some of these pull-ups and compounds have been absolutely extraordinary to watch.
Sometimes it really is that simple. Just win your fights. And T1 has been doing that very efficiently to the tune of, for a while there, they had way more kills than they had placement points, but yeah. They've since kind of set that back up in the right direction here as we see Freaks taking long range shots over towards 4 a.m.
I like that be so active now, two Freaks, that is. You look at how split they are. If anyone sniffs out the way, this is just two guys, and you know what, 4 a.m. might have actually done that now.
Yeah.
They're not being too afraid of this. Yes, their shots come in their way, but they're they're feeling it. They're saying, that's just 1 MK. I mean, we're 4 guys crashing a compound. We'll do whatever we want here.
Heaven, the only one really taking shots over in that direction in 4 a.m. As you said, they'll read that like a book.
Yeah,
they find themselves a nice little compound to play. Now TSM have to rotate away from Luna Galaxy, rotate away from Navi. They've got a lot of space here on the north side to play if they can find it.
Get the replay there as well, seen it. Really, I mean, the timing on that spin around, had it been a split second slower, that would have been frustrating. You can see in the eyes of VP there as well, that was not the way they wanted that fight to go.
Yeah, I mean, they managed to get two kills for themselves, and they've tied with KDF for the top spot right now at 74 points overall, but KDF still 4 alive, 2-2 split, notwithstanding.
Yeah.
As we see Navi making their way through the EMP.
Game of disengages. Yep. Is what Fronto has been so far.
That's basically all it is, right?
Yep. I mean,
alive.
And that's what you can do again. I mean, when you have center control, when you have a location from where you can fall back to a more center spot in the next circle, that is what you gotta do. Call quits early, read play, make a decision as the circle centers up once more. Freaks still in a wide split. You'd have to imagine that they're going to try and group up.
I mean, you have to imagine, right? But they, you saw the north side of the split got in vehicles and then immediately got out. So maybe they're going to try to hold on to it. Meanwhile, Twisted Minds, they find Daytrade, but Nurens finds Batulins. As now Daytrade Flash getting a little too close to the Expendables, and he is going to go down.
They're going to turn this one around, go straight back to where they got that knock onto Twisted Minds, say, you know what, I mean, if we can't get the position, then at least go get the flush, see if anyone's coming up to pick him up, and all of Twisted Minds are now in position to try and take this fight.
Trying to do it as well as he can. Perfectix pushing the Daytrade gang as far away from them as possible, but Belmoth will find Batu, and that'll be Twisted Minds down to 3 strong. But again, this is Daytrade Twisted just in perfect position on the edge of this zone. They've got time. Oh my God, example, and Perfectix will take the instant 2 knocks. And now Daytrade is just down to Belmoth, and Belmoth is driving away.
Executed to perfection. Lou was baiting so hard. He was practically doing donuts in the vehicle, allowing for Perfectix and, for example, to creep ever so much closer. And once he opens up, Lou instantly out of the car there to suppress as well. Great play from Twisted Minds.
Belmoth was trying to escape Twisted Minds, but he might be escaping right into the middle of a BB split here as they are making their way in on the south side, and I think they heard the vehicle. You can see the cars looping back around as Belmoth will hide out in the compound just a little bit longer. Okay, BB's going to leave them. Luna Galaxy, meanwhile, they had the 2-2 split, but now they've got Diffix and Ferrist from Navi in the middle of their split.
Yeah, Haven Gonna play as quiet as you can again. I mean, it looks like you got all the cover in the world, but one nade and all of a sudden you're in an open field.
How good a cover is that, really, honestly?
He's gonna play it slow. I mean, he's incognito for now. We'll see for how long he remains that way, as Divix does get eye on the players coming out of the bamboo forest. And I think, honestly, right now, Luna just wants to group up, but they have Na'Vi in between him.
Yeah, well, the one thing that they've got going for him is that Na'Vi probably just wants to group up as well. So Na'Vi is just gonna go ahead and leave that position, open up that pathing for Luna to be able to get everybody back together. Na'Vi not a stranger to eating a little bit of blue zone damage if it means coming in a little bit safer.
Not sure if Divix is trying to go back here to take the fight to the split. I think that's exactly what's happening. I like this idea. They read once again that it's a split. They're up against this nade. Could be dangerous though. No. Blows a bit too late. Second one around the corner might get one as the vehicle can't figure out to get itself parked.
It doesn't know where it wants to go right now. Luna Galaxy, though, they have gotten everybody up here. Haven, though, is late to arrive. Ferris is still out in the blue for Na'Vi, so they've only got 3 there, but that's a beautiful Molotov. We'll get Soset and Hakatori down, and now Luna Galaxy has time to strike, but look at FaZe Clan. They see this happening. They are coming to third party.
Amazing use of utility by Luna Galaxy to throw the nade on one side, force them to the east, and then throw the molly on the other. 2 players down now. Haven will fall as well, but still, this is currently going in their favor.
Yeah, Ferris, I think the last player left alive for Na'Vi, and he is eating blue zone damage right now. Luna Galaxy will not be able to res their fallen point man in Haven, so they'll be down to 3 strong. FaZe managed to come up here and collect, let's see, how many off of that? 0. Okay, never mind. I thought they might have managed to steal away 1 or 2 there, as Haven will go down. Okay, that's going to go into FaZe's pocket.
Yep,
so they get 1 point.
They get 1. They'll take the 1 point as well. I like the timing here in T1 as well. They saw Quantum Freaks leaving, opting to group up, but now, do they know that 4 AM is set inside this compound too? At least for 4 AM, they know full well that they have neighbors in the compound. But
they both should know that they're there. I
now
mean,
the shots are being fired.
T1 was kind of rallying them, and 4 AM crashed in the north side of it, and they've been slowly making their way through as they come through. But Twisted Minds, meanwhile, they've got 2 up on point. They've got Lou off in the back trying to go around to the north side. I think they know very well that the Expendables in 17 are in this position. So they're trying to see if they can get around this, but also at the same time be in a good position to third party any inevitable fights.
TE completely surrounded Blink, and you'll miss their elimination unless if they come out here and do something extraordinary to stay alive. First nade comes over on point as well as Duck Juice is taken down, and now Tanvu trying to dodge and weave, get himself to safety. Little does he know that all of Twisted Minds is sat on the hill just behind him.
And so much utility being sent over. Little Ghost will find example as well. So Twisted Minds tried to third party this, but then in the end, they're taking L's as they go as well. It's now down to Perfectix, and okay, Lou's still alive in the blue zone. 17 not completely here as well. They've got Suju off to the north, keeping eyes on where Lou is, so they can't really afford to commit a full strength fight to this, especially now that the blue zone is on top.
And that's the issue. There's really little to nothing for them to try and play inside the circle. Falcons are sat on the roadside, denying entry to any team trying to make it in.
Perfectix!
Twisted Minds forced to try and take the fight here from the edges. Perfectix is able to find Tanvu.
The Expendables were able to get the res on their man that was knocked by 17, but Perfectix in the perfect place at the perfect time will find the flush onto Tamu and a knock on the Clories. Meanwhile, BB team is crashing onto Freaks, but just like that, they are eliminated.
Late E pickup, and Quantum Freaks knew exactly what was happening, taking them out barely before they've landed on the ground. Little Ghost now trying to make his way on in 17, being pressured by FaZe Clan. But FaZe are taking casualties to at least Nux as they try to stay alive out on the northeastern edge.
17 again losing so many people. They still have Suju left alive, but you can see he's out in the blue zone. The Expendables, meanwhile, have left their position, but they're right next to FaZe. Both of those squads damaged right now, trying to get their revives off. And they are waiting as this circle has popped and is going to favor TSM for the most part, although they're down to 2. It's not looking great.
1 nade here from Fex would be a triple, and Expendables eliminated. As we see Belmont here on the backside spots Ike Slip. Will the flush come through fast enough? Go for it, Ming Sprint. Don't take the knockout. No! Went for the smoke, and because of it, can't get to his IGL in time.
The hero is down, and now the Expendables, they've gotten everybody back on their feet, and they're going to be pushing right into Falcons on the other side of the hill. The utility is coming through, but Falcons just not finding it. Salute is going to do them a favor, getting a knock on the duck shoes as Clories is down to next to no health. And there you go, the Expendables get finished off by Eternal Fire. Falcons lives to fight another day.
Great angle from Ruin on the compound on the hillside towards the south face, now backfilling. As soon as they see them fall, they say this is our place to play from. We go up, we take the util, we deploy smokes as fast as can be and try and make space for ourselves. Eternal Fire on rotation now as well. The timing from FaZe on that play could not have been any better.
How much utility do Falcons have left to use?
Yeah.
They've got a shack to retreat to, but that's about it as FaZe. They've got a beautiful vehicle for it, and why not give them a crate with an AWM as well? Gifties at the end of the day, but now this is a good spot for FaZe, but it's outside of the zone.
Well, it is, but they have one nade needed in order to eliminate all of Falcons. They're sat in the shack. Maybe one of them are playing outside, but with the amount of smokes deployed, you'd have to imagine that FaZe are looking to try and see if they can get a nade lopped on over.
I mean, Falcons. They have to realize that they're in such a bad position here, and that one grenade would be the end of them. But they have not really had an opportunity to go anywhere else because Eternal Fire has just got them dead to rights. Here's now the double blue zone grenade.
And the Molly!
And the Molly, as Flood is barely going to stay alive. Snakers will go down. Will Flood go down as well? He will. It's all down to Rello as he's getting shot from behind. And there you go, FaZe coming in clutch.
Picture perfect execution. Deny them the escape. Double Molly on the outside. Nothing you can do if you're Falcons in that position. Yes, FaZe gets Gustav knocked in that one, but they, considering what they were up against, will gladly take that. I maybe speak too soon though. Guman headshots James from afar. Now Ruin with an 8 coming in. Eternal Fire might be able to make a play on this.
I mean, Eternal Fire has to make a play on this, don't they? They've got 4 left alive, and they have all these FaZe players so dead to rights, but Kwangdong Freaks have such beautiful angles on this spot. Eternal Fire does not feel comfortable making that push, but it doesn't matter. FaZe will get eliminated.
We said it coming into the game. Maybe Kwangdong Freaks just needed to shake the head for a moment, get out of Erangel, get over to one of these wildcard maps. And right now, as it stands, this map is doing wonders for the Freaks, currently sat in first.
Wonders to the tune of 5 kills so far as the utility is going to rain down onto Petrichor Road. Eternal Fire showing up in a big way here in this map, but they've got a long way to go to make it into this next zone, and they've got Petrichor Road right on their heels.
Petrichor's on the outside, but also got to keep in mind the teams that are set on the inside. TSM, they have barely done anything this game outside of waiting for these edge fights to come to a close, and now they're going to be the next one to try and fend off against opponents making their way in towards this next circle.
Man, I said 5 kills. It's 9 kills for the Freaks so far, as Chewy will find another beautiful grenade, gets the flush on a Keppa, and gets Mad down as well. But Eternal Fire will rally as Code Marco, with 4 HP left in the tank, will keep his team alive.
Not only that, exactly, able to get the rest on up as well. Having said that, no guarantees that they'll be able to survive the rotation to come. TSM knows exactly where they're going to be pushing in from. And down towards the south, we saw 4AM and T1 sharing that compound earlier. Nothing really came off it. They were able to disengage to in each their direction. And now, well, T1, they get to try and sit on the south side, try and force Eternal Fire to make a play in the north. In the meantime, Kwangdong Freaks, they are safe inside this next circle.
Korean dominance continuing here on Rondo as the Freaks and T1, both 4 strong, in a great position here. Code Marco barely able to survive. That shack is not providing a whole lot of cover as Sparking will try to send it, gets a little bit close. Can that nade find home? It will not, but it'll at least get rid of the hard cover. And now Code Marco on the move.
I have to say it didn't find home, found the home, but good thing no one was home at the time.
So they were knocking.
Marco able to disengage. Issue is they're not quite inside the circle just yet.
Goodbye, helmet.
You'd have to imagine that T1 is going to make somewhat of a play around that eastern side, but it's an open field. It's hard to maneuver through. But as you can see here, TSM as well trying to make plays, trying to get off angles, but every time they try to make a move, Kwangdong Freaks are there to shut them down as they hit kill number 10.
I mean, Freaks is just 80 R farming at the moment right now from the north side. T1 doing the same from the south as 4 angry men. They are trying to They're actually gonna get T1 down low as Type is the only one left to keep an eye on them, but Purdy Cardi will find the Mad with a grenade, so TSM not out yet.
I mean, Freaks and T1 applying endless pressure. Every time you come out of crouch or prone, you're getting bullets thrown straight at you. Not a lot of time to think, not a lot of time to scout forward, and you have to constantly deploy util to try and stay alive and not be seen. You can see here now, as soon as the play comes forward, Human instantly there to shut them down, but they too now have to move as Halo gets the double nade thrown on over, and that is all 3 of Eternal Fire down.
And TSM managed to keep 2 alive here as the circle is going to go to the wide open fields. That's great news for Freaks, but you can see they're right on the outside, and they've got that little ridge line, that little hill that they have to play with. But what's T1 going to do? That's the big question. Do they push right into 4 a.m., or does 4 a.m. retreat away?
Also got to keep in mind we still have a certain Scracken alive on the northwestern side, just lingering. With how 4 a.m. has been playing this, all looking towards the east and south, I don't think they have any clue there's a Luna Galaxy player in their midst.
See that little gazebo is probably one of the only bits of hard cover left inside this zone, and it is not great cover by any means, but Ian will take that for T1 as he's going to get a little bit close to 4 a.m. They know exactly where these guys are, but does he have grenades? Does he have utility? No, he does not. He's got 1 Molotov, and
blue zone as
does have blue zone grenades. Okay, so that might be, this might be the double blue zone spot here. Salute will find Xiaopian, so that's going to give them a little bit of a good for them.
Yeah,
Helps them out.
Good for them indeed. They get a knock on a player who's outside circle. They're going to have to try and see if they can make their way further forward. As again, this pressure is constantly being applied from the south and the north. It's a Korean sandwich that all these players find themselves in, as only now Freaks really starting to try and take center control. They want to keep out TSM. They want to keep them with their backs against the blue.
They've timed it perfectly as well. They have that deployable cover, and now they've got Alo as the only player left alive for TSM. They know exactly where he is, and they have the ability to keep eyes both east and west as Kraken will strike at any moment here. You got to imagine 4 a.m. they're staying alive in the smoke cloud, but there you go. Kraken will find HSM. He'll immediately get taken down by Bobo, but Bean's going to find Xiaopian. So Bobo now the last player left alive, and he is on fire.
How much more can you do, my man? Down to under half HP, blue on your back, and for T1, I mean, they're executing this play the exact way they wanted it to. Sure, Kraken comes in, helps them out a little bit more, but no casualties thus far, and getting maximum points available out of this. I say that, but I speak too soon. Ian caught slipping, looks the wrong way at the wrong time, and therefore Bobo is able to find 1.
Oh, unfortunate for T1 as Bobo will go down to the blue, won't donate the point over. KDF, meanwhile, they are able to get Human back on his feet. Unfortunately, they were not 4 up at the time to really take advantage of that knock. So they'll just stop down to get everybody back up to full strength. Now T1 down to 3, but that is still very, very dangerous. And you also have that wild card factor of Alo that's still out in the blue, although you can see he's only got, what, 2 flashbangs. That's not a lot.
Not optimal for a situation like this.
15 grenades on Freaks.
Korean standoff here. I mean, again, Freaks have just done a really good job at keeping everyone at a distance. They haven't had a need for nades. Now they've started deploying smokes to make their way on in here, but it also comes at the loss of bullets. Every fight's been at a distance. And look at this Salute, only 28 to spare in the chamber. Now, of course, this fight ain't gonna last a whole lot longer, but you can't just spray through smokes like a madman. You'll be running out of bullets, and that could be the loss for this game.
They're sitting real low, and you got to wonder what T1's path forward is here. 7 smokes, so they can at least try to get a little bit closer to the center, and they're at least inside the zone now with what little ridge lines they have to play around. KDF, meanwhile, though, it feels like they just have the lion's share of control over here, but nice angles from Zenith. Oh, that would have been a huge knock if you were able to get it.
Emergency cover, deployable cover, you name it. If you have none, make it yourself. See if you can somehow make this pancake of an ending zone into a playable area. In the meantime, Alo continuously creeping on forward. Now remember, T1 lost 1 just before, so they should be aware. Wait, there was 9 just a moment ago. There's definitely a third team lingering somewhere, but so far, Alo has gone unnoticed.
Yeah, Zenith is definitely constantly looking over here.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can see his little Dorito on the map. is constantly looking off to the east, but he hasn't been able to spot him out just yet. At least for where he is safe. As the double knock. T1, do they have the ability to do something with this?
Back against the wall, just 10 seconds from now, this circle will start creeping on, and Asena's finally, his patience pays off, able to take down Halo. And T1 now playing in a 3v3. The rest of those come through, but they have the timing, they have the advantage, and they're now creeping further forward.
Bean is still down, so this is just a 3v3. Perfect grenade from Guman. This is where the 15 grenades come in. So huge, as Guman will find the knock on a Type. Raining, trying to send it over towards where Type is. That would be a very ambitious revive, especially if he were able to pull it off.
T1 creeping into nade range, starting to take a lot of damage here. Still 9 left to throw for the Guangdong Freaks, but things have slowed down once again as that nade gets thrown the other direction. Should get the re-knock onto Bean, and it does.
That's beautiful. It gets the knock on a Bean. It prevents Freaks from being able to get everybody up and being able to push and take advantage of this knock on a Type. So the grenade allowing him to get the knock, the res on the Type. But look at Heaven. Heaven coming in with the God flank. Will he spot him out? No! Raining reads him like a book.
What a great read. Now damage does come through in return, though. Guman able to find Type. That's a big loss on their side, but Zenith, he's the flank player on the east side. If he can go unnoticed, if he can stay with control on this rock side, which he will, finds Guman as well. And now they're down to just 1.
It's all up to Salute. He's all by himself. He's taking his backpack off, so he's harder to spot. Does he have heals? Can he get back up to full strength? Look at this, T1. Type will bleed out. Zenith will finish off Guman. Zenith and Raining, waiting, looking, spotting. Can they see him through the rice fields? A Salute, he will spot him out, Zenith, and T1 gets another win here on day number 2.
What a finish from T1, bringing home that win in the end. They were the first to take losses. Type gets knocked, but they're able to reset. They're able to regain control with their backs against the wall. They take out Guangdong Freaks. What a game.
T1 ran up against the immovable object, but they were an unstoppable force here in game number 2. What a victory for them, as they have set themselves up beautifully here in day number 2. Second victory on the day through 3 games, Toby.
Absolutely phenomenal. Korean dominance to kick off day number 2 of the grand finals. Now let's throw it over to desk and let them break down that Rondo game.
A terrifying prospect here as South Korea dominant on the battlegrounds, dominant in the fields, number 1 and 2, looking to put a nail in all the other regions at the moment. Absolutely terrifying for every other team watching this play out. T1 and Guangdong Freaks putting on a clinic.
Martin, would you say they fixed their placement problem?
Yeah, I would say so.
I'd say so. A little bit. I mean, my favorite part was in the green room. Freaks got the knock on Type, and Martin goes, oh, cool, they won now. It was just absolutely wild. But that game was incredible at the end game, watching that 4v4. But honestly, I liked watching the way KDF played it. They had to defend a bunch of crashes, BB team. I think they stopped a Luna crash. They really played, they found the spot, they knew where the circle was going, or at least had a good inkling of it, and defended very, very well. T1, on the other hand, man, they had to come in. I think they had to really fight in that end game to secure their spot. The amount of reses they were able to pick up, it was really fun to watch.
For me, the champions are made of the teams that are winning the games they're not supposed to win. This game was not T1's game to win. It was KDF's, and T1 took it away from them. What a fantastic way to end this one here. And it's becoming more and more of a 3-horse race, and 2 of the teams are from South Korea. That's just insane to see here. Just next level.
Well, it bears repeating after the debacle of 2023's end, where you have Danawa winning, suddenly all of those powers kind of separate out across a lot of rosters, and they don't quite find their footing once again. We thought to ourselves, well, eventually maybe one squad from Korea would come along and eventually break that situation. Now, 2 squads are here. A guy like Type, when it comes to South Korea, is an absolute prodigy. We are watching him really make a name for himself here alongside the T1 roster, and it's been a joy to watch so far.
18 years old. It's just insane, right? This year is the first year he can compete at international lands, and he comes out and does this. What a prodigy, what a talent.
We were talking in the back, and when some of our players who are up there right now, James, these guys who've been with us a long time, were playing at IEM Oakland. He was 11 years old. Playing the game or watch like that.
Wait,
is
no,
crazy.
don't say that.
I know, right? But just think about that. This is the next generation of PUBG, and they're coming in. They are stronger. They are faster. They're coming up with crazy peaks, amazing plays, and it's wild to watch. And I think you're starting to see some of the old guard go, oh my goodness, I don't know if I can handle this heat anymore.
Yeah, I mean, obviously we know this intimately in EMEA, right, where you've had some of these young guns really come up over the past couple of years, and we're like, Phil First is a prodigy.
Yeah.
The Na'Vi roster are prodigies. You get to see it now across these other regions as well. These scary, scary players that are able to make it shine on the world stage. And again, in a circle, in like this, where you're in the fields, you get to the point where Salute's taking off his backpack to try and be as low as possible, because that's the kind of stuff you have to try and pull off in a position that, like, it's brutal to play.
Honestly, for this, like, them having just a little bit of emergency covers, just a little bit of cars, had they had one more emergency cover that they could throw in there and a few more tilty, they should have had that just by the sheer amount of players that had alive. They had 4 guys alive. Human absolutely popped off, right? Multiple kills, multiple knocks, but they pulled it back. I was like, yeah, I said, okay, Type is down, the monster is down. They're gonna win that, but nope, KDF, they didn't. They did get the most points, though, because of the 13 kills.
It does make you wonder, as they drop 2 emergency covers in a very similar location.
Should have been further, deeper into the circle. That would have been the perfect play.
Maybe divide that up a little bit, as it's obviously such a treacherous location. But as you say, 13 kills going their way, 2,700 damage for Kwangdong Freaks, but it will be T1 taking the victory with 8 kills, the 2,200 damage. As you were saying, Kwangdong Freaks have felt like they had a really good grasp of this game, but T1 will take it away from them. TSM was surviving for a long time in the middle of this circle, not able to have huge impact on the circle as a whole, but I mean, getting far.
I mean, I think it's good news for them. They've been a very scrappy team at this event, and they continue to be scrappy. They had a chance to play spoiler. I think that's why we saw KDF locked in their spot for so long. Ultimately, it comes down to the end game with T1 versus KDF, and there were moments after moment after moment where I thought, okay, KDF's got this, okay, KDF's got this, okay, KDF's got this. And every single time, T1 found a way to get a smoke and a res or a counter push and just kept coming back.
They will be the man of the match, Zenith, coming in here for this one. I think that similar to in the way to how we used to say Petrichor Road, it's the Ike's Left show, it's the Ike's Left show. In a few of the T1 days, we were saying it's the Type and EN show. We've just seen 2 T1 wins, and it was Reigning and Zenith that are able to take it. Slowly but surely, we are watching this T1 roster turn into star-studded. And if they're able to keep that going here, Avenger, they could quite happily take the championship.
Again, all the time when we see this, when it's all this, the whole team that is contributing with points, with clutch, as you saw, as you said, you know, Reigning with that off-angle push on the last game, or angle, right? Here in this situation with Zenith popping off. Of course, 19 points going for Freaks is huge, but T1 18, they got the win, they fixed the placement point issue, and they managed to take a win when it mattered the most, when they had the most pressure on them. And that's going to put them within 12 points of Freaks. And the top is really establishing themselves now. Look at that, 40 points from first down to fourth. And our 4th through 16 teams are still extremely close together here. It is just 21 points from 16s up to 4th.
There might have to be a conscious effort to be dealing with the top of
the 13 other teams have to think about it.
But they're trying. You saw KDF had that compound. We saw multiple teams crash into them and try to slow them down. KDF is throwing elbows like they're in the paint and there's nobody else around. I mean, and that's what it is. You don't fight Freaks without leaving with a bloody nose at the very least. And I think, how do you stop them when people have literally been throwing bodies at it to do so?
Well, they've got those center positions, right? And similar to a previous situation where, like, a BB team, for example, is going for an emergency pickup straight onto their compound, bam, instantly dead. Great control of those defensive plays, Avenger. So to be giving away some of those points towards a team that is finding central spots, being able to defend those central spots, and then being able to transition from them, we can't. Well, I say we can't. The teams can't be giving these points away to them.
It's making it so difficult as well on top of that, right? Because this map here, it was an extremely hard terrain to play. They had almost nothing to play with, but still, they were putting pressure on so many teams at the same time. They were fighting so many fronts, And you were talking about, okay, KDF, they're 4 guys alive, they're taking so much control, they have all this cover here, but still, T1 clawed it back. They put pressure on TSM, they made sure they didn't get flushed out from the back. 3 guys strong versus 4, multiple situations where Elo was putting pressure on them too, but still, they came through, they won the game they're not supposed to win, even though KDF got a lot of kills in that one. It's still a huge game and a huge comeback for T1.
Well, if the teams want to breach the bulwark that is T1, Virtus Pro and Guangdong Freaks, it has to start now. We are at the halfway point of the grand final, and they're already putting themselves head and shoulders above the rest. It is time to Tago as we go to game number 4 of the day. Without further ado, it's time to head over to the commentators for all the action. Let's see if the rally back can begin now.
Thank you very much, and it is time to Tago. The Guangdong Freaks gave the rest of the lobby 2 games, Toby.
Yep.
They gave them 2 games, and they said, if you can catch up with us by then, that is all we're going to give you. They lock it down here in game number 3. Can they continue that performance here on Tago?
We warned them. We warned everyone and
We
said you
warned
got your rear angles, and seems like that was not enough. They're back in form, and they're dangerous as we've seen them in the past. And T1 as well, the double wins on the day thus far, showcasing that Korea, while I think a lot of people thought they were starting to become one of the weaker regions with the split up of the former world champion team in Danawa and not overly impressive global results in the beginning of the year, they are back in form.
Something to be said about getting hot at the right time.
Oh, yeah.
And if you're going to get hot at the right time is always going to be PGC. As we see everybody dropping around the map. Everybody getting a little bit closer here. Guys, we're dancing out here. This music is bumping right now. But, yeah, look, I'm actually a little bit concerned about Twisted Minds. They're very close to 17, and they're very split.
They're vehicles.
They are vehicles. Where are they?
You have them on the north side, you have them on the south side, and speaking of south side, why not throw in a bit of a fun one? Look towards the north and the teams on the leaderboard that are up on that north side island. T1, Guangdong Freaks, VP, and you can even add FaZe to the mix up there as well. Teams that are sat in the top of the leaderboard with the longest of journeys now to make. If you do not find an E pickup, which, let's be fair, would make that rotation a lot easier.
Sure would.
These 3 teams could see themselves fall here. Oh, Elo, go again. Please.
No way.
Please.
Do it.
One more.
Ooh.
Oh.
Okay.
This was your chance.
Faded me.
This was your chance.
It's okay.
Should have gone with the MK. The K. I don't know about. I don't know about the K2, man. I don't think that would have done any help.
Man, TSM in 4th place, 40 points out of 1st.
No, it's insane. The fact that Freaks and T1, I mean, honestly, with VP as well, have been able to separate themselves here in the start of day 2 to the extent that they have. And keep in mind, again, I mean, Freaks, back-to-back tough games. T1 had one apiece where they took out one another. One is going T1's way, the other gone in favor of VP, where they eliminate each other early. And then to still be able to maintain that lead coming into match 4 is really fantastic.
They are just choking out the rest of the lobby, not giving them any opening.
No, really
try to
not.
catch up, really. And to be fair, I mean, the small opening that Daytrade did give was taken by T1, but we did get a chance to talk to Salute, so let's hear what he has to say.
마지막 대결에서 저랑 태성이 형이 조금 더 말 맞춰서 잘할 수 있었는데 제가 브리핑적으로 실수를 해가지고 같이 팀 플레이를 못한 게 되게 아쉬운 것 같고 그 외에는 그냥 할 거 했다라는 플레이인 것 같아서 딱히 뭐 별 생각 없는 것 같습니다. 당연히 좋을 수밖에 없고 저희가 조금 더 점수 차이를 벌릴 수 있었는데 그러지 못한 게 좀 팀적으로는 아쉬운 분위기인 것 같아요. 그거 말고는 너무 좋습니다.
Well, man, if that is you guys with communication suffering, I don't want to see what you guys can do when you're operating on full. So he does not seem to be happy.
No, that's
I mean, they're 93 points 1st place, and they are.
But that's the scary thing, and that he brings it up as well. There were a really good chance that they could have come away. I mean, 2 of the games they didn't win yesterday could have been wins, and other games where they fell out somewhat earlier could have had a lot more kills gone their way. I mean, they already broke a record in the circuit stages. They could have done it again yesterday.
Sure could have. Well, first E-pickup is in the air. FaZe trying to send it towards that center of the circle. We'll see where they end up. As we did have one knock, I think the Expendables. I'm not sure if that was a shot or if that was a fat finger falling out of a vehicle. I don't see anyone anywhere near the Expendables right now, so I'm guessing somebody may have gotten hit by a teammate. As Eternal Fire, they're going to find Day Trade. Thanadol and Flash just staring right down at him.
Yeah, Eternal Fire not unaccustomed to take a few shots here in the early game. Again, they like to commit to these early compounds, especially on Rondo and on Tego, knowing the value of having what could potentially be a game-winning compound right from the start is something they will gladly risk one, maybe even two players sometimes in trying to get right from the beginning.
Well, this is a sad story right now. A team that I don't think anybody anticipated to be sitting in the 16th place in this lobby in Na'Vi. Let's see if they can get their games turned around here in the second half of Grand Finals, because it has definitely been a little bit disappointing so far.
Yep, sure has. Space now in their picking up, trying to make their way in towards Songam, will make landfall, but TSM is well aware of exactly where FaZe has come in from. And keep in mind, BP team is in the northern side of this city too, so there could be fights in the making at 17 yet again. Take early game casualties this time around to the hands of Summer.
I mean, at this point, it just feels like there's some force, some otherworldly force working against you if you're 17. I mean, they cannot, you just happen to drive by the one random player and he just hits every single shot. And it's just to get one of your guys out. And now 17 have to play this one with 3. Now the good news is that they do have a center circle position. So we'll see what they can do with that.
I mean, that's great, but it's also, again, one of those where we have circle center. This is the game. Like, this is our 20-point game, if not even higher. And just the fact that they're down to 3 is most likely going to mitigate that, at least by like 5-6 points, even if they do come up victorious.
Now by Summer, who is very much separated from the rest of his team as well. The rest of Petrichor way off to the north of where he is, as we see the Expendables trying to find their way in. And they are going for a very occupied place here. They're going to find Hackatory, and Hackatory will get that first knock and kill onto Delwyn. Can they get any more off of this? As now FaZe, it's the third party. It's always the third party.
Absolutely crucial that he gets that knock instantly, though, so that Expendables don't have a chance to read how many players were actually there. Because unknowns to Expendables, they read this perfectly. They went in a 3v1, but they had just too much distance in between the vehicles for them to realize, wait, it's just one guy. Had they known, believe you me, Expendables would have pulled up, would have probably taken out Hackatory and gotten that position to play from. But mistiming on the drive-through, and well, that's them down 1 early.
Yeah. Toffee's been calling them the Unexpectables with good reason, because they will pull up on you.
Yep.
But you know what? They're also not stupid, so they're not going to do something that's dumb here. Salute. Oh no, Salute going to get picked out by Roarin'. And that is going to be the big fragger from KDF down early.
-3.
-3 indeed.
50% of all the fantasy players coming into today. I'm sure a lot of people, if they didn't have him on their roster already, swapped him in. As Freaks, well, I mean, they won the last game, so they play the PUBG usual of winner to early loser. We'll see if that's going to remain true, as they do find themselves a spot to play here in the northern side of the circle.
This coast, the coast is really just chock full of teams. Everybody really kind of centering up on this first zone. Now you do have a couple of teams that are still making their way in, and now a E-pick up from Virtus Pro at the very last minute. They'll be coming in with the blue zone.
Now, it might not end up becoming relevant depending on where this next circle takes us, but you have to keep in mind that it's a change to Taiko that went unnoticed by a lot of people. Yes, we got the hospital instead of the studio, but there was also a massive cliff side on the south side that got fully removed. So while you still can't really go out and make a lot of use of it, in terms of scouting opportunities on the south side shoreline, it's much easier to read what happens east of Songam if you come in on that south side now than what it was a couple of patches back. We might just end up seeing that becoming very relevant should this next circle shift towards the east.
Great point. As we see some replays of our early kills there. Salute. I know, he got me. Well, Captain Fairest is out there doing a little scouting by boat for Na'Vi, and he's not finding a whole lot of anything on that coastline, so that is some information picked up in that regard for that squad here. Is Eternal Fire to get everybody back together. They've got Petrichor on their east and day trade on their west. KDF, meanwhile, still in vehicles, and here's VP coming in with the blue.
Love the timing on this one as well. They're gonna be just on the edge of the circle, potentially a bit towards the middle by the time this second circle pops. So if they're lucky, they can beat the timing on some of these other teams. In perfect case scenario, if you see a compound, two teams fighting, land on the outskirts, fight your way and claim a spot with kills to boot in this next circle, of course, depending on where it's gonna take us.
So Captain Ferris, I saw his little vehicle in the water, but apparently he's Pilot Ferris.
He's flying.
Right now, yeah. Getting a good read on what's going on that coastline and points inward. It's 4 a.m. already in vehicles as that circle is slowly arriving.
Do we go south? Do we stay on the coastline? Or will we go towards Songam proper? It's going to go towards Songam, but again, a lot of coast still in play. T1, we see the observers marking, coming in on that eastern side. They got space to play, but look at how hectic, how crunched down this circle center already is.
Whole lot of water, and all of that coastline now has been mapped by Na'Vi, been mapped by Ferris, although they will have Virtus Pro arriving fairly soon here as Roth will drop the blue zone grenade, and Flood will get the knock onto Tanvu as the Expendables starting to fall apart here. The Falcons knew what they were pushing into, but look at this on the south side. Hackatory has an angle as well. So Na'Vi has to third party this. Falcons have to be careful about how they push in. BB Team, meanwhile, running to Virtus Pro. Remember, they were parachuting in from the E pickup, and unfortunately, they go for the city, and they are going to lose 3.
A surprising commit, of course. I mean, little do they know there are 3 teams in here already, but the fact they opt to engage, opt to jump into the city proper, knowing full well there's a lot of teams in the south side already. Yeah, ambitious for sure, but hey, I mean, they make it with one guy in there. Maybe, should the circles keep coming towards Songam, that's top 5 in the making, depending, of course, on how long EB gets to stay alive for.
Very true. Yeah, I mean, if they keep everybody alive, that might be a game-winning play.
Yeah.
But unfortunately for them, they are down just to EB, and KDF, meanwhile, is this really where they're going to play? They're going to be playing in the mud for now? Hey, I can get about it. I like playing in the mud. Why not?
I'm not sure where to segue from that, Paul. I'm not going to lie, but I'll gladly just jump somewhere else. As Luna Galaxy out on that western side have started to try and take full control of the hill to the west of Songam. This could be a crucial position for them. They can see a lot of what's happening, not only inside the city, but to the outskirts on the other side of the city as well.
Just caught my eye on the map here. Twisted Minds, they've got a compound in the northeast, but they have sent Batulins way down to the coastline. And okay, that's why. That's why. He's in the glider. He's doing a little pre-scouting. It looks like Lou is following. So I wonder what Twisted Minds' plan here. What's going on in that crazy mind of Batulins?
I think what they're doing right now is they're setting up, as you see, the anti-air usage here of PP team, dismantling VP on approach. It's them setting up multiple options. They're setting up multiple pathways to get inside the circle. Now, Raynon has caught Lou, so that's going to force him out of the vehicle, at least for the time being. And honestly, I think right now, with Ian shooting towards him as well, he kind of needs help from his teammates, and he is very isolated.
Yeah, Lou in a little bit of trouble. As we check with 17 Gaming, they still have a 2-2, well, very light 2-2 split.
Yep.
Keeping eyes on Petrichor Road on the north, but Petrichor Road, they have a much larger 2-2 split. They've got Ike's left and Ming taking shots over towards Eternal Fire on the northern edge of this zone.
And this is the issue. I mean, if you look towards the E, like if you cut a line right down the middle of this circle, obviously with Songam being on the west-hand side, there's such a big portion of the teams over there. And with Luna, with Falcons as well, kind of caught behind the city, not able to go further center. This really is, on the east, very open and playable terrain where they can split as you see fit with 4M and T1. But towards the west, it's all city. So if this next circle shifts east, and keep in mind, it can go towards the water as well. It's not phase 4 just yet.
Nope.
If this one goes east or southeast outside of Songam, this entire server is going to get a little blaze.
Yeah, Songam really right now kind of safe as it is going to center up just right in the middle. So Songam still in play.
Now is when you start reading the coastline and going, great, next circle, where can we place a phase 4 in this? And all of a sudden, not going to lie, that Songam starting to look pretty spicy.
It's going to be pretty crazy if they manage to keep that that city in for another couple of circles and then finally move out. There's going to be madness here as Eternal Fire is going to push right into 17. Roarin is in the vehicle. He's swapping seats. Suju has no angle on this, but Lil Ghost will try to find one. Somehow Roarin's still alive. He's dancing. He's bobbing. He's weaving. He's hiding in the smoke. He's getting in the passenger side. They're trading seats. Where is he going to go? Suju. He's getting the grenade will finally take him down as Roarin's fascinating journey comes to an end.
So he jumped into that car and stared that man into the eyes going, whoa, you're not from my team. Able to get him down, but nice jukes from Ruin to try and buy time for his team to come around. And actually, now it's going to be Petrichor from the other side finding Xiaobei.
Oh man, Ruin was breaking his ankles there for a minute here. Kwepa in the mad though, very, very low. The grenades from KDF falling a little bit too long. The ones from, oh, that one's going to find it.
Yeah.
Now Kwepa is down to the last player left alive. He's staying alive for the time being, but you got to wonder how much more utility Kwangdong is willing to spend on this.
Exactly. One more nade will place nade. That could be the triple, and I think Haven has his number written. Let's see. It's going to bounce close. It's going to be on point, and it's going to be the triple for Kwangdong Freaks.
Heaven going to send him right there, as that is a beautiful grenade from him, and now they can turn their attention back over towards 17 as Suju is able to get back on his, or Xiaobei rather, get back on his feet, and 17 back up to 3 strong. Nobody really pressing them too much yet, but now they've got the full strength, full force Petrichor Road just off to their north, so see if Pero decides to get involved in there anytime soon. Falcons, nice spray from Luna, or from Rello will find Haven, but Rello going to get spotted out by Vinny.
That's the issue, a bit isolated on that top side from his teammates, who was the one looking towards the circle, but they got surrounded by Luna Galaxy, and now shots coming in from multiple sides. Helped a little bit by the fact that Chloris finds Haven. Should slow down the push from Luna Galaxy at least by a little bit. Snakers isolated up on the hillside. K2 in hand would really want to fall back down to that south side.
Oh my goodness, Falcons, they lose Rello, but man, they were just a little bit of recoil control away from losing even more than that. As the smoke walls are starting to go down. Posa, you can see how low he is. Kraken still playing that point man, looking for any angles. And he's going to spot out the head of Snakers, but immediately retreats.
Nice disengage, because that nade got really close to. Now phase 4 damage is going to come in as this circle centers up. 4AM and TSM now sat circle center as Ikeslip is able to find Flash. Daytrade trying to make something happen, now down to just Thanadol left alive.
Yeah, TSM is laughing here. You see KDF still taking shots at Petrichor. There he is. Ikeslef going to get spotted out by Bean. And now another one going to go down as Summer will go down, and Day Trade has been finished off. It's all down to Ming.
Yep.
Can he get this res? He might be able to get Summer back on his feet.
It's a phenomenal flank out from Kwangdong Freaks as well. They're sat down towards the south side. We saw them take the fight to Eternal Fire just before, but they realized that there's something happening up towards the north, and they backfill Petrichor Road. All Petrichor is doing is looking inside circle. They're looking for points. They've been alone there since forever, but here comes Freaks splitting out, taking out 2. We'll see. It seems like Ming is going to commit to the rest here, but I think Human is starting to smell it.
Oh, man.
Oh, they're both dead.
I mean, it felt like he had Summer pretty good, but he's going to go send it right for Ikeslef, and he's going to get a grenade dropped right on him. Oh, it bounces just off. So now Petrichor, they have Ikeslef back on his feet. Ming is on guard duty. He's got to prevent these guys from pushing any further, and they know it. They're going to pull away. So good heads-up play from KDF.
What a daring play from Ming as well to go into the open field. Lapa Smoke just sent the car through the open to try and help out his team.
Now they're going to get the third one up as well.
And that's exactly it. They're able to fully reset this. Would not have thought that was going to happen, but once again, Freaks trying to make smart plays happen off their own, trying to flank underneath, get the inside of the circle against Petrichor.
Not giving up on it yet. They're still pushing over in that direction. They've got Luna Galaxy on their backsides as well. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, they have got BB Team in their sights, but they are getting herded by T1 by 4 AM. A number of shots being sent over in this direction. But you see Phil First will go down. It's all down to best of luck here for BB Team.
Yep, you saw Batulans just before fall to blue. Big loss on their side. As fighting through the open on the north side. You can see how open it really is with Ian, pretty much the sole player with control inside this. Trying to fend off against them. Best of luck will fall, and that's going to be BB Team out.
Twisted Minds not out of the woods just yet either. They're in this wide open space, and you saw T1. They sent Ian. Type went up there as well. Looks like Type's going to retreat, but Ian's going to stick around a little bit longer, see what he can see. And he's going to see the Twisted Minds boys laying down smoke wall. Looks like Example might have spotted him. I'm not sure.
Now, how greedy do you get if you're Ian here? You have 4 nades, you know they're prone in a ditch. I mean, how much of a highlight play do you want to try and make it for him? The issue is he's all on his own. As soon as he starts cresting over that north side, the teammates will have no chance to help him out. But a very, very important fight now coming in on this south side. Falcons against FaZe, and look at the minimap. EP is creeping in behind all of these guys.
Do they have James on the low side? Fex going in for the high side flank. You can see from the north side, he's going to get a spray in, but James is going to go down to Roth. So opening knock for Falcons, pulls it down to a 3v3. As he said, VP, they have Ibby out in the blue. Hackatori, or actually Sosid from Na'Vi will take shots at this as well. Hackatori going to come over and try to third party if he can.
And he's heading out of the compounds to do this as well, but Fex able to dodge and weave, find the knock on the first one. 1 HP stays alive through this one again. I don't think Evie's been seen just yet as more shots come through. Roth can't find the targets in the smoke, so he's going to have to try and fall back too.
Fex absolutely just disembodied that man. As Ibby, does Roth see him? Roth, can you spot him? No, Ibby, he's playing the low side. Ibby knows exactly where they are, and he's Roth go down. Oh, he's got to stop down for the heal though.
Down to 1 HP. It's going to be Hackatori from the edge to find him too. EP is still unnoticed. Has a Panzerfaust in hand now as well. When is he going to start shooting? He's down to no more first stage. You'd have to imagine that he's going to try and aggress at some point soon. One more knock comes in.
Snaker securing the kills onto FaZe. He's going to get a couple more points for Falcons, but goes down to a well-placed grenade by James as Ibby just eating blue just behind them. I think he finally has made it inside the zone, and Hackatori's going to lose one as well. James now, the last player left alive for FaZe. No, 2 up for FaZe as Ibby here's the vehicle pulling away, but he's not going to get there in time to drop the Panzer on him.
While the battle takes place in the south, we lose big names in the north. Kwangdong Freaks out, Petrico out as well. Now FaZe and TSM continuing this battle. James falls. FaZe's Fex is able to get the knock in return, but not before. Yeah, exactly. Both of them should be down and out, and it's Cloris again. These solo players creeping in from the west, able to get points going their way as we finally make our way into the placement point.
So many solos at work right now. You've got Cloris, Lil Ghost, Ibiza, all on the field right now, and you also have 2 from Na'Vi. Hackatori basically playing as a solo right now while Sosid holds the compound. T1, they have got 4 up alive in the northeast. They're keeping eyes on Twisted Minds, who are also down to 2. They've got to pull their way down in, but right now the eyes are on 4 AM. They've got 4 deep in a compound. TSM also 4 deep in a compound.
You'd have to wish that this circle just swings south. Go Na'Vi, go VP down in that south side. Let the solos have some fun, and let it be up to the 4 stacked teams to have to try and make your way towards that south side.
Twisted sending it.
Yep, try to get the rock. I mean, hey, they got there. Unfortunately for them. Infectix, that's smoking, dodging bullets.
Gets the knock from TSM, but gets stolen away by 4 AM as they find another point. That'll be their first kill of the match. Example, though, looks like he is able to get the res. Okay, so Twisted back up to 2. Wait, where's Lou? Lou's out in the blue.
He's in the blue, he's vibing.
I thought he got a res. Okay, never mind. Example is all by himself on the rock while Lou is just feasting on blue. You can see him just on the left side of your screen right there. And look at that, 4 AM getting compound blessed.
I mean, they get the compound, but keep in mind, again, they only have 1 kill coming into this. If there's a pull-up happening, if they fall now, that's a 2-point game as that mortar rains close. 1 more comes in, short once more. Ian able to find Lou, so now it's just Example left alive for Twisted Minds.
He's dodging around, and that'll go into the pocket of Ian. Here we go. Oh, okay. Examples. Sometimes it's fun to play with the crowd.
It is. Next time we'll make a wave happen.
Yeah, exactly.
That's going to be next up on the chopping block. It's going to be Little Ghost. He's found by Alo. As TSM once again trying to make plays happen. They're starting to clear out their side of the circle, but there's still solos down here. Cloris, EP as well in the nearby vicinity as Na'Vi now, the duo left alive, starting to feel the pressure come in from T1.
Interesting there, before T1 started making this wrap down to the south, they had gotten a knock onto Godvi in the 4 AM compound, but elected not to push there. So instead they go to try to clear out this south side. Now they've got Hackatori basically pinned up against a rock in a deployable cover. Sosin's still inside the compound here. You can see the situation that he's in as Hackatory is just bobbing and weaving at this point, dodging everything. Will survive a little bit longer right on the edge of that smoke cloud, but he's got a grenade with his name written all over it.
Meanwhile, EB's prone on the hill with a Panzer in hand, just waiting for a car to come by, saying, I wish you would, but no one right now planning on doing just that. Na'Vi had to make the play out into the open eventually, and this time around it's going to be glorious to see him, but he too, as you can see here, is running miles out in the open, and his days are going to be counted with T1 finding one more.
I think if he looks over, he sees Chlor, he's jumping around, getting shot at from multiple. He's like, you know what? I think I'll just lie prone right here.
I'm chilling
for the best.
Maybe he dropped all his ammo so he could get more first aids. Maybe he learned from his main man Bloomy. We'll see.
He's got a Panzer and a dream. That's all he needs.
He has a rocket now. He's been seen by Type, which unfortunately is not a solo. He's just fed that info across to his entire team. And you know what? Knowing who you're up against on that north side, you might just lob that Panzer straight into the wall and call it a day.
Yeah.
But no, not to be.
Type too quick with it. The MK12 singing out a song on the south side. Now, Example's still alive. I say as he's trying to make his way from one rock to another, and he starts getting lit up by 4 AM. But Example's still alive.
He is
right now.
He is. He's
but
still behind the same rock
down.
we left him behind moments ago.
Right where I left him.
Yep, he's still proning, still chilling. As we take our eyes to TSM at first now, they're forced to creep out of the compound. They're here. They have made a half rock, half car fort, and are inside this next circle. But of course, everyone right now has a circle to play within. So let's see where the next one's going to take us once again. 4 AM gets the blessing.
Yeah, they have their one kill to show for it, as well as everybody is clearly well able to avoid any line of sight from 4 AM. Although it looks like Luke 12 might have been spotted out here. The smoke's keeping everybody alive for the time being. Example eventually will have to leave that rock, and I feel like in the spirit of the season, he's going to get lit up like a Christmas tree.
You'd have to imagine now for TSM, where do you go on this? If you get a knock on T1, is that your entry to fight T1, or is that you trying to wrap back north, try to get inside the compound? Because there is a chance that they might just pull up on either side, go to the building, but Type, no, the car goes for the spin around. I don't know if it was intentional. Looked great.
Not intentional.
Looked great from a cinematic perspective, but now you're caught there. I think he wanted to go further.
I think he wanted to go to the rock where he's at right now, but unfortunately the vehicle had other ideas. I think he was trying to crash directly into it. Okay, Sparking will take a knock there, but that should be easily revived by Purdy Curdy. Now, Luke still has that angle off the side, but yeah, there you go. Unfortunately, he's not going to be able to escape that one.
Oh, quick flush for him there as well, knowing that there are hungry players on the other side of the circle who wants points too. As Example is seen by Purdy. They do lose TSM's, or Alo, I should say, for just a moment. The issue is the circle is creeping in. And with TSM having just a rock for cover, they need to make a play, and it has to happen soon. They have 5 smokes to work with, but where do they place them and where do they go?
Oh, man, yeah, 5 smokes just does not feel like a lot to work with here. But and that's the biggest question, okay? Sure, you got smokes, but where are you going? It's not looking great as Godby back on that Alm once again is taking shots off in the distance. He knows exactly where E-End is.
4 AM has an ARM, an MG3, and an MK14 to work with. You'd have to imagine
and a compound.
That the compound, the only compound as a matter of fact, inside this circle. But they also only have 2 points to show for this game, and they want to get a lot more out of it. They're in the mid-pack. They could soar their way to the top if they get a good result here. As we finally see the rotation come out of TSM, they try to wrap north, they try to isolate angles from 4 AM, but Cenas knows exactly what's happening.
Oh, man, just know where to go. Now, Kurt at least was able to get on the other side of the road, and Sparking has managed to get inside the zone and stay alive. So TSM, they're not out of it yet, but they still got 5 grenades. Sparking has been spotted from range. Is that Godby Alm? Can he get him? Nope, that's gonna miss again.
Those bullets flying straight through the armpits. They're barely even touching through the hairs of these T1 players. They're wanting to look for it. That's a good attack coming in there. Not enough to find the knock, though. Still 7 more bullets to work with. As Sparking falls, Type, though, falls immediately after.
That was unfortunate there for Type. I think he was trying to use that, the damage, the distraction to try to get a little bit closer to try to put himself into utility range. But fortunately for 4 AM, Bobo on the clock spots him out quick knock and flush.
HS using the time now to push further forward. This is the first time they really get out of the compound proper. And for T1 and TSM, they're both just trying to buy time, trying to wait for 4 AM, either to make a mistake or to try and play for circle center, which is exactly what we're seeing from HSM now.
HSM, there you go. TSM will finally get eliminated there by Zenith. So that'll be another kill picked up for T1. 4 AM. There's 3 kills left on the board. You really need this win, though. They're currently sitting in 6th place. But T1, they're in 2nd. I mean, if they win this, they take over 1st from Freaks, which is unreal.
And it would give them their third win on the day. Absolutely insane performance from this South Korean roster. As Raiden, again, he knows what he's up against with these peaks. He knows he's sat just on the other side waiting, but he does not care. Raiden goes to the peak regardless and finds Bobo.
And instantly, Godby sending it over to his fallen teammate to get him back on his feet. The smokes walls kind of bleeding out here for T1. They don't have any smokes left in the bag, Toby, and Zenith is going to get spotted by HSM.
You're doing everything you can here when you're T1, but it's just like no matter where they go, no matter how hard they try, the 4 AM position is just superior. Now in a 4v1, Raiden, do you have it in you? Can you make the magic happen? We've seen it from Ian, we've seen it from Type. Now it's your turn, but it's not to be. 4 AM out victorious in match number 4 on the day.
And what a victory for them. They have been having a decent final so far. That win is going to put them right back in the conversation, up in the top 5. What a performance. I mean, now, of course, let's call it what it is. They got the circles, but when you get those circles, you still got to win the game, Toby.
You got to maximize, especially in a lobby where these teams are starting to run away with it. T1, again, I mean, the Death said it in the previous segment, T1 are making late game, are getting a lot of points in games where they have no right to claim as much as they do, and this game was no different. In the end, the win was too much for them to bring home, but what a amazing performance by them to get as much as they did.
Well, we are done with our wild card map, so let's get ready to finish out the day on Miramar.
Someone had to try and dampen the flames of South Korea, and it will be 4 angry men with extinguishers charging around, trying to do it towards the end of Tago. They get themselves the victory here, but it was down to the wire again against T1, almost on the cusp of a 3rd win on the day. This was crazy, Toppies.
It was crazy to see T1 there again. I'm getting a little tired. I'm getting tired of T1 in every single endgame. These guys know how to get there, whether or not the circle's in their favor. It was a chaotic circle. I think we had 4 teams in Songam by phase 2. It was a very difficult early game, but again, the teams that thrived were the teams that just kept finding these spots, were nice and scrappy. That fight right there in the car, that was hilarious. I mean, I haven't seen anything like that in a while. That was hilarious. Can you imagine jumping and be like, wait a minute, you're not supposed to be here?
Yeah, some good utility use, and also so much smokes needed to be deployed for these teams to survive as long as possible. We got to say it as well, 4 AM, they had this compound, of course, they had to convert. This is their game to win. They were able to do so, but so many of these teams are involved. T1 again, as you said here. TSM also a team, you know, kind of sliding in there. They're getting consistent compared to what we saw yesterday, and I'm liking what I'm seeing from them. Honestly, in a situation for them, keep at it, because there's going to be at one point where both KDF and T1, they're not getting points. The question is that the game where, you know, a team like VP, they also kind of get stable points, because it's really about the salvage game when you're bad team.
I was saying, as we take a look at the final highlights from this, that I wish you guys were out here whilst we were watching it, because to our left, we have the Korean caster. To our right, we have the Chinese casters. And they were just taking turns, raising the sound levels, shouting. And eventually, apparently, the Chinese casters won. So, but it was great to see. Obviously, I mean, looking at HSM's off angle through all of this, absolutely pivotal against T1. I mean, T1 was kind of having the back against the blue, really kind of choked up as to where they could have gone here, Toffees. But aside from that, 4 angry men gets the compound, gets the circle, gets the win.
It also speaks to how well they knew what was going on in the map. They didn't even think about denying. They were like, you know what, we're going to fight this out. We're going to try to make this push, and we're going to get as many points as we can. And that they were bold enough, the hubris they had to, without smokes, be like, you know what, I think we can stack transition this and get a pick or two. Just shows how hyped these guys are and how much they're just, I mean, they deserve to be fired up on their own hubris. After with it. Oh no. Also, you know, TSM, I love you too. It's a second, a third, and a third for these guys. So they're knocking on the door. They're just not getting that shift.
We never got the Ibby Panzer Faust. It was geared up.
I was sad. And we were like, the star was built up through the game, you know, running around. He's constantly seen on his shoulder. Oh, he's getting a bit of first aid. He's still lying long, and then dunk, he gets punched off here. I was hoping to see some teams breach that compound because it was clear that compound was the game-winning compound. Nobody did so. 4AM was able to stay 4 strong here and able to close it out with 7 kills and a win.
Yeah, TSM with the 8 doing very well for themselves. T1, 6 kills, getting to a late game. Also, the circle for the top 3 teams couldn't have been any further away from them when it came to Tago, and yet somehow T1 still able to get into the late game. Twisted Minds with the 4 kills as examples, trying to scrap for some points towards the end.
That's what it felt like it's been for Twisted Minds all day. It feels like they're trying to get to these good spots. They're just getting caught in like weird positions. I mean, they even had Batu scouting all the way around the outside in a glider that time. So I'm not sure if they feel out of sorts or if like they're not making sense of where these rotations in the lobby are going. Because again, this is not the full 16 teams that I think most teams researched being here for the grand final. So it does feel like there's been a little bit of adjustment. Twisted Minds still getting their 4 kills off of sort of how much work they had to do to get into that circle. I think they should be okay with that.
And looks like we know who's going to be the man of the match from this one. I mean, damage done across the board here, Martin, but again, just like holding down that compound, making sure that, I mean, even if there were any breach potentials, it didn't come along, so maybe they were ready for it, but regardless, all they had to take was that relatively long-range fight.
You say I say hism. Yeah, of course, 5 kills and the 500 and some damage is going to be able to put him in the man of the match. Fantastic for 4AM. And yeah, again, it's again just this story of these middle pack teams that are hustling to get in there, but still T1 gets points. KDF got points here. TSM consistent today here, like that. If we're gonna see, you know, one big game for them and the rest of the 2 games we have today here, they could be solidifying that 4th spot for themselves, and instead of making it the 13 teams fighting for the 4th, it's gonna be 12 teams fighting for the 5th place. 17 point again for Foreign Men. 2 more teams on double digits, good for T1 to be able to have this consistency in placement and in the placement points overall here. And for them, they have 3 players in the top 7 of most kills. They have been racking out, and you see that is really showing here in the total leaderboard.
South Korea, dominance at the top, 97 points and 93 points respectively. Virtus Pro is trying to make for the scramble plays towards the end here, but still quite a few points behind. TSM finds themselves in 4th place, of course, with that 66, and they have been America's constant throughout the year. Of course, yes, we had Sonics winning the Esports World Cup, but TSM getting themselves at PGS's 3rd, 8th, getting themselves 4th at the Esports World Cup as well. They're just so consistent.
I mean, that's what you gotta love about them. Yes, you know, you get Falcons with their roster swaps, and they get big ups and big lows and up, you know, crazy stuff. Sonics gets championships. TSM is just this even-keeled, and I mean, that speaks to their style, right? Alo, Purdy, they've been together for so long. They always sort of just have their focus and run in a straight line. And I love that. They have, it's the opposite of T1, right? T1's just like young guns who are out there like just punch everyone in the face. TSM has been doing this a long time. They don't get worked up. They have a bad game. They say, don't worry about it. Let's just go to the next one. And I love that mentality from them, saying like, we're using our experience to continue being this consistent, because eventually the circle's going to choose us and we're going to get those points.
It's a tremendous success from 4AM as well, I want to say here, Martin, because I think a lot of people came in with big question marks around them. Obviously at PGS's, we've seen some disasters from 4AM, but here in the final, to be as far as they are, that is a success so far.
Yeah, we talked about it again, right? There's searchings for God V to be able to have some of the performance we've been seeing from here for PGC has been great. He's been having some moments for himself as well, and for 4AM, that's a step up at this level here. It is huge.
All right, well, thank you very much, gentlemen. Of course, everybody in the arena, stick around because the lucky draw for the raffle is on the way. We're going to go to a short break, and when we return, we have the Dusty Dunes, 2 more maps for day number 2. Miramar will be on the way in a moment.
Welcome. It is my pleasure to introduce you to Cruising Chaos. We've set the stage, and Sandhawk stands ready. And now, it must be knocked down. The covert deliveries of heavy weaponry are not just for flash and flare. They are your new tools of survival. Each one finely tuned for maximum destruction. Likely more than you expect. This battleground, once familiar, will evolve into a more ruthless, more cunning, and, dare I say, more destructive arena. Let us begin. Now, we watch to see who will stand atop the rubble.
Shut up! You can't even run properly!
What the?
Welcome back, everybody. We have 4 games in the books, 2 more left to play here in day number 2, and it has been Korean dominance, Toby.
It has been hot, to say the least, and it's only going to get hotter now that we hop on over to Miramar in just a few moments, because as you say, T1, 3 wins in 4 games, and now Quantum Freak starting to step back up, trying to reassert their dominance too. I'm starting to get worried that if this continues through the rest of the day, there ain't gonna be a whole lot for teams to catch up to come tomorrow.
I mean, that's the craziest part about it, right? Is that T1 has had these 3 wins in the day, and they're still chasing KDF.
Yep.
Like, this is absolutely phenomenal performance by both of these teams. But as you said, that gap between 2nd and 3rd is starting to grow exponentially with every game. Now we've got 2 games left on Miramar. What are you looking at? Yeah, look at me. I like it. Okay. 2 games left on Miramar to play, and hopefully anybody will start stepping up here and try to play catch up.
Yeah, it's about that time when teams start to lock in, when teams start to see that kill feed and go, wait, they're over there. You know what? Maybe we'll be the ones this time around to take the burden of trying to eliminate them early on. Now, keep in mind, Freaks have proved mortal. The first 2 Erangel games, they got practically nothing going their way. But it needs to happen again and again and again in order for all these teams to catch them as we now hop over to Miramar in just about 10 seconds time.
Question right now is T1 ever going to slow down here today, as we are ready to head into our final 2 matches of day number 2 of these PGC Grand Finals.
Here we go. What better place to overlook than the Freaks' hometown of Minas Generales? They'll have a perfect plane to get to said hometown as well, as this one takes us through the northern part of Miramar. It's rare that Los Leones becomes a stretch, but this time around that's going to be exactly that the case, as this is arguably as northern skewed as Miramar planes really get.
That's true. And one thing we can take from yesterday, however, though, is that a couple of teams really that hadn't had a whole lot of stuff going for them in the first 4 games really turned up for the last 2. Virtus Pro being one, Petrichor Road being the other. Maybe these final 2 games they'll find their footing and get back in the mix here. But it is going to be a tall task to take down the juggernaut that is T1, the juggernaut that is Kwangdong Freaks. But we'll see if somebody's got it in them.
If there's a team to do it, I mean, they're on the #1 on the Miramar stats across the board, as we see the stats on the left side here right now. Twisted Minds have played incredibly well on Miramar. We'll see if they get a chance to do so here again. They get to go where they want to go, up towards that power grid. They have fought with Petrichor for the better part of 2.5 years to call that place their own, and now they have it all to themselves.
It definitely feels like there is a sleeping giant in the lobby, ready to be awoken in the form of Twisted Minds. And that circle is going to center up on Graveyard, a circle that we did see yesterday.
Yeah.
So this is not not too rare for these guys. They already have a plan as that they were able to pull off just mere hours ago.
It's rare that with a plane that's this far northern, you have a circle like this where practically everyone is in on the northern half of the circle. So it's shifted quite a bit down towards that south side. And, well, I mean, Eternal Fire, I love the fact, I mean, we're seeing on the map now as well, 17 has already sent Little Ghost out into the farm on the east-hand side, so they know they're arguably the most southern team right now, so might as well claim some real estate here in the very early stages of the game, because should this next circle shift south, you know that south side is going to be filled with teams trying to do wide wraps around the east and western side.
And on the other half of that, you got Xiaobei. They already sent to that God compound just to the west of Graveyard. And we saw Twisted play that just days yesterday with 3 strong, and they found a lot of success from it. So 17 stealing that away before Twisted Minds is able to get everybody there.
Now, we got to keep in mind for that Twisted Minds game yesterday that they ended up getting a pretty good performance out of. They lost Perfectix very early on, and that's not something that Twisted Minds usually go out and do. But enough about them for now. Let's get a listen in to Zenith from T1.
Hi guys, I'm here with T1 Zenith, who took 2 chicken dinners today, and I want to ask him, it's South Korea dominating for the day, so is there a difference fighting against Kwangdong Freaks here at PGC above the PWS scene? T1의 제니스 선수 만나보겠습니다. 일단 2일차에 벌써 2치킨이나 차지하셨는데 PWS에서 자주 만났던 광동 프릭스와 PGC에서의 교전 좀 차이점이 있을까요?
일단 지금 PGC에서는 일단 세계 대회인 무대인 만큼 좀 더 여유 있거나 또 자신감이 있는 사람이 더 잘하지 않을까. 딱히 광동적으로 뭐 크게 생각한 적은 없습니다.
I think that there isn't really much of a difference. I think the more confident team is gonna just do better. All right, that was T1 Zenith, and we're gonna go back to the game. 안녕.
Always love hearing the insights of the players in these teams. Now, we had a chance to break down Rainen and his impact as a support player before, but Zenith, of course, goes without mention. Arguably, I mean, in this tournament in particular, one of the best contained players at all. We see him always in these endgame fights out on the flank, making sure no one can do wraps on you, no one can outflank you, and no one has been able to outflank Zenith. And that's, again, a situation where when you have a guy like him, when Type and Ian only really have to concern themselves with 180 degrees, because you know you have a guy that holds the entire backline safe for you, it enables those players to go out and make big plays. I mean, Zenith too has been making phenomenal late game plays, but having a guy like Zenith to play contain, a lot of teams could learn a lot with what he's been doing in this tournament.
One of the most unsung roles in the game, to be able to play that offside and make sure that not only do you kind of keep everybody at bay, but you stay alive.
Yeah.
That's the biggest thing. And Zenith has, as you said, been just performing admirably at that role here so far as we check in with 4 a.m. after that big victory last game. They put them right up in 5th place and right within striking distance of TSM.
And interesting now that we see not only 4AM creep over this hillside, but the fact that Freaks are actually opting to keep players up in this area too. You can see here, Kwangdong Freaks, they have played 10 games and they finished top 4 in 6 of them.
Crazy.
Talk about consistency. That is at this level of play. We are in supposedly the highest level tournament and the grand finals thereof in PUBG esports as a whole. And they are just out there dominating with their positions.
I mean, ain't no supposedly about it. This is as the top as you're going to get.
Oh, yeah.
And KDF is showing that they belong. And not only do they belong, but they own. And they are doing a great job here so far, but still a lot of games left to play, Toby. And heavy is the head that wears the crown going into the final day of Grand Finals, as you have the target painted on the back of your back. And so far through day 2, they've been able to hold off just fine.
Yeah, well, they definitely have, but as you say too, I mean, coming into day 3 tomorrow, not only is it another set of hours for teams to go back over and watch videos, come up with plans for the final day, but the desperation is also going to start to creep in. It's the do or die, nothing left to lose at this point, sort of mentality that kicks in. And oftentimes have we seen top teams crumble to the pressure of teams that just go out to feast on anything they can find.
Speaking of 4 AM, eyes on God V on that northern side. You see Ibby just off to the east, and you see Salute. He is getting very, very close.
Yep.
To this 4 AM split. They've got him spotted out, but no real angle on him to speak of. There's the rest of VP, as they have a big wide split going around on this northern side of Minas.
But again, look at this circle. No one is south of Kantara really right now outside of Eternal Fire Falcons, and then Type and T1 still all the way down towards Chumacera. There's so much space down there. We still have teams that have yet to come out of that north side. Luna Galaxy up by water treatment. BP team up towards La Cobraria. All these teams have yet to funnel in on the northern side. Again, as I said earlier, if this circle shifts hard towards the south, rotations through Graveyard, through Minas, over Power Grid Plateau are going to be horrendous.
Keep very close eyes on that road leading from Picado to Hacienda.
Oh, yeah.
Because that is where the action will be. 17 already got a nice 2-2 split set up. They've got Xiaobei and Xiaowu already in position. We'll see if the circle will pay them off this time around. BB team, meanwhile, coming in from that northwestern side. They've got Haven keeping eyes on them as Luna Galaxy once again. I mean, this is just kind of their bread and butter.
Yeah.
Big wide splits. Gaining a lot of information, but Belmoth getting a little bit close to duck juice.
Not the first time on Miramar that these two APAC teams have run into one another, so this is really no different from what we've seen in the past. Belmoth does get to run away with the scare. As Duck Juice turns around, goes the other way, but Delvin has an angle on him. Maybe the getting back into the car was a bait all along, trying to get Belmoth to re-peek it, thinking he got something off of it. But Belmoth was red like an open book, and Spiro now might be able to steal it. One more bullet should be enough.
There it is.
There you go, point fed over to BP team.
Yoink. Okay, we take those, and of course, as soon as you take a shot, of course, half the lobby starts shooting back at you as well, because that's just how this lobby goes.
Yep.
Tanvu getting a few shots in them as they make their retreat. You see the smoke lay down. Oh, Nurens was going to spot out Delwyn. Gets the instant knock and flush, so the Expendables, they get a knock. They don't even get paid for it. The point gets stolen away from them, and they lose a player.
Yeah. Worst of both worlds. And now Sandstorm coming in as they're looking to try and rotate too. It can't really get any more tough on them than it is right now. They're setting a wide 2-1 split with Cloris, I believe, all the way down towards Power Grid proper. So they're going to have to make up their mind and how they want to rotate through it. Of course, for now, they can lay low. They can wait things out similar fashion to what we see here from EP creeping ever so much closer up towards 4 AM.
That feels aggressive for Virtus Pro here.
Ain't the first time.
No, this feels very aggressive. I mean, again, it's just Ivy and Lucarux. They've got Nixie and Beamy on the other side of Minas with the high ground, just kind of reading everything. So this might just be Ibby listening for footsteps, trying to figure out exactly where everybody is and see if maybe he can catch somebody slipping just a little bit. Yeah, a few shots from Lucarux will push Xiaopian A little bit of back.
He is the booby trap. He is the guy to peek over. I mean, right now it's Lukarux. It's the guys on the back end trying to bait the peek in the other direction. As soon as they do, he's going to look forward, take this shot in the circle. You mentioned the road in between Picado and Hacienda. That road might have just become a lot more relevant with this shift.
It will. And you see the E-pickup flying across. So that was sent by, I believe, Navi, but they're not going to take it. So that's just going to crowd the skies for the time being. You saw the circle being put right onto TSM, so they're holding the north side of this road. The rest of 17 is going to leave Picado, join up with their duo that was holding that God compound just off to the eastern side of Graveyard. They'll set up there while 4 a.m. They still are they're still deciding whether or not they want to be baited by VP.
I love the fact that they are actually peeking or trying to get angles up towards the high ground, but they're doing it from the back end of the building, knowing full well that this could be a bait. Let's not jump on it. Let's not do anything hasty. We still have a potential rotation to make come next circle. And from one sneaky play up a hillside to another, now it's Ixlef creeping up towards Eternal Fire.
This man is all by himself.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you look at the minimap. Okay, you can just now see Chewy arriving from the low side, and they got to be quick about this. They don't have all the time in the world because T1 is coming behind, but it's a Kraken will find Phil first, and that'll be a point in the pocket of Luna Galaxy.
Big 1-2. They're starting to infiltrate Hacienda, so able to get one without any, real damage done in return. Don't have to slow down to get res. They can push further forward, and they have BB team caught somewhat split. They're all within the same compound, but of course we all know Hacienda, a pretty big place to be in. And if they can time this right, if they can approach this right, they might find all of them as Posa gets Spiro down. 22 damage done, but nothing more.
That's really, really hard to push in here because they could just be hiding around every single angle. Luna has no idea where these guys are. They've pinned out one, maybe. And the rest of BB, though, have multiple angles onto this. Meanwhile, this is what we were worried about. Petrichor Road was setting up to take a fight to Eternal Fire, but T1 pulls right behind them. They will lose Raining, though, in the process. So will they? Ooh, maybe not. Okay, they might be able to get the res here.
Oh, you say that, but Ixlef has a pretty good angle behind that, and he's going to find him underneath the vehicle, too. A little damage done in return, able to find one, and maybe that has T1 thinking better of it. The issue now is, as you can see with where T1's positioned, with Petrichor being towards the east-hand side, it's really limited where T1 can go from here. They have to go north. They wanted to wrap all the way around, but because Petrichor is playing slow into Eternal Fire, they can't really go any faster than what they are doing.
And
there was the knock.
Yeah, Eternal Fire now perfectly aware that they had two teams behind them, so both teams are going to have to get back on the move here as Virtus Pro did find that. Oh, Lukarux! What a grenade right where it needed to be. And Bobo gets flushed out. Now Xiaopian all by himself. The Molotov will do the dirty work there as Lukarux showing up here for Virtus Pro.
Again, phenomenal. Really, really extraordinary utility usage on the side of Virtus Pro. Use those blue zone nades, not necessarily to do the damage, but to force them into a corner and then lob on over the nades, the mollies as well to secure the points. Really great play coming through from VP.
And phenomenal patience as well to really just stick around for so long, waiting for the perfect play to present itself. And as soon as it does, they take advantage. As we see Luna Galaxy still squaring off with BB Team. It looks like they might have a better read on where these guys are, but the Kraken had a great angle as that circle has popped, and we are going all the way to the northwest and San Martin.
This is going to be a very tricky circle to rotate into. No, they sure didn't. Twisted Minds very pleased to have themselves an E pickup right now because they can fly up towards the northern side. Everyone now look towards the east. Everyone sending it north. T1 are only now making it back on the map down towards that southeast side as everyone looks towards San Martin.
So many teams just pounding the desk in frustration right now off of that hard shift to the northwest. The Sandstorm arriving at the worst possible time as everybody is arriving, but no one can see anyone else. You can see TSM, they've got 17 right next to them, but they can't even see him to take the shots.
Running the gauntlet here is 17, sending it through all of their opponents. The timing could not be any better, I say that. As Xiaobei do get tacked up a bit, but able to make it through to the other side. Kraken finding best of luck. That's a fight still happening, but 17 running through all of the teams to find their way safely and on the other side.
In no world, Toby, does 17 get to make that transition and keep all four alive, but they do because the Sandstorm hitting at the perfect time. As Day Trade, they're down to just Thanadol and Flash, but they're finding kills.
Look at how quickly the east side of this new circle got packed with players. They know that there's not a whole lot to play for, so you gotta claim what's claimable early on. And now it's Petrichor's turn to try and run towards the middle. Ixlif and Chewy alone and driving past Stiffix up towards the circle center.
They're so late into this one. And unfortunately, they're going to get split off as Chewy's going to have to go out there. Ixlef just sending it into the city. But you see Summer's on the south. He's still on the road. They're just trying to find anywhere that they're not getting shot at right now.
You know what? This is not a bad read. They know that no one has opted to go full center. There were teams on that eastern side of the city, and they have prevented other teams to come through. No one had really an opportunity to wrap in from the western side. So if you go far enough in, with the risk, of course, of being taken out on your way there, if you make it there, you're safe. That was a very, very dangerous but very heads-up play by Petrichor.
How on earth did we not lose half the lobby right there? Okay, we're going to lose BB team. That'll be our first team out here in game number 5. But that sandstorm, Toby, hitting at that exact time has just opened up a huge door for so many of these teams that were playing on the southeast to make their way into this zone.
Speaking of opening up huge doors, T1 found an E-pickup at the most costly, most needed of times, I should say. Oh, that's the double E-pick. Double Bluestone nade. Here you see them, T1 flying in, but Expendables has caught them. Will they get anything off of it? Nope. T1 seems like they're gonna land us free.
Ooh. Just barely. Okay, Zenith will get spotted by Batu, or won't get flushed out though. So T1 might be able to get everybody back up here. The new circle goes popping. It's going to hard shift off to the north. It's favoring the city, and you've most teams at least have sent it that direction. So only a few teams really have to make their way in still.
The double headshot onto Ruin. No time to respond whatsoever. Batula's able to find one more now. Just quit, but trying to make it down this hillside. But there too looks practically impossible at this point, as Twisted Minds knowing they're the next to have to make the move. They are inside the circle on that hillside towards the south of Saint Martin. But there's still a play to make him quit, but he's going to go back. He's going to go for round 2. We'll see if he can make it second time around.
He's taking his ball. He's going home. He's going all the way south.
I don't want to be part of this anymore.
No, and I don't blame him at all because it is absolute madness here. But you said Twisted Minds has that high ground. Can they do something with it? Caressy will find Chewy. Remember, he got separated from the rest of the pack as they were trying to make their way into San Martin. He will go down. 17 meanwhile, pushing right into Navi. Hakator with the drop shot and the grenade will find 2, but he will get taken down in the end.
Yeah, Navi not in a position to really try to make anything off of that. Isolated on the other side with 4 AM players in between them as well. Tricky, to say the least, to try and get him, or any really points off of this. The double rest should come through. Nice play here from 17 again in a game where they could get a lot from this and they desperately need it.
They really do, and there you go. Petrichor Road will go down in 15th place after they get picked out in the middle of the city. But you can see what we're working with here, building to building. Falcon's already in there. 17 will get everybody back on their feet. And it's only really just shots being sent in across. Nobody really making that push to get in. Although you gotta be a little bit concerned. You got HSM right there, but he looks like he's just lying prone and trying to survive.
And we see it here. I mean, that's the issue of blind sending it into a city. You have no chance to scout. You have no chance to figure out where in this city do we have opponents. And Petrichor trying to run one building to another. Seen by 3 teams on the opposite side. Smoke trail now across the street as T1 tries to make a run for the apartments. They are free. There's no one in the western side of the city. But once Twisted Mind sees this, they are going to open up an example. Finds Ian right on the get-go.
Oh, man. Nobody really taking shots at T1 except for Twisted Minds, but they've got all 4 guns pointing right down onto them. They're going to stop down, try to get the revive onto E-End as Type is just creepy crawling, resetting that smoke wall. Zenith, get back in there. You got to play it safe, my dude. And it looks like they should be able to get across, but now they're out of the smoke. The shots are going to hit. Example will find Type. Zenith finds a tree. Ian staying alive just barely against the wall.
They are playing with the fact that they're able to make these plays happen and constantly have the chance and time to rest one another. You can see Twisted Minds, they've had enough of it. They know who they're getting knocks on to. They want to eliminate T1. They want that western side of the city to themselves. Example with the MK finds Ian once more, but still Type commits to the rest.
Oh my goodness. Having to make the most dangerous cross under the eyes of one of the most dangerous fraggers in the entirety of the PUBG competitive scene, as the circle will go over to the eastern side. T1 does get everybody back on their feet, but they've got to make their way through the city now.
T1 just called Korean Big Brother Guangdong Freaks and said, guys, can you do something about these Twisted Minds players? Because they're really making it hard for us to do any sort of rotations. Issue is that Twisted Minds have friends of their own in TSM who alert them to the fact that their team coming in from behind.
Big danger right here on the south side as KDF will try to stop down. Yeah, you get to see what the
markers.
Yeah, the markers from Guangdong Freaks. They have a pretty good idea of exactly where TSM is and how to play around that. That grenade will fall just short, so Bean will be able to get Salute back on his feet.
I think Example just knocked Ian for the 3rd time in 2 minutes. There's something personal about this now.
Seriously.
But hey, I mean, they keep pressing one another, so they're back on their feet they go. There's now Freaks caught in the open. Perfectix from up high, though, helping out the Freaks.
Getting him a little bit of a stimmy there, as Elo will go down. The smoke wall's already set, so Elo just has to retreat into it, as he's not going to get flushed just yet. But I don't know if TSM really has the time to do this, because Guangdong Freaks, they're back up to full, and they are making their way in.
That's the issue. They're trying to make the wrap around the east-hand side, but James is now the contained player set on that side. They're all trying to force them into one another, but now this time around it's Luna from the other side. James is alone on this side of the road, and I think Freaks are well aware of who that knock just came through on. They can now play into this side of the circle.
Going for that low side, that low angle. Let's see if they'll spot James at the tree. It looks like he's going to hide very effectively for the time being, as Luna Galaxy and the rest of FaZe are squaring off just on the other side of the road. Vex with that P90. Doesn't matter if he gets caught vaulting. He has that God gun in hand.
It couldn't be any worse. It's knocks on both sides. 2 on Luna. This should be an open third-party opportunity for Freaks if they can get back in their cars fast enough, make a play happen towards that north side. That might just be their entry point to the circle.
They got to get a read on this quickly, because they have to, if they can have that Luna compound, if they can come third-party that fight, they have the entire eastern side of this zone to worry about now, as T1, they have run into yet another squad, and it's going to be the Expendables. They are down to just 1.
Great util usage here once more from Expendables as they fight both Ian and Zenith. Their knocks are going to be about the 15th at this point. As you can see here, Type, 1 Band-Aid, 1 Molly, and a half helmet is what he has left to work with.
1 wish, 1 dream. We'll see if Type can stay alive a little bit longer, as TSM has now pushed their way down into the day trade compound, but you can see they are getting third-party by Twisted Minds at the high side. This circle is going to go dead on the city. Falcons, they have that roadside spot right next to center circle, but you've also got VP 4 strong on the other side as well. But the VP, you gotta like their chances here. Nobody really coming from the north.
Oh yeah, and the fact that they're starting to see, I mean, Freaks in confrontations, even if they're the ones getting points over this, they know they're fighting out on the edge. They see Freaks being down to 1. This is good if you're a VP fan, seeing all this happening on the edge of the circle.
Absolutely. Day trade, Nurens. Double shot, double barrel in hand. Does not hear Alo through the smokes. So Alo able to get inside. I think he's the last player left alive for TSM. Just holding angles as you see the Luna Galaxy boy. Now they have the P90. And KDF, meanwhile, they're looking at that combo. They know exactly where they are, but they're just not getting close.
And I love the reaction play on this too. Instead of committing to the buildings themselves, the stalls, they opt to go west around. They opt to sit up on the inside of the circle and wait for Luna to have to come to them. No reason to blindly push in to the staples there if you can just wait out on the other side.
2 solos inside this compound that Twisted Minds is wrapping around. They do not want to go in there. They would rather get these guys as they're escaping. As you see, Haven going to go down to the blue here.
It must have been tagged too.
Yeah, he must have been. And Navi, meanwhile, the rest of KDF trying to take over the north side here. It's so low. Fairest and Diffix doing their best to hold the line. And that's a great grenade from Diffix. Will find Bean. Diffix will find another one in Human. And now KDF down to just Heaven and Salute.
It's been a tough tournament, a tough final so far for Na'Vi, but great 1-2 punch here for Na'Vi as they look to try and see if they can get one more. But Salute able to stay alive, able to get out of range of that grenade. They're still looking down below, but look at Heaven's position on the opposite side. Sees one, but can't guide the knock.
Being very careful about how they approach this. And now there you go. Luna Galaxy is going to get eliminated. And Na'Vi will clean up Guangdong Freaks. as they have now 4 kills. Can they get more? Can they climb out of that basement position and find a little bit of positive momentum here at the end of day 2?
They have the circle, they have the warehouse to themselves. It's looking good in the meantime now. 17 and Twisted Minds fighting towards the southeast. Remember, we still have a 4 AM solo in HSMM in between the Twisted players. So unless if they get caught slipping, he could potentially take one down with him.
This is one of those situations, those end games in the city, where it feels like anything goes and anyone is capable of coming through with the victory. 20 alive here as 17. They have the lower south side compound. They've got Twisted right on their doorstep, but a few shots to keep them honest. Where will the zone decide to go? Right on the dead center.
Yep. Falcons loving this one. Again, they're a team that needed to. This mid-pack is so incredibly tight. Anyone coming up victorious here could see themselves soar into the top 5.
And this is good. I mean, Virtus Pro is really on the clock here. I mean, they've been able to kind of keep pace with the top 2.
Yeah.
But the win here would put them right in the mix once again, as they've already got 4 kills so far. North side of the zone all to themselves. HSM will get spotted out by Perfectix, so that's 1 more solo off the board.
Crucial that they're able to dismantle him fast, because had he gotten himself a knock, maybe 17 opts to go aggressive on that one, but they get the kill, they get to reset fully, and now, I mean, technically, while it only being with a toe, they're inside the circle. They can sit here, hope the next circles go their way. They know they're in placement points territory, and they know how desperately they need these points as it sits right now, currently with Twisted in 6th place. They got to wait it out. They got to be smart about this. You do not want to over-aggress if there's no need to.
19 alive, 6 teams left up, and it'll slow down exponentially at this point, as everybody is just going to do their best to try to conserve utility.
Yep.
Try to hold on to the late game, keep their smokes up, and just try not to take a knock. Ooh, nice spray by Nixie there. But VP, I mean, you just see how much space they have to work with. This feels like it's set for them. It's basically between VP and Falcons.
Yeah.
Who's going to get the zone shift, right?
Have to imagine. I mean, I love the fact that we have the the road goes straight down in the middle of this one too. If it hard shifts north, you'd have to imagine that Na'Vi and VP comes out top 2 in this game.
Na'Vi very much aware of their neighbors in Virtus Pro, and they're not creeping over, not overextending. But oh, nice shots from Flood. We'll get the knock onto Lou, but Example is right there, so that should be an easy res. But 17, they see that in the kill feed. They are hoping they're just going to spam a couple of grenades, a couple of Molotovs into that smoke, hoping that they can maybe catch him, but Lou is long gone.
Yep, the instant response. They have to try and see if they can make it towards the next sets of buildings, get out towards that bathroom where you can sit.
Yep.
Somewhat alone, or at least in the back room here. There should not be any angles, but you saw as soon as that knock came through, 17 were instantly there with the util trying to lock them down.
Again, it's that question of trying to, like, when is the appropriate time to use your utility, because you really, really want to hold on to it as long as you can, as the circle centers up dead center once again. And now the dot will be on the south side of the road, as Xiaobei gets spotted out by Example as he was priming a grenade. So he's going to go down as 17 is now down to just 2.
Everyone's been waiting for Example to wake up here in the finals. 800 damage tells me he is woken, but only 3 kills to show for. Of course, this game is still far from over. As you say, the dot is just on the southern side of this road, so Na'Vi, VP as well will have to make moves. Thing is, for Twisted Minds, they're currently trying to maneuver their way north, and they know they still have a trailing 17 player outside the circle.
Now it's all hands on deck here for VP to try to hold Na'Vi at bay, as Nixie with the jiggle peaks won't find the damage, but at least Na'Vi knows that VP is now looking in that direction, so that's going to slow things down here just a bit for them. They've got a little bit of utility left in the bag as well. As you see Nixie with those grenades, he's waiting for the perfect time to use them.
It's a great read on their part in this one, trying to make sure to clear their side of the road before having to push towards the south side. You cannot run side by side with opponents. It's simply too dangerous at this point in the game. As Xiao Wu looks towards Falcons, but my man, you gotta keep your eyes on the on the main opponent right now. You have Twisted right next door. Xiaobei, that's a replay from earlier, got knocked. Nade of his own. falls
Baited
because
by the
of it.
replay once again.
Not too much you can do about that one. Now, though, the push comes through, and I think Perfectix just saw him.
He did. He saw him just on the edge of that smoke example. Gonna find him through the wall, and that's Xiaowu down. It's all down to Suju, who's got the building. He's got the hard cover. Example, make sure you see. There you go. Get that point, buddy.
Patience pays off for Twisted Minds. They knew there was one playing from behind still, but now they have Suju in front of them. He is caught in one of those buildings where you can only get upstairs on the other side, but the knock comes through and the help from Nixie on the other takes out Na'Vi, and now VP becomes real dangerous because now they know they have no one left on their side of the street. They can start spreading out. They can start eyeing this south side where all these remaining 4 teams will have to fight one another real soon.
Perfectix just going to take the shots over towards VP. As we wait for that inevitable crash here. Suju picked up, nicely done by Twisted Minds to get him without taking a knock as they start making their way through. Falcons haven't been able to get the res onto Snakers just yet. So then, and again, we haven't even talked about him. It's been so long. They've been so quiet. The Expendables on that other side of Falcons as well.
1 kill in the game so far. They want to get the res on up, but Expendables are not giving them any easy time to try and make that happen. As I say that, the Roth finds one, finds the second as well, will go down, but a lot of damage has been done, and this should be Twisted Minds pushing on this, but the thing is they can't get the angles. VP are isolating them on the east.
They're trying to send it as quickly as they can as Rello will try to get tangled up in Clory's feet. Clory's will wipe him out as quickly as possible, but there you go. Oh, he's down to 3 HP. Tanvu will bleed out as well, but look at the Molotov. Roth, can he out-heal it? He can.
TV's immune to fire as the swing around the corner comes through. Great play by Cloris, even through the blue zone. Nate is able to isolate, push on through, get the knock and the flush onto Roth as well. Should be able now to get on out from this, but in the meantime, VP goes full aggressive towards Twisted Minds.
They've got to. They got the knock onto Example. Perfectix and Lou dodging the blue zone grenades. Example might be able to get rezzed here. Lou has the smoke wall set.
Yep.
As they will get him back on his feet, and Perfectix, his job is just to keep VP from crossing that street for as long as possible.
Isolate that eastern side, but they saw that smoke being utilized. They know there's one still caught behind this wall. Perfectix has to make a run on forward. Will get inside the smoke just in time. BB spraying through the smoke, but cannot connect.
Can't connect, and you see Nixie pushing with the shotgun in hand. Perfectix going for the drop shot. Not going to find anything just yet. Another grenade from Duck Juice will find Example. Lou's going to go down. Twisted Minds is wiped. Virtus Pro, 4 alive. They're wiping out the lobby.
Perfect execution from VP as they find one more Cloris to take out Flood, and now it's a 4v2. Duck Juice, Cloris alone versus the wall of Virtus Pro players. They have them isolated. They have them on their back foot up against the blue.
Through the fire and the flames, through the smoke, the Expendables trying to survive. One's going to run into the blue, and they're going to deny all points as Virtus Pro will secure another victory here in the grand finals of PGC.
What a finish. What a great finish for Virtus Pro. Able to take out Na'Vi on that northern side, and then the full push onto Twisted Minds, isolated on the eastern side. Great execution.
You saw it playing out, but you saw how the game plan would actually have to play for them to get the win. I mean, they were the only team on the north side of the road, but crossing that road at the end of the game is such a hard task. An Example and the rest of the Twisted Minds boys really put Virtus Pro up against it, but they came out clutch.
Got to give it to Expendables as well. They were one of the first teams in the game to lose a player. They had points taken away from them. They had an impossible task at hand to make it into the city, but here they come out with a great game. And now let's throw it over to the desk before we get into our final match of day number 2 of the grand finals.
From undeniable to potentially getting themselves into this position. Is it divine intervention? They barely even qualified for the World Championships, thanking their lucky stars that FaZe was able to get them there. And now they are challenging for #1 after almost 2 days of our grand final. Virtus Pro is going ham here, ladies and gentlemen. What a victory here. Urban finish. Toffee's Avenger joining me to talk about this one. Toffee's, what's going on?
I mean, I don't know. I talked to him a little bit today. I said, what's going on? This is really exciting for you guys. Abija said, you know, we changed our system a little bit. When we got here, we decided we're going to work Edge a little bit more. Scoom has really got us focusing on not worrying about the last game, always looking at what's up next. And we did talk about, he said, you know, when I played with Liquid, there was always this like intense pressure to do well and perform at the top of your game. And here it felt like we came into this event and could kind of do whatever we wanted, and that's taken a weight off of us. So maybe that's it. Maybe it's the fact that Beamy is like the king of kings, right? Like he's out of control, good with the gun. Apparently his kill feed management's the coolest thing I've ever heard of in my life. And I don't know, it's the secret sauce, but whatever this recipe is, they're now up there with Korea in terms of ready to take the win, possibly.
Yeah,
Come on, Dane, explain it.
And Nixie's like top 2 in damage dealt so far, like huge impact for all around of the team, right? And also salvage moments from Ibby, as we saw in the previous game, right?
Yeah,
and again, squeezing the maximum points out of the games you're not winning, and then winning the games that you potentially could win, because this is not a given. This game is hard fought for, right? They had to make sure that they're containing the Twisted Minds guys. They made sure they had to contain the Falcons while they were fighting with the Expendables and kind of force them to fight each other more aggressively, and then just take control of that road, make sure that they can peek, you know, jump shotgunning everyone, Nixie, right, just going completely ham. And overall, yeah, this is just some insane levels of game here. I'm really loving what I'm seeing from them, and for them to take this to this level here in this short amount of games with one more game to go, if they could finish on top, that's where I feel like the pressure maybe could come to them a little bit.
So I absolutely love the end game, right? They've got that north side for a long time. They don't have to worry about anything. They're just tracking where people are. They know they've got to deal with Twisted Minds, which I thought for a second Twisted Minds pulls this off, but they put so much smoke down on the Expendables that they were able to cross that road and force this sort of 3v4 that then gets to have them chase Expendables off into the distance. Like they were hunting these people. So it was just that ability to manage the late game, the way that they came in on the north side after everybody else. Like there was that moment we thought T1 maybe goes up to the north of that circle with their E pickup.
Yeah.
They don't, and VP just kind of gets to sit by themselves and watch the game unfold. And I think that was a really nice scenario for them.
It feels like it's that veteran leadership with that diamond in the rough, the spectacular gun skill that's been able to kind of proliferate through this roster, right? I mean, obviously some of these names go back to the very beginning, you know, and the other names are the names that have come along, the new blood kind of, and have been able to be helped forward.
Ibiza with Liquid, you know, 2018, second place back-to-back, but for both FPP and TPP.
Yeah, true.
Winners of BL Kickoff Cup, winner of the Starlight Series 2 in 2018, right? They have a long history. And of course, with this and with Nixie coming in, providing as he's able to, Beamy second place PGC 2021, right?
Yeah.
These guys are fraggers. Lukarook's at PGC 2022 with Dubai with Entropic as well. Like these guys have so much history. They've just never been up there to the level where they're just being talked about. But now here they are in the top and potentially contesting first place here.
All of those accolades, Scoom getting run over by phantom cars. It's just, you know, never-ending accomplishments are coming out from this roster. But let's take a look at the numbers as we've got Ibby here. Looks like probably getting himself the man of the match as well. And as we were saying before and alluding to before, he's kind of been a star, right? As Avenger was talking about, right? Squeezing as many points as possible out of it. Like grabbing yourself a lovely, lovely juice drink, just being able to blast it. And I mean, in that Tego game, we were hoping that we were going to get that cheeky Panzerfaust, but even just getting towards those later stages for them.
I mean, that's what they're doing. They're recovering. They're playing well. I mean, in this game, he stands head and shoulders above everyone else. But I do
physically,
physically, right?
True.
He's just he's too good at tracking everyone on the map. That said, though, I think it comes down to the fact that they found themselves roles. They talked about each of us kind of has a plan. It was Ibby and Nixie work on this early game. We got a late game caller on Lukarux, and I said, well, what is Beamy doing? They said, threat assessment.
He's very good at just telling us where everybody's standing right now. And I was like, okay.
Yeah, the kill feed tracking from Beam is just another level. I'm looking forward to listening a little bit to that later on. But yeah, 17 points here for Virtus.pro, 14 for the expectables for this one here. Twisted Minds with 13, also pushing himself into a good situation. Again, our mid pack is a little bit separating from them in the top pack here, as we're going to see on that leaderboard, James.
I mean, those two teams are kind of the teams that will be the next challengers alongside TSM. But up at the top, Virtus.pro moves into second place. They are a little bit behind Guangdong Freaks, who is 1 point away from breaking 100 in 11 games. But the fact that Virtus.pro can shake up the status quo at the top against South Korea is commendable.
I mean, to be honest, like I've been going around asking players, like, did you expect to see this at the top 3? Just because I'm like, was I that out of my mind? And unless you played for one of these 3 teams, no, they didn't. This was not expected. I think Guangdong Freaks has been on an uprise, but the other two, shocking, to be honest.
And again, remember, only 29 points from 16 till 4th. It's one big mid pack. We've got practically no one kind of going behind, and we have these 3 outstanding leaders in the top here. They're just far and above ahead of the rest here. With 1 game to go, if they're able to establish just a little bit further, if they're able to have just a little bit more consistency, it could be a 3-horse race going into the entirety of tomorrow. And if the rest of the teams, they don't realize soon enough, there is no stopping them.
No, absolutely. This is why this game, for the last game of the day here, I want all 3 of them to go out as early as possible.
Die as fast as possible. Twisted Minds, TSM have a winner of a game where you go 4v4 at the very end. But I do, that is, because it's close enough. If Twisted Minds comes out and plays this one, if TSM plays this one really well, then we're going to have a 4-horse race tomorrow. So I'm pretty excited. This is a very big match to get a lot of teams in the right mental space for when they come back for the final day.
For sure. All right, well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. The final game of day number 2 is upon us. The Titans at the top. South Korea is looking brilliant. Virtus.pro is shaking it all up there in second place. Time now to go to Miramar, the Dusty Dunes, once again for day number 2. Let's get it going. Let's head over to the casters.
Thank you very much. Final game of the day. And Guangdong Freaks T1 Korea was running away with it, but not so fast, my friend. Virtus.pro is now in the mix once again. Can they be joined by yet another team here with 1 game left to play?
Coming into this tournament, who would have thought Freaks, T1, and VP would be the ones running ahead, running far away from everyone in the hunt to try and fight for that first place spot coming into the final day? I sure wouldn't, but I'm glad to see them out here performing, delivering when they need to the most. As you say, Poro, final match of the day here is upon us. Who will get into the first? And as the Death said too, can any one of these teams on the hunt mitigate that gap here right at the cut line?
And we've had some wild and crazy circles so far. Last one was a city finish. What will this game provide? What will it give us to end day number 2? Are we going to go crazy again, or are we going to settle down a little bit here? As you do have that dead center plane path. You see a number of teams dropping down. T1 getting a little bit close to Eternal Fire is, the mad long-range shots. None of those going to find the mark.
Nah, I'm not going to fault him. Iron sights, SLR.
Yeah, that's a long one.
Not exactly easy to make happen. As we get a...
Don't even say it. Don't even say it.
I see it. I know all of the viewers out there are seeing it as well, but I'm not going to say anything. We'll see if it happens or not, as this one takes us far down towards the southeast.
All right, Navi. This is your time. Dead center circle. You have your choice of what you would like to play this time around as they get into Impala to do a little bit of looting. They're already sending Diffix down to the south for a more central position. That may be what they look to do, but we'll keep eyes on them as they have crawled out of that basement spot. With a decent game last game. Maybe another one here on Miramar could be the thing that gets them going.
Look towards the north right now. Luna Galaxy, BB team, Daytrade and FaZe have rotations to make. And I think if you're Luna Galaxy, you're already now seeing Kraken on a very east side rotation on his own. They know there is space to be gained on the northeastern side, but I can't help but imagine that there is going to be so many teams stumbling over one another trying to get inside the circle. If you're FaZe here and you're fast, as we get some replays of that final ending in the previous match, if you're FaZe and you're fast, you get down there, you set up early on, and you have all these teams running into you, potentially spoon-feeding you points. So we'll see if that's going to be the case or not as this circle goes on in.
See that wild finishes. Yeah, it looks like Nixie survived there to the end. So all you fantasy owners out there for Nixie, he did get the win, got credit. As we check in, we see VP. They've already sent Beamy. He's just north of Puerto Paraiso, so they are scouting out where they want to play this, but they are still very, very split.
And it makes perfect sense. Again, as I said before, I mean, I explained it on the northern side, but it's of course the same case in the south. If you're on the edge of the circle right now and you're Virtus Pro, get the hell away from the edge of that circle. You know there's going to be so many teams coming in, and if you have a chance to grab anything circle center, you make the play for that. Even if the circle shifts away, being part of the pile that will be south of Los Leones, that will be northeast of Impala, it just ain't the place to be in phase 2.
No, Petrichor Road actually taking up a position a little bit closer. Oh, Beamy, he got flashbang. So yeah, he knows that they know he's there. So this is, you are all by yourself, my friend. Now Nixie starting to come up from the south side. Beamy has to play this very, very careful. There you go. He's got a shotgun rider with him now. You can see Sosaid peeking through that window, and I think Beamy might have spotted him.
So Dragunov, it's a one-tap headshot machine, and he finds it onto Hagatori, able to get him down. That's the off angle isolated, and with the timing with Nixie now coming in to help, it's looking good for them. Issue is, VP are playing for first place. They're not playing for quick kills in the early game. And they still have EB and Lucarooks on the south side of Puerto Paraiso. So yes, the knock is great. Yes, you would want the point, but you do not risk the loss of a player for a potential 1-point gain here early on.
Absolutely disgusting from Beamy, as Sosaid waiting for the rest of the boys to arrive, and it looks like they're going to get here. Diffix having an angle there onto Nixie, so it'll keep him honest, won't be able to come in and flush out that kill with a grenade, but now the rest of VP has arrived. Ibby already taking some shots. You got to avoid those. Good work from Ferris to make sure that they are not able to freely crash onto this compound.
Crucial initial spot by Diffix as well, that he's able to see Nixie on that shoreline, because he parked his vehicle quite far back. He wanted to make the running play along the shoreline to maybe lob a nade in there, get the flush onto Hagatori. Not quite the case. So I like this disengage by Beamy as well. Take the time while you know you've done some damage. Get back on the other side of the road. Get out of there. Again, yes, that 1 point on Hagatori would have been great, but it's simply too risky to try and go for, knowing that you're practically set in, I mean, circle center. Come here for circle 1.
Clinical fighting and decision making on the part of both of these EMEA squads. As VP will retreat back down towards the south, and Na'Vi, meanwhile, will secure their hold onto their coastal compound as we see T1 taking that E pickup.
How far do they fly?
They are right over the top of Petrichor Road. There you go. You can see where they are right now, but they are sending it very far here, Toby, it feels like.
Keep on going. Now, you'd imagine that they go to the hilltop. You'd imagine that they go towards Impala mountainside, or maybe even the south side of Impala. Looks like that's where Ian is going to fly you.
Yeah,
I would kind
go
of
for the high ground. That's exactly
just send one out there.
Yeah,
just send one guy out there to sit around, see what happens. But now they think better of it. They play the odds, and of course they should. They're set in third place, tied with VP right now. All of them. Hill up high is where they're going to be playing the majority of this game from.
Yeah, well, that's a beautiful spot for them to hold, but keep in mind, there's more than one E pickup in the game, Toby. And I got to imagine that there's going to be others that have this same spot in mind. So they may find themselves defending here, as FaZe and Luna Galaxy getting very close to each other here on the north side.
Say more than one E pickup. I said there's probably more than one mortar in this game currently right now as well.
That's another thing.
So do not sit on top of one another, my friends. That could cost you this final game of the day.
All right, KDF starting to make their way into Impala, as you see another P90 in the hands of the most dangerous team in the lobby. That is terrifying. And salute the most dangerous player currently in the lobby. Here's TSM doing a little bit of roadside camping. BB, they're going to find themselves losing a tire. Are they going to find themselves losing a player as well, as Purdy Curdy once again with that M24? Oh no, your cover ran away.
I don't think I thought the M249 was immune to running out of bullets. I don't
Not when Purdy holds it.
I don't think I've ever seen anyone actually have to reload a M249 mid-fight, but I guess there's a first for everything. It's Elo now on the other side. They know exactly where they have the rest of the BB players. There comes the last one now. They know, well, quite literally where they all are. It sure is. They're getting a little greedy on this one. Have to be smart about it as Luke is able to find Phil first with a nade.
Phil first going down, not being flushed just yet, and they've got Best of Luck pinned up against that rock right now. Elo trying to take the shots in return. Going to force him to keep on the move as the grenades are still coming out from, I believe that's Spiro. Very light here. Yeah, there he is. Okay, Spiro, but he's still got 2 grenades, but at this point it might be just try to survive here for BB team.
Get out of here, and you can see in the meantime, VP, they fell back to the south side, and what did we say? You will get rotation kills if you're playing around the edge side. They find a double early on to separate themselves from T1, now only 3 points behind the Kwangdong Freaks.
All right.
And it comes with no risk involved as well. You're sat here, you're getting them on approach. Easy execution.
There
in the
Spiro. TSM.
Yep, they're pulling up on this.
They really wanted it, and that's going to be the knock on the curb. But unfortunately for Spiro, he really can't get a return or get the flush as this grenade will be sent over the sky. There you go. Elo will be the one to find him and get the flush, and they should be able to get Purdy Curdy back on his feet.
Now, does Best on Eyes in the car? I was going to say, does he do anything to say, I might go down here, I'll take you down with me? They are dead last as it stands right now, but nope. You know what, and I respect it. We've seen solos actually make stuff happen in a circle that could end up getting really wonky here. You might as well just play for it if you're a solo. I mean, if it shifts east, it's everyone for themselves. If it goes into Los Leones somehow, it's equally so a game where solos easily can get some pretty good placements.
And I just got to look at Falcons making their way in on the south side of Los Leones all by themselves. Closest team next to them is the last duo from Eternal Fire of Ruin and Code Marco. TSM, after getting those kills onto BB team, will reset and get back on their way. Day Trade, they are just now making it into the west side of Los Leones. So a lot of slow moving, slow rotating teams here in the final game of the day.
And that's the issue when you have a circle that is that far on the edge of the playing pad. I see the initial knocks there coming through from Virtus Pro. When you have a circle that's that far edge and you have Los Leones blocking off one side and you have this blocking off the other, it's gonna get hard. But now let's see, chat, where are we going with this circle? It's gonna shift back towards the mainland and down towards the south.
Oh, I love how disappointed everybody sounded out of it. Oh, well, look, this Eastern Los Leones ending is equally as exciting here as we see a number of teams already making the move. You can see the Twisted Minds rotating into the north side of Los Leones. They're going to have to make their way past a 2-2-17 split. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, their problems continue as they push right into Petrichor Road. But it looks like that Petrichor Road just wants to get out of there.
I was going to say, I think it might actually have been the other way around. I think it's Na'Vi who got to sit down here a little bit earlier. Petrichor came in thinking we might be able to flex out of this topside position, which makes good sense. We want to have more real estate to rotate back from, but quickly figured, you know what, I think this is taken. There's a nade coming our way. We might not want to stick around any longer.
No, I mean, this is a beautiful position for Petrichor Road if they can hold it and they keep all 4 alive. So, yep, definitely will do what they can to hold on to that. Meanwhile, T1, they had that high ground position. Unfortunately, it is just on the outside of the zone.
Can't get them all.
Well, you know, it was a good call at the time. Really.
Yeah. If they have an extra E pickup, we'll see. We'll see where they end up going.
We'll see. Well, they are keeping eyes on 4 a.m. on the coast side. They do know that FaZe is down there as well. Luna Galaxy, meanwhile, still off to the north, trying to decide how they want to come in to this next zone as well. Day Trade, they've got 2 over here on the cliffs, but they know that Falcons is above them as they have Flash in Los Leones proper that's feeding them information.
I was going to say, do they know they have them up there? I think getting into the, I mean, now they know for sure with all these shots fired. I was going to say they're not, I mean, they're taking their time getting out and rotating these vehicles to get back to the city proper. And now kind of caught in the southeastern end of it. But as you were saying too, Flash was down there already. Maybe he's in a position from where he can apply some pressure, but I think Falcons just think better of it, saying, you know what, there's not really a whole lot to gain by trying to hold off these guys in this position right now. It's more look towards the north, see if you can pick people off once they pull up on compounds.
All right, 4 a.m. taking shots from behind. That's from T1 up on their high ground, but they've got clear sailing on this roadside up until a point. They've got Lucarux. Yep, you can just now see him on your screen, but he is the only one for VP that's on the road right now. So if he does take shots, he's got to be careful not to reveal his position as, oh, look, a free Murano.
You have to go like, guys, is this a hot spawn? I don't remember seeing vehicles parked on the beach before. What the hell's going on here? But no, I mean, that should alert them to the fact that there might just be a player in the nearby vicinity. I think all of that happening too for him now, going full shoreline around Paraíso. Nice awareness, nice decision-making on their part to play it extra safe.
KDF, meanwhile, holding on to their 2-2 split. Now they are on the northern half of this zone, placing their chips in the pile, hoping that this cuts hard north and away from the city.
Yep.
And if it does, that'll pay off huge for them and Twisted Minds as well, as they have a great split just on the other side of the road, just off to the west. As we see the MG3 just lying. It's right there. Yeah. It's T1, you want it. I know you do.
This is the issue. If it shifts west here, there's a good chance it double shifts into the city itself. And I think that's part of the reason why Petrichor now is preparing that E-pickup, saying, if we have to go in there, we know we ain't going to survive with vehicles. But let's see, everyone, where this circle is going to take us. Do we end in the open, or are we going into Los Leones proper?
There it is. Okay, we are going to go west, as 17 is dead center, but a good chunk of Los Leones still involved in this. Twisted Mind's already there, as well as EN's going to find Gilman and gets out of, Salute is able to get out of range here, as there you go, okay. Finally, we'll finish off that kill.
First and third place team fighting one another. Sweet song in the ears of Virtus Pro. We'll happily have these two teams take out one another's face. Use the time here to just rotate around, get towards the circle. But T1 now forced to try and collapse on this fight.
Yeah, the rest of the Freaks have arrived, as well as they're going to immediately start sending utility on the other side of that hill, hoping that they maybe catch EN. The rest of T1 slowly arriving. Zenith still had to parachute off the high ground to get over here. Salute just looking for anything, peeking up over that ridge line with that P90 in hand.
What better than the top taking out one another? So at the bottom, you don't have to worry about it as Petrichor come flying on in Ixlift. Taken out midair, will get flushed in the end of it as Ming. Two will be able to be taken down from the roof side. It's going to be Luke from out on the other side, able to spot him, catch him, and it's sparking to flush.
Oh man, that is brutal. As they had to take that E-pick up in. That was going to be the best and easiest rotation path, but unfortunately, two people get spotted off there. As you see, Freaks will just hop in the Murano and get into zone. T1, meanwhile, they've got Navi on the north side, so they force them away as well.
That's the issue. Navi is going to, I mean, also I should say, Freaks are going to see and hear Navi in this rotation. That's going to force them to slow things down for a moment, but Freaks are still outside the circle now. Twisted Minds is playing a 2-2 split, and you'd argue that the compound in the fields, what we call the Ents compound, is a lot more valuable than the one to the hard southwest. But of course, it is also closer to the circle edge. So you really want, if you have the time to, you really want to wait this one out and see where the next circle goes. That's, as you say, Freaks opting to deploy an E-pickup potentially.
And we saw Luna Galaxy have that big wide split on the north side as well. It's going to force Navi off into the distance as Luca Rux has spotted out T1. He's all by himself. He sees them riding on bicycles, but no shots coming through just yet. He's got no support as Ibby is the closest one. Ibby's going to hide behind as Luca Rux finally, he's just got to open it up and he's going to miss the shots.
Not only missed the shot, but I feel like they missed the window to take this fight in their advantage. Now Ibby's been seen from the back end, and Ian is going to be the one to find him. They had the chance to pull the trigger earlier, but left now deep in the blue. I think the issue was that Nixie and Beamy were not in position to assist, not set up for this fight to come. And T1, at least as it starts off, comes out victorious in this fight, but Beamy has other things in mind as he finds Type.
The rest of the squad has arrived, and they will at least find one, but Type was the southernmost player. He was all by himself. They managed to catch him out when he was slipping. So T1 will clean up the last player there as Navi will get finished off by Luna Galaxy. Navi's no good, very bad day continuing.
Can't help but feel bad for Petrichor. They E-pick up into the city just to have the circle shift back to their compound again as Freaks took to the sky, flew their way forward, will make landfall, but Salute falls.
Salute falls, hasn't gotten flushed just yet, but look at the angle that Flood has. He's trying to take the shots in as Snaker's going to get taken out, but this should be a free flush here for Flood. He's got him pretty dead to rights, and there you go. Okay, Salute is confirmed. So KDF now down to just two players, maybe one player. Heaven has been spotted out by Xiaobei.
Exactly. Top 3 taking casualties. We like to see it. It makes for a more interesting day of games for tomorrow. TSM, Twisted, and Expendables on the hunt right now. Happy to see this, as well as Twisted Minds taking out Poser, still maintaining control up on the northern side.
Yeah, TSM got a lot of work to do here on the western side to make their way into this next zone. Twisted Minds, meanwhile, had those great compounds, that beautiful split, but now they have to find somewhere new to play. 17 Gaming, meanwhile, would love to be able to clean up what's left of Kwangdong Freaks. That grenade will find heaven, but it won't get the last player, Bean, staying alive.
One more, still got a third, but he's feeling the pressure from TSM behind him now. Xiao Wu, it's now or never. Lob the nade on over, see what you can get with it, and then back off this hillside.
Who is so paranoid about getting shot from the back here, but Xiaobei has a little bit of an angle here.
Yep.
Bean will stay alive for the time being, it seems, as Xiaobei not able to find that spot. Roth, though, it looks like he may have gotten an angle.
There
you
he
go.
is.
Freaks is eliminated. They are out.
We said it, not immortal. Still able to maintain first place, despite the fact that they've had 3 of their 6 games today be with practically nothing on the board.
Okay, down to 39 alive, 14 teams still left in it. And right dead center is FaZe Clan. They've got 3 on one side of the road, 1 on the other. Nixie, VP trying to survive here against Ruin. Don't take a knock. Don't take a flush if you can avoid it.
Keep all 4 alive. As Ruin is able to make his way out of the compound again, of course, isolated player, solo player making a run for it, now seen by FaZe. That's going to help them out as he finds one, but Vex finds Lucarooks in return. This opens up the opportunity for FaZe to do something about it. The issue is they're set with a dead center compound with Team split on the other side. There's no good reason for FaZe to try and make a play in this direction.
Absolutely not, but at least now you have full knowledge of who is playing on your southeastern side. So they trade down to just 2. Thanadol and Belmoth fighting their way out of Los Leones. You also have HSM, who I believe the last player alive for 4 a.m. slowly making his way out as well, with the blue right on his heels.
Sneaky, sneaky, prone a bit too far behind as the circle shifts east once more. Zenith is in, Twisted Minds are in, FaZe are as well, and I mean as well as Expendables, but everyone else now having to make plays happen. Nixie in the meantime now coming real close to Ian. I don't think he has any clue that he's down there, and shots actually coming in from the backside. That's Falcons up on the hill.
Tell you what, the way this thing is setting up, it looks like it might be a really nice Twisted Minds win if they get a little bit of circle luck, if they're able to hold on to that field position on the north side. I've seen teams win from there plenty of times in the past, but they've got a lot of game left to play. As Zenith
always running,
just
Ian is
keeping
running.
track. Yep, he's keeping track of Ian. I think, Nixie has no idea that he's over here. The spray coming through from Ian. He'll find another one as Nixie gets knocked and flushed.
Timing could not be any better. Shots were coming in from FaZe on the other side, suppressing the audio, allowing for Ian to wrap around the side. And Nixie, you saw him get the M4 out, but it was too little too late. Ian gets to not only get the kill, but also fall back and now play safe inside the circle with Zenith.
And yeah, VP right up against the wall. As you see, BB team will get eliminated. Falcons on the rotation as well. They're going to push right between FaZe and VP. You see FaZe taking shots over in this direction, not finding any knocks just yet.
Are they going to compound?
Oh, are they? Are they going to get a compound?
Nah, they're going to stop early.
Twisted gets to hold on to the north, at least for the time being. TSM, meanwhile, they're going to crash into the Expendables compound. But Purdy Curdy, 17, is doing the work for them as they're going to find 2 right off the bat. But Luke 12 will trade it back onto Tanvu.
Yep, main mission was get inside the building as now Dylan comes in to try and assist his teammate from up high. Will find the double flush confirmed. And that leaves TSM with just 1 player left on his feet. Luke, nade in hand, throws one out. We'll see if he can get anything with it.
Elwin playing from the outside. Unfortunately, they know that 17 has angles down on him, so they can avoid the line of sight for the time being. TSM, meanwhile, down to just Luke, as you said, is dancing around in here, but the blue zone grenade is going to come through. He's going to have to heal through it, listening to the footsteps, hopefully, as that smoke is keeping him alive for the time being.
TSM knew they had to get inside that building as fast as can be, but the castaway they were parked, forced to kind of engage it on the right side. A little bit of a clutter at the entry, and then a great initial hold by Expendables to not allow them in. Gives them enough time for 17 to find 2 as James now falls in the distance. That's to the hands of Thanadol, but I think they're more close. to 17 than Daytrade on the other side of the road.
The problem for FaZe is that James is
big push.
Beamy is going to go down to E-end. And now Luke staying alive. He'll find Delwyn, but he's going to get finished off by Duckjuice. The Expendables should be able to reset here.
And that's T1, the first team to make it into 100 points, surpassing Guangdong Freak, surpassing VP, taking out VP. And how many times today have we seen Virtus.pro and T1 fighting for it? You said it early, give Twisted a bit of circle lock in this one, they could bring it home. This looks like a really, really scary game if you're not a Twisted fan.
They are getting some great shifts right now, but now the question is, can they get the kills to go along with it?
True.
Right now, just one in the bank, and they've got a lot of work left to do if they want to try to catch up to the top of the leaderboard. As Petrichor Road will go down, Summer will succumb to the blue out in the middle of nowhere there. And FaZe, they actually are able to smoke off the road and get James back on his feet, so back up to full strength.
Not only that, but they're able to, with Twisted Mind's help as well, take out Daytrade 2. That's the big threat on the road side for them, which should now allow for them to try and push further down towards the bottom of the hill up in the north.
All right, so it feels like everybody's got a little bit of a foothold inside this next zone, with the exception of the Expendables, who are still in their compound. They're mortaring over onto Twisted Minds. Glory's just spraying and praying right now as you see them falling there. These are really hard to hit, guys, because they have just so much room to run around. But is this an indicator of what might be on the Expendables' mind? Do they send it across the road? Do they try to crash this Twisted split?
It's not a bad play to try and set up. I think had they got a knock here, there would be a bigger chance that's what they would have gone for. Issue is they know too that 17 is sat above them, and they can't leave here until that high ground is out of play. They have to wait this one out. They have to be patient. Even though I know that's not really the strat that Expendables likes to execute.
It is definitely not. See Falcons hit 200 kills. They still have to make their way into the zone as 17 will leave that high ground under the watchful eyes of Twisted Minds. A lot of damage coming through, but the knocks just aren't there. And Delwyn, okay, they're not going to send it over to Twisted Minds. They instead find a little bit of a spot here to play, but the grenades from 17 already coming, and Delwyn will go down.
I like the initial idea from Delwyn and trying to wrap underneath, trying to hold them out, but Little Ghost, nice double nade thrown by him, and now down to 2. Clory's Duckjuice trying to push forward, but Clory's taken down to low HP as well.
Delwyn will get flushed out as the fighting going on the south side between FaZe and Falcons is starting to heat up here, as nice spray onto Lil Ghost will get him low, but Duckjuice and Clory's, they have a lot of work to do here. Do they have the utility to do it? The grenades are falling, but they're not falling where they need to go.
You said yourself, Twisted Minds not really getting points off it. This is what they do well in these end games. If they can keep all 4 alive, they push forward as FaZe take out Falcons, happening on the southern side, allowing for T1 to stay in it.
FaZe taking out Falcons without taking a single knock either, and now they are sending it immediately across the road. They're trying to get into a position to start third-partying 17. As Example will finish off Little Ghost. Gustav will take out Clory's. The Expendables are out. That grenade will take down Xiaobei, and Suju now the last player left alive for 17.
Trying to make something happen, but you'd have to imagine that his days are gonna be counted. Circle swings back in favor of T1. Keep in mind, they came in with the E pickup. They played on bicycles out of Impala, and here they are in the top 4 once again.
They can't keep getting away with it, can they? E-end with grenade in hand will fall just a little bit shy of James. Fortunately, FaZe knows exactly where these guys are. E-end trying to play that anchor position, will retreat back to Zenith. Doesn't matter though, now Perfectix has angles onto FaZe, so that's gonna force FaZe to turn back around and take their attention away from T1.
Big issue, they're caught in a 2-way split, and I think T1 is starting to read this. They can start to reapply pressure the other way. Twisted Minds are fully having their attention on the west side of the road. Perfectix haven't had a chance to cross on over just yet, haven't had a need to do so just yet, but all this is doing is allowing T1 into the game to stay on the east side uncontested.
Twisted Minds Perfectix is giving so much information over to the rest of the boys, letting them know exactly what's going on that roadside. Fex is able to get that res onto Correxy, so they're back up to 2 strong. They can turn their attention back over to Suju, back towards Twisted Minds, and they get another res as well. T1, Suju has just been a thorn in the side of everybody here. He's down to 5 HP, but somehow still alive.
Look at the wall that Twisted Minds have set up on the edge of the circle. There's no entry on this side, and I think FaZe is starting to realize this now. as Ian from the other side finds one, gets his kill number 5 as FaZe lose Correxy.
Unbelievable from T1 today. They are down to 2. They feel like they are at death's door so many times, but they keep staying alive. They keep getting more kills, more points as Suju will finally go down, and we have our top 3.
FaZe, Twisted, and T1. Twisted, the one on the hunt, the ones they want to take out these guys, this Korean team that has practically been unstoppable throughout the day. 3 wins already, hoping, praying that this could be their 4th.
Slowing things down here just a little bit as FaZe, they've got 3 right on top of each other, but as you said, pinned right up against the wall by this duo from T1. Ian has the angles, but they're starting to run a little bit low on ammo here. 736 damage so far for Ian. No, he's gonna find that. Oh, he can't keep getting away with it. James, the last player left alive for FaZe.
No vest, broken helmet, but he does not care. He'll peek you regardless. FaZe knew they had the upper hand. FaZe knew this would be the time to make a play, but Ian shuts them down. And now James is caught with his back against the blue, his back up against the rock, and Ian is making a mad dash, pushing forward, trying to get him out, and Zenith will be the one to take him down as Ian gets up to kill number 7.
Zenith watching his man's back as he made the push, and Twisted Minds, they see the kill feed, they cross the road, they have T1 pinned up against the blue, but will it be enough? These guys have been a force of nature so far here today. Can T1 bring another one home against all odds?
9 bullets for Zenith to work with. I'm not sure what he has to work with in his AR, but at this point, the fact that they're able to get out of this game with at least 15 points is utterly insane.
Example, has that roadside. He has managed to sneak up without them hearing him. He's got Ian dead to rights if he just comes over the top. But I think Ian knows he has the flashbang, but he primes it a little bit too soon. An example now, I think he knows that Ian knows that he's there.
4v2, this is a big game for Twisted Minds. Again, they want to mitigate this gap to the top 3 as much as they can coming into tomorrow. Example, heard the footsteps, spots Ian on the other side, but forced to fall back.
Playing around that ridge line as well as they can. The smoke wall just being reset, but a beautiful grenade from Lou will take down Ian. But now Zenith, he doesn't need that much ammo. He'll find perfection. He has no bullets left. He's down to just a pan.
Go for it!
Pan will save him with the grenade. He sends it through, but Twisted Minds finally gets a win in these grand finals.
When you're down to yeeting your pan at your opponent, you know you've done everything you possibly could to make more points in a match like that. What a finish. What a game. Great win for Twisted Minds, but oh my lord, what a performance by T1.
It has been an absolute smoke show from the Korean team so far today. T1 delivering in almost every single game, but at the end of the day, they are in first place. Twisted Minds, though, they absolutely needed that win. That could be the snowball that starts rolling into the final day tomorrow.
If there's one team you don't want to let off to a start here, that would be Twisted Minds. They have a track record of global events as of late, of getting out there in the top, and if they're coming in warm to tomorrow, who's to say who's going to win this tournament?
Well, we have our final day of games ready to go tomorrow. Let's throw it over the desk to have them set up what's sure to be a banger.
The team that 2/3 of our fan base thought was going to take it all finally gets themselves a rival spot going into the final day of the PGC Grand Finals. But we've got to talk about some things here. Well, T1 as well. A flank with 9 bullets and then trying to attempt with a pan. I thought they had to deny, but I mean...
I think that speaks to the attitude that this team is functioning with right now, right? They got Sonic added about a month ago, and apparently he's been drilling into them since he joined the team. Aggression, and fights, aggression and fights, aggression and fights. And they literally, you're right, they should have denied. We've seen denies 9 times out of 10, and he doesn't even have bullets. He says, I'm going to try to pan for that flush.
They're like, I can get one more point. One more point. I can maximize here.
Like,
giving 2 points to these guys, they're not even the top 3. They're not even triple digits. We got triple digits.
It's disrespect.
I love it.
Did you see them at the end?
No, I had closed eyes for 3 minutes.
Actually, to be fair, you were walking around. The fact that he was clearly saying, we almost got him with the pan. Like, we're at the PGC Grand Finals and they're going up against Twisted Minds. But actually, let's talk about Twisted Minds here because, of course, they get the victory and they now put themselves truly in the potential race at the very top. Yes, there is still a gap, but Twisted Minds, we know that they can have a big day potentially tomorrow. And this will give them a bit of an edge going into that last day. They had a lot of room at the top of this map here, Toppies.
Yeah, about midday, you could see them a little bit gassed, a little bit saying, oh, man, I feel like we're just not catching what we need to. But that's what Twisted Minds does better than anybody else in the world. They have a grind set mentality. They come back, they do the next game, they fix what they need to. They're willing to look at a problem and come back at a different angle, and they just ground this one out. They have a great spot in this end game, and they honestly, I think pretty frustratingly for them, have to watch right here where T1 just wipes out FaZe in this beautiful play by End, and then
it was the same.
And then I think they didn't push as fast as they could have because they're like, surely they'll deny this. And they sat there, and that pan flies right past his head. He did almost get him, and that would just, I mean, it's the hubris in the brass that it took to beat T1 in that situation speaks to I'd be worried about them tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, for me, this game here, this end was really what came through and what we've been kind of witnessing today, right? And Type, the team has come together and they've put themselves into this position here. The pressure is on to tomorrow, though. All the other teams are going to be realizing, okay, we need to stop these top 3 teams. If we don't, one of these 3 teams are going to run away with it.
Yeah.
Guaranteed. Guaranteed. What a couple of days.
How do you stop them? I mean, T1...
I don't know.
We'll get into it later. That was wild.
All right, let's head on over to the stage as we have Bella ready with some interviews to round out day number 2.
Hello guys, it's Bella on the stage for our Day 2 post-match interviews. I'm joined by Day Trade Gaming's Thanadol and our lovely translator Jai. GG Thanadol, congratulations on the day. That was, you wiped the slate clean from yesterday and made a huge jump on the leaderboard. So tell me, how would you describe your day today?
ก็เมื่อวานนี้นะคะจากตารางแข่งวันนี้ก็9อันดับขึ้นมาเยอะมากเลยเราอยากจะอธิบายผลงานของตัวเองวันนี้ว่ายังไงดีคะ
ก็รู้สึกดีครับที่หลุดจากท้ายตารางได้แล้วก็ต้องทำให้ดีกว่าเดิมครับ
He feel great, very great that we can come out from the 16th place and for tomorrow we're gonna be better.
Oh, I want to ask you, how did you guys manage to come back so strong? What was your secret for popping off today?
ก็จากผลงานวันนี้เราทำยังไงถึงได้แบบว่าคัมแบ็กได้มากขนาดนี้คะ
ก็กลับไปทำกันบ้านแล้วก็ตั้งสมาธิเตรียมรับอะไรหลายๆอย่างเพื่อให้ดีกว่าเดิมครับ
So we do a lot of homeworks and we try to focus more in the game and we try to prepare like everything for today.
And I mean, it really showed on the chicken angle that you took. And I want to ask you about the comms. What was the comm like when you were like waiting outside the fence, waiting for the right time to strike?
อยากทราบว่าในเกม2ที่เราได้ไก่ไปอะค่ะเราสื่อสารกันยังไงในทีมตอนที่เราอยู่หลังรั้วก่อนที่จะเข้าไปปะทะค่ะ
ก็รู้สึกว่าวงมันจบแค่ตรงข้างหน้าเพื่อนก็เลยเข้าไปได้ครับแล้วก็ฝั่งซ้ายมันเล่นไม่ได้แล้วต้องไม่บอกฝั่งขวาก็เลยเข้าไปใกล้ๆครับเพื่อรอปิดเกม
So from what we see we cannot move anywhere else so we just have to wait and find a right time to strike so that's what it come out.
The game came to you. Congratulations, Thanadol. That was a great day for you. Best of luck tomorrow too, and thank you, Jai, for joining me. All right, off you guys go. And all right, congratulations, A-Trade. And next up, the man who just killed it on the second Miramar. I'll be joined by T1Z and 안녕하세요. It wasn't just a nail-biting day. It was T1 day here at PGC 2024. You seized your top seed and came out on top. So just talk to me. How are you feeling? 일단 T1의 이엔드 선수 만나보겠습니다. 와, 오늘 정말 모든 인터뷰 T1 선수들과 함께 할 정도로 T1의 날이었어요. 오늘 1위로 마무리한 소감부터 한번 들어보겠습니다.
사실 순위가 저희가 오늘 1위인 건가요? 사실 오늘 경기하는 동안 순위를 신경을 한 번도 안 쓰고 이제 저는 게임을 임했어가지고 저희 팀은 좀 깜짝 놀랐습니다.
얼떨떨하신가
네,
봐요.
얼떨떨합니다. 네.
He just asked me if they came out as number one. Like T1, they didn't keep any track of their place on the leaderboard. They were just locked in. They played their games, and he's just kind of shook that they finished number one. And only 6 matches to go. So what is the one thing that you want to take into tomorrow to make sure that you come dominating the lobby tomorrow? 이제 6매치까지 이제 6매치 남았어요. 저희가 PGC 2024 챔피언의 탄생을 목격할 때까지 오늘 경기 토대로 보셨을 때 이거 하나만 유지하면 내일은 점수 차를 좀 확 벌릴 수 있겠다. 어떻게 생각하세요?
사실 저희는 이제 올해 이번에 급파 동안 점수를 전혀 신경 안 쓰고 계속 하다 보니까 이제 저희의 좀 플레이가 좀 잘 나왔던 것 같아서 내일도 점수 신경 쓰지 않고 저희가 이제 하려는 플레이를 잘 한다면 충분히 우승도 할 수 있을 거라고 생각합니다.
I think it really helped that we didn't put any pressure or focus on our placement, like on the leaderboard. So I think just keeping the sub, it alleviates the pressure. It helps us build what we have been doing. So I think if we just keep up what we're doing, locked in, play the game, I think we might be able to take the trophy home. All right, congratulations, Ian. That was a wonderful day. 너무 축하드립니다.
감사합니다. Thank you.
All right, that's all from us. 저랑 같이 인사하고 가세요, 이은트 선수. 일로 오세요. 네. All right, that is all from us. And wait for all the raffle people, wait for everyone at the venue, and we're gonna go back to the desk. 안녕.
All right, well, thank you for those interviews as we get some thoughts from the players after day 2. Oh my days. What a few games we have witnessed here, and we also get now finally the challenge of Twisted Minds coming up and trying to go against these teams at the very top of Avenger that have
9 bullets in a pan.
Well, that was interesting and scary and concerning.
2 versus 4.
Yes, that was concerning.
Imagine if that's the 2 points of the Twisted Minds.
They should have done that
tomorrow.
I don't understand.
Yeah.
It's crazy. They're crazy. Yeah. That was an insane play at the end of day 2.
It was. I mean, Twisted Minds grinds incredibly well. They put up 45 points today to work their way up, but T1, true Terminators, right? I mean, what is that, 62 points on the day? Absolutely bananas, and I don't know how you catch them if they have that confidence. They're like, you know what, here, have 2 points. Like, literally, they gave them 2 points because they don't care. They think they're just that good.
7 kills go the way of Twisted Minds as they take #1 spot. T1 is ever present in the late game for today. And FaZe being able to get themselves to the 6 kills and the Expendables. Another challenger towards the top, but again, needing to try and catch up with those top 3.
You said they're ever present, and they were. I mean, T1 had to do an E-pickup. They had to ride bikes for a while. They got into a crazy fight with, was it VP for a bit? It was just like a non-stop battle for them, and they still somehow managed to get to this late game and get points out of it.
Well, if we want teams to catch up to the top teams, thank all the stars in heaven that we did not have a circle shift towards the high ground that they emergency picked up, because if we did, it would have been another 20-some point game.
It would have been done and over.
Well, we have, well, look who it is. Mr. Example being able to take 5 kills for this game, 440 damage going their way. It's not the biggest chicken dinner. I do think that there is a little bit of Twisted Minds here that was like, okay, right, this is a circle for us. This is our chance. We're going to play it calm. We're going to play it cool, not take any risks.
There was definitely a level of caution to the way that they played that side of the road. They didn't come. I think if it had been T1, if it had been a few other teams in this lobby, they would have charged FaZe up on that north side as quickly as they could. They had a good angle with Perfectix watching and making sure this team was covered at all times. And you even saw Example getting a little lusty for some of those kills and being pulled back, not over peaking and saying, okay, we're going to wait this one out and do it the right way.
Yeah, man of the match here, Example, but also the man of the day, actually. 13 kills total for him so far in 6, but 2,095 damage. Super impressed with his performance today. He's really been able to turn on, but they're 26 points behind T1. Is that too much to catch in a single day?
No. There you go.
great.
There's my answer. No. It's
I mean,
still doable technically.
When T1's numbers look like this, it's a harder no for me to sell to you, right?
It's a slight problem, yes.
Yes, it is.
But I'm still going to say no.
We have to, and we have to believe it. Like, you know, KDF had an incredible day yesterday. They let off the gas, only had 28 points today compared to their opponents.
Yeah.
So that does mean tomorrow things shift, but you know, that was that percentage we talked about at the start of the show.
1 in 13.
Exactly. T1 came out and said, we got to make the play. They walk away with 69 kills. Very nice.
Yeah, we're going to go back and look at how many of the teams that are in the lead in the second day
yes.
wins on the champion.
Crunch the numbers.
I'll bet that goes up a lot more.
Yeah, probably. 17 points for Twisted Minds. We'll try and get them on the next step towards challenging those top spots as we take a look at the overall leaderboard. T1 breaks that 100-point mark.
Wow.
109 points. Kwangdong Freaks 1 point from breaking it. Virtus Pro 2 points from breaking it. What a 2 days they've had so far. And Twisted Minds now puts themselves in the conversation. I said it at the start of our grand finals. The Twisted era looks in jeopardy already after the 3 PGS wins. With 1 day left, with only 6 games remaining, it's not only in jeopardy. There is potential hazards in the way of that continuing.
But there still has to be 13 teams that are thinking, if we want a big chunk of that prize pool, we need to stop them. Otherwise, they're going to be running away with it.
They could.
Yeah. They could. There's 13 teams. Versus 3, that is a vast majority. And if that's like, if they're really aware of the kill feed and they're thinking it kind of looked like a little bit with KDF, with kind of the focus we saw in that last Miramar game. And if that is happening for tomorrow as well, we could be seeing a little bit of a stoppage for the top. But they are looking hard to stop. KDF slowed down today. The question is, does T1 step up and have a 50-plus point today, tomorrow? Because then we need to see a record-breaking final day for teams like Twisted Minds, TSM, or even Expendables for them to be able to catch up.
We saw T1 using a lot of emergency pickups, a lot of sort of like big outside plays today. I think tomorrow, if it's pure chaos from the middle as they search for these points, that benefits a Twisted Mind style of play. They're more methodical, they're more middle-based, they're going to be a little bit safer holding positions, and I think T1 and KDF are going to be where there are a few more fistfights.
As much as I hope that the players get a lot of rest tonight to try and kind of compete for the championship as a whole, I think a lot of minds are going to be buzzing. A lot of minds are going to be racing tonight, Avenger, as there is a mountain to climb for some, and then for others, there is going to be a huge target on their backs, potentially. Because as you say, like, unless there is a potentially coordinated effort to try and deal with what they currently have available at the top, my. Has South Korea looked phenomenal? Has Virtus Pro looked brilliant as well throughout the days? Yeah, it has really been a standout performance for South Korea. It's crazy to see that without a defending championship roster, right? It's new players coming up, Type coming in here, Salute coming on, stepping, Human having an insane performance. Of course, T1 has looked incredible today, and for me, it's, you know, for the teams to be able to catch, you're going back, you're not sleeping for 3 or 4 hours. You're analyzing, you're improving. What can we do to stop these guys? What can we do to take a bigger chunk of that $1.5 million plus prize pool? Yeah, very, very scary. Well, if, of course, you're sticking around here, we do have the lucky draw and the raffle going on, but we are done here for the desk. First and foremost, a huge thank you to all of our partners that are going along for us. OP.GG, our official main esports partner for PUBG. You can overpower your game if you head over to OP.GG. We are currently residing and sitting in the Tropicana Gardens Mall here in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, coming at you live as we have concluded our games for today. So thank you for being our official venue partner for the tournament, for the World Championship. We also have TT Racing providing all the chairs, all the desks, and everything that is going on over on the stage. So thank you to them for joining us as well. And we finally have Cooper do something cool. Yes, okay, we've got our official. That is cool, yeah.
I didn't know you were going to tell me to do something cool. It's not what I do.
Well, that's not only do, they also keep you warm. Not cool. We've got our official esports hand warmer partner as well, Enoy Cooper, so thank you very much to them for joining us. And that is it, apart from the Neo Media icon lights that you can grab yourself if you scan this QR code over, and you can potentially pick one of those up as well. Whew, day two. I am losing years on this, so it's going to be rough because tomorrow we come in, Toffees. There is 3 Titans at the top, but challenges could still occur against them for sure.
Challenges could occur. Titans at the top. T1 seems like they are out of their minds, feeling comfortable right now. And no matter what happens, I'm going to give shouts to Sonic. You know, defending champion coach shows up a month ago and makes this team absolute juggernauts. I'm blown away by T1.
Yeah, and if you have, you know, that mechanical roster and you're able to put that in, if he's able to go back-to-back PGC as a coach with a month on the roster, and we're talking a big change from what we've seen them perform to at PGS, for example, that'll be insane. That'll be next up.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. Thank you very much. Hey, everybody tuning in around the world. That does it for day number 2 of the PUBG Global Championship 2024. Tomorrow, you don't want to miss it because we have already set the tone. South Korea has set the tone. Virtus Pro has set the tone. But there is a whole lot of hunger lurking right below them. Join us tomorrow for more PUBG action. We'll see you then.